welcome. Welcome to the stream. Look, we've been doing some serious stuff for a while. I mean, it's felt pretty serious. Oh my god, we got an incoming ad break. That's how serious it is. That's how serious it is. That's how serious this stream is. Is it the top of the hour? Yes, it's the top of the hour. What does that mean? That means we've got an ad break on Twitch. If you're watching on Twitch, right? You've got like you got 30 seconds to do something about the fact that you're about to be sucked into a vortex known as the ad break. It's 1 minute and 30 seconds of ads beamed directly to your light, to your eyes. Realize, and they also realize that the top of the ad break is in 15 seconds. If you want to avoid that, use a Twitch Prime sub, pay for a sub for yourself, or, you know, roll the dice and hope that somebody's generous enough to get you out of that in time. And if it does happen, you get taken and you get the gift sub, see, it's too late to tell them that they need to refresh. Okay, well, they're gone. They're gone. Anybody who is in here without a sub is now washed away into the ad break. That's gotta suck. Twitch does you dirty, apparently. Twitch does you dirty. You get an 8 out of 10 from Oral to Ellipsis. That's pretty amazing. Yes, we were bouncing today. We were bouncing hard. We were bouncing often. Yeah, we're gonna have a little bit less of a serious stream, I guess. I don't know, it's felt pretty serious lately. And so, I mean, like, for us, this is low-stakes drama. For the White Leaf Network, though, this is serious business, right? I don't know what's going on over there, to be completely honest with you, right? This isn't supposed to happen. They're supposed to keep all their drama under the table, where nobody else can see it, but here it is. Here it is for everyone to see. And here I am trying to get us started on today's show. That's right. So what am I even talking about, right? I'm talking about the Vaush Network, right? Vaush Cloud Network or the White Leaf Network. Take your pick, right? It is the association of streamers that are blazing up Vaush, have gotten close enough to Vaush where they're benefiting from their friendship with Vaush, and thus are sort of expected to run interference for Vaush with all of his, you know, with all of his scandals, right? He needs these people. He needs to be seen as working with other people in order to throw off the idea that, like, he's got major problems, but he does. But it's like if you're with a bunch of people who say that your problems aren't really all that major, and are they really problems after all? And if you notice those problems, aren't you a little bit of a woke scold? Aren't you a little bit of a woke scold for even noticing? Then it seems better, right? So this is the trouble in paradise that we're talking about. This is the something rotten in Denmark. And for once, this isn't actually about Vaush, right? The disturbance in the... Oh, wait, let me turn this down. That's one thing I can do. I wanted to, I wanted to get us into the elevator. There we go. And the elevator music, right? Is this elevator music to you, or is this hold music? Like, to me, this sounds like a really based elevator. You know, I want to do a YouTube prank, right? Where I get a jazz band, like a really good jazz band. I get them to somehow, like, stand on top of an elevator and play. And see if anybody riding the elevator realizes that they are not, they're going to play, you know, music that sounds like relaxing, cool jazz, right? What is it called? Soft jazz? What is the Kenny G style called? Smooth. There we go. It's smooth jazz. They're going to play smooth jazz, but they're going to be standing above the elevator. And see if anybody riding the elevator up to the top notices that this is not Mannheim Steamroller or some other, you know, just General Midi's orchestra or whatever. This is an actual living jazz band. This would be a great prank, I think. The only thing that's I'm a little worried about is this safe for the jazz band? Like, I don't know if we need a jazz band or if we need some kind of RPG protagonists. You know what I mean? Like, they need to have stands or personas at the very least, right? I don't know, are stands stronger than personas? What do you think, chat? I would just chill in that. I would ride that elevator up and down. But that's what I used to do as a little kid. I was fascinated by elevators. Okay, I wasn't necessarily one of those kids that's like, I want to press the button, I want to press the button. But I definitely, I would definitely ride an elevator, like, up and down, for fun. Which sounds a little bit weird now that I'm saying it, right? But this is me as a little kid. Stands are stronger, says Vamps. Yeah, potentially. I mean, I guess it depends on what persona, right? Because overall, there's more personas than stands. And there's some personas that are not very strong at all. There's some like low level, like, right, basically any monster that you fight in persona can be your persona. You can convince it. You have to negotiate with them. Yeah, that makes JoJo's a lot different than persona, but in some ways it's all Pokemon. Why did I get started talking about Pokemon? Oh yeah, because I was talking about Vaush's Pokemon. That's what the Orbiters are. They're like Pokemon, right? And if you were Ash and your Pokemon are in the bag of where does he keep all the Pokeballs? Does he have a bag? Does he have a bag with a pocket dimension? How does this work? How does Pokemon work? Can somebody explain this to me? Because I'm having trouble understanding. Where is he keeping all these balls? Does he have a bike that's like off screen and we're just not seeing that there's giant pannier bags full of Pokeballs? As a kid, I liked waiting for our plane at the airport. I mean, that's pretty fun too. I mean, it can be. I don't know. Airplanes were scary to me. Like the, you know, the thing that comes out and it hooks up to the plane and you walk down the hallway? That was scary to me. Oh, trains are so good. Trains are so good. Yeah. Something there is that does love a train, for sure. Look at that. Something that there is that does love the void elements showing up on my outfit today. I think it's because I got the lighting's a little too intense, maybe? Curtail that. You can't fight the void, chat. Look, I'm streaming to you. I'm broadcasting to you live from the void in the heart of America, downtown Brooklyn, USA. But yeah, with the void, you can't avoid the void, right? And especially if you're one of Vaush's Pokemon right now, you are feeling the effects of that void. And, you know, that's the fact that they can't seem to agree on shoe on head, right? So if you don't know, if you weren't around in the old days, and I mean the old days, right? Because Shu is old school. If Shu was any more old school, she'd be Boxy. Okay, she'd literally be the queen of the internet, but she's not, luckily. Luckily for us, Boxy is still based, and Shu, well, Shu is Shu, right? Look, if you're gonna put a shoe on your head, you might want to make sure that there's no dog dew, or else you're gonna be dew on head, and that's kind of what shoe on head is, right? So she's been like, she started off her whole career like dunking on SJWs, you know, doing anti-SJW cringe content. Look at this cringe lord, look at this SJW. Oh my god, can you believe how woke stuff is right now? And that train hit a stop, right? That train stopped going, right? And Shu got off that train and she was looking around at the station, and along comes Vaush. What is that emote? Yo, what is that emote? Oh, it's a Caseytron emote. That's so cool. At first, I was gonna say that's like some Skibbity toilet lore or something like that. No, we're talking about look, YouTube, you have now got Twitch. Twitch is posting the butterflies. Twitch is posting the butterflies too. Low-hanging fruit, but I don't care. She's not worth the effort to elaborate an insult. Yeah, so just to finish my story about like who Shoe on Head is, for those who don't know, right, she was married to a guy named Armored Skeptic, was a pretty well-known anti-SJW channel in his own right at the time, and Shoe had a similar kind of channel, but that kind of content, like, right, it was limited run. So what we notice is that like channels that are based on hate, or even just like, you know, like here's how YouTube works, right? You're here because you felt some sort of something. In one of my videos, in one of my streams, I made you feel something, okay? That's how the algorithm works. That's how people start following a streamer in the first place. And that could be like, you know, that could be a negative emotion. Most people do harness negative emotions. Most of the time that negative emotion is hate. I guess it could be fear too, although fear, you know, like that has a limited run too. But yeah, you got Kane Pixels, there we go, is one that maybe harnesses fear because there's some scary entities in the back rooms. But yeah, it's gonna harness some kind of emotion. Like I said, most of the time that emotion is loathing. More loathing than fear, right? Loathing of the SJWs. Before then, it was loathing of the New Earth creationists, right? You had all these atheist channels that were just dunking. They were like, oh my God, Venom Fang X thinks that Jesus rode a dinosaur. He thinks that Jesus rode a dinosaur. Okay, so that, you know, I mean, that was comedy, I guess. I don't know, a little bit of snark too, right? But, you know, you had the new atheists. They ran the New Earth creationists off the platform, and they looked around to see what else was there. Then they were like, well, we are atheists, right? We are rational, if nothing else. And what is irrational that we see? Oh, feminism. Feminism seems irrational to a new atheist dude bro who does not realize that that sexism is still a thing, right? If you got the privilege not to notice, then it kind of seems silly to you. So that's what they would dunk on. They would dunk on, you know, feminist channels. They would dunk on, then you get Gamergate. And from Gamergate, you get to the anti-SJW era. From the anti-SJW era, you get to the meme wars of 2015. And that's where we see Shu come in, right? In fact, I think Shu is on that famous picture of Lacey Green taking the green pill while Chris Ray Gun goes, you know, to, like, you know, got her. But you really, like, Lacey Green's feminism was as more skin deep, I would say, than Naomi Wolf's, right? So that's where Shu comes from. That's who she was. She got off the anti-SJW train. She pulls in. What's hot? What's going on? BreadTube. BreadTube is going on. Who can I talk to on Oh, Vaush. There we go. Vaush is a edgy, you know, probably former, like, anti-SJW himself. Definitely has that Gamergate mentality in a big way, right? And so she sees Vaush, and Vaush becomes this character, right? Which is really strange to me. He becomes like the priest sitting in his confessional booth. And if you're a right-winger, or you used to be a right-winger, and you want to be part of BreadTube, and you say, I've seen the light, especially if you say, Vaush, I've watched some of your content, and you know, it's making a lot of sense to me. It's making a lot of sense. I actually think left is best. No, that's Sam Cedar, right? I actually want to become a leftist. Like, I want to become a leftist like you, right? You know, like Vaush, right? So that's who Vaush is, and that's what he does. And, you know, you sit in the confessional booth, you confess your sins, you know, show that you agree, you show that you're in alignment with the church of Vaush, and he either accepts you or denies you. Now, some people Vaush has denied. I believe that Kraut and T is another similar channel that came on to have a conversation, a very similar conversation with Vaush, and Vaush just had no interest in rehabilitating Kraut and T, but all the interest in the world in rehabilitating Shu on Head and rehabilitating Jude. Now, why would Vaush have interest in this, right? So we talked about Vaush a lot. We talked about the Thought Slime Meltdown stream, and the fact that Vaush, you know, calls himself a leftist, but there's a lot about him that puts people off, right? It's like leftism with a lot of unpacked baggage. Let's just put it that way. To be completely charitable to him, which I'm not sure if I should be, but, like, right, steelmanning Vaush, you can say that he's a leftist with a lot of baggage, a lot to unpack, and, you know, not a lot of desire to do that, and a community that's developed around him that that doesn't, you know, hold him to account in any meaningful way, right? So if Vaush says, Red Rover, let Shu come over, then he's got another person to back him up. When the woke scolds come a-knocking, right? Then there's more people to be like, yeah, this is just purity testing. Oh my God. I can't believe that you think that there's something there's a problem with using a strategic N-word. I mean, it was strategic. He didn't use it because he's racist. He used it to own the Nazis. So Pope Mitty is right. Wait, what does Mitty say? I'm the Pope of Dope. True. Yeah, so there's this is the history, right? And much like aristocracy, who, you know, like, is even more of, like, or you know, Shu, you could argue, is a populist, right? Shu supported Bernie. You know, Shu at one point, and a lot of right-wingers supported Bernie, right? But so Shu has this, you know, kind of brand of leftism that very much matches up with Vaush's. She's got a huge channel, so if you bring her people, her anti-SJWs that she cultivated through years and years and years, has not taken down any of those videos yet, right? is still benefiting monetarily and otherwise. Chat Alpha just became a member. Oh my god, what's going on? What's going on? I need to open up something here. Oh, there it is. Okay. Oh my god, lexical. I have you to thank. What's up, Danny Smith? Hatred of Shu cracks me up. So many times I've heard SJW. Am I an SJW? Danny Smith, how did you know? Was it the butterfly that gave me away? That I'm an SJW? Yeah, yo, chat, 2015 is calling, and its name is Danny Smith. Danny Smith, how are you still hanging around? Did you just fall in a hole and, like, 9 years passed you by? Like, what the fuck? You're saying you're unironically talking about SJWs. Social justice warriors. Do you realize how Reddit you sound right now? Do you realize how cringe? Did I misread you? I've heard, let me reread it. Hatred of Shu cracks me up. So many times I've heard SJW say Shu is a right-wing grifter. Okay, so right, you haven't called me an SJW. That's true, yet. Well, no wait, you did. Shu is a right-wing grifter. I agree with that statement. Does that make me an SJW? I was trying to cut you a break. Danny Smith, I was trying to steel man you. But you are coming into my channel unironically talking about SJWs like that's a thing. And not just a narrative that the right made up. Come on. Come on, what the fuck is an SJW? Anyway, old memes aside, yeah, welcome, fellow veteran of the meme wars here, Danny Smith, welcome to my channel. Good to see you, I'm glad I put Shu on head with her actual name spelled right, instead of, you know, omitting the, zero. To bring lovely interactions like that one. So anyway, I'm just trying to explain like how Shu on head became also is Vaush an SJW, I want to know, right? Because I know part of Shu's audience maybe does not appreciate the association with Vaush, but tolerates it. Anyway, what does Shu bring to Vaush? Actually, a decent amount of clout, a decent amount of potential viewers, right? That if Vaush makes nice with Shu, then maybe Shu's audience watches Vaush. If Shu makes nice with Vaush, Shu's got left-wing credibility. Instead of being seen as the right-wing grifter, the craven right-wing grifter on multiple rebrands at this point, right? That she is. What else would you call people without any nuanced positions? Woke scold, oh my god! Yo, we're gonna do some Chud bingo today with Danny Smith, right? So far you got SJW, you got Woke Scold. Can we get a Tinder queer? Or are you not Keffals pilled yet? You gotta hang out with Keffals so you can call me an R-slur and a Tinder queer, right? I feel bad unless I get called an R-slur. Lost my legs in the meme war because I lost all use of them from not getting up from my computer. It happens to the best of us. Well, anyway, you're welcome to hang out with us today, Danny Smith. We're gonna talk about what do you think about the current Xander Hall Shu on head? Well, no, it's really like a Xander Hall Keffals kind of drama with Shu on head being the casus belli, the cause of the war, the cause of the conflict. Now, Xander Hall is not against, understand me when I say this, right? Xander Hall, Demon Mama, they're not against Shu on head for any principal reasons. When Vaush accepted Shu on head into the fold of BreadTube, or whatever the hell you want to call like Vaush's version of BreadTube, you know, neither of these people had any problems. Neither of these people had any problems with bringing on Shu. Like I said, Shu brings clout, Shu brings numbers, Shu brings maybe even some credibility, right? So just like I said, that Vaush lends credibility to Shu in terms of Shu not being seen one-dimensionally. So there's your nuance. There's your nuance, Danny Smith. One-dimensionally as a right-winger, you know, like gets her like populist bona fides, Bernie bro, you know, whatever the hell she wants to do, playing on the confusion that she might be Nico Lulz? In addition to the fact that she might be Boxy, right? I swear to God, Shu's career, how much of her career does she owe to the fact that she gets mistaken for like other social media entities, right? She started off her career getting mistaken for Boxy, the queen of the internet. and I feel like she gets mixed with Nico Lols too, right? So, you know, yeah, just put a Bernie hat on Shoe on Head and she can be like, okay, boomer. She can rock that, right? So here we go. We got Shoe on Head in the Vaush network. Now the problem is, right, that Shoe is who she is. And I said before that Vaush has a lot to unpack. Shoe's got even more to unpack, and she has even less interest in unpacking it. So you get things like the kink at pride discourse, right? You get things where Shoe's attacking the one marginalized group that it seems to be that there's an agreement between Vaush, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, etc., not to attack, right? You can be misogynistic on the Vaush Clout network. You can be racist on the Vaush Clout network. You gotta watch yourself as far as being transphobic, right? Nobody's allowed to be more transphobic than Vaush, right? And Vaush has learned from the Thought Slime stream that transphobia actually is the one thing that does not benefit his channel. And Shoe violates the ceasefire, violates the truce against trans people, right? Shots fired. Shots fired with kink at pride. It's not gonna lick itself, right? Shoe might lick it, but it's not gonna lick itself. So, so then we got the situation of, you know, what do? Right? We invited this person on, we put our arms around her, we said she's reformed, we said she's better, she's changed, she's learned, she's grown, everything, right? She's been de-radicalized. She's a great example of how Vaush, Xander Hall, Demon Mama, whoever the hell, whatever grifter you want to say, you know, is de-radicalizing people. Here's Shoe. We convinced her. She watched our videos and she was convinced, right? If anything, she probably watched ContraPoints. I don't think Vaush has ever de-radicalized anyone, right? But that becomes an issue. Now, it's not too bad of an issue, and it gets forgotten about and left behind, and then another year rolls around. Another Pride rolls around, and what is she going to talk about? Pride? Is she going to talk about trans rights? Nope, she's going to talk about Balenciaga. She's going to talk about Balenciaga, right? And that got Xander Hall and Demon Mama to make videos about her. Now, look, Danny Smith, you're still here. Good. I'm glad you're still here because you're about to hear some nuance if you listen carefully, all right? If you listen to Xander Hall and Demon Mama, you would think that Shoe called them, like, I don't want to say the word. Shoe associated them with a file extension whose name is PDF. There we go. Shoe put a .pdf next to their name, right? That's their problem. Oh my god, did something just happen? Spectacular Snyderman, thank you for the follow. Are people getting unfollowed on Twitch? I did notice some people getting unfollowed on YouTube. It's worth checking out. You got the file extension JPG. I like that one, right? But yeah, that's what Shoe is guilty of doing, is affixing the file extension PDF to the names of Xander Hall and Demon Mama, except for Demon Mama fired first. Right? Demon Mama was the one to first insinuate that if Shoe had such a problem with the Balenciaga campaign, that maybe it was because Shoe herself had some kind of interest in people underage, right? And, you know, I mean, look, I got all kinds of problems with Shoe for the Balenciaga campaign. I don't know where Demon Mama got that. That was a weird thing. I don't know. It was just like she's reaching for an own and she pulls it up. Oh, here we go. I will call you, right? So the truth of the matter is that, like, they fired first. I don't know about Xan. I don't know what Xan has said towards Shoe in his content, but the first person to make that accusation was actually Demon Mama, all right? So do you hear me? Do you hear me, Chud Chatter? Wow, wait, what's even happening? Morbius Dragon, thank you for becoming a sponsor. Oh wait, you got yours from Lexical. Wait, are there more? Are there more going on? All right, so Danny Smith, before you call me unnuanced, right? understand, I'm not a friend of Xander Hall's. I'm not a friend of Demon Mama's. You know, maybe we used to be close, right? Closer. I was never, you know, super close to either of those. Well, okay. Yeah. I was too close to Xander Hall. Yeah, Xander Hall was my friend back in the day, and I honestly thought he was pretty based before he got leapfrogged by Vaush. So if you don't know, Xander Hall actually started his channel before Vaush, and was well on his way to writing this narrative of being de-radicalized, of being pulled out of the alt-right pipeline by people like ContraPoints. And that was until Vaush harnessed the attention economy, harnessed the algorithm, and was able to get bigger than Xan and jump frog him, right? So yeah, Xan's been around for longer than Vaush, which he always reminds us about. And oh my god, there's so many. Okay, I gotta acknowledge some of these. Wait, which one have I not acknowledged yet? Chad Alpha got one. I acknowledged that. Okay. Will Florida got a membership. Are these all lexical? Is this all you lexical? Yes, thank you, lexical. So yeah, here's me being real honest with you, right? That in spite of the fact that I think that, like, you know, like, as much of a problem as I have with Xander Hall and Demon Mama, they've never been as bad as Shoe on Head. They've never like crossed the lines. You see them engage in casual racism. You see them engage in you know, just kind of stand Vaush on his casual misogyny, but you don't tend to see them attack trans people. And, you know, if you just flattened this discourse out and really did like the nuanced kind of analysis that Danny Smith here is accusing me of, you might say, okay, like Xander Hall good, Demon Mama good, Shoe on Head bad. No, I mean, they literally called they're complaining about Shoe doing something to them that they did to Shoe first, right? So they're literally lying there, and I don't know why they're doing it, right? NCC harnessing my attention economy. Good to hear. Adding labels to people? Well, I'm not adding file extensions. I'm not calling anybody a PDF here. So I think that compared to the rest of these clowns, I'm coming out clean. Danny Smith, what do you think? What do you think? And I'm also acknowledging the fact that the accusation that Xander Hall and Demon Mama are levying at Shoe on Head. So, like, right now, get this, understand this, right? The problem with Shoe on Head, the reason that Shoe on Head needed to be cut off from the Vaush Network, right? The reason that they went after Shoe on Head was because Shoe on Head supposedly called them, you know, PDFs, right? And they're the ones who made that accusation first, right? But look, this is kind of a face-eating leopard party issue, right? You shouldn't need Shoe on Head to call you a PDF in order to realize what's wrong with her, right? Your acceptance of Shoe on Head was absolutely cynical, 100%, right? Your demands for accountability, or at least like hey, you know, maybe delete those videos of those people that you bullied. He's not going to do it with Calvin Guerra. What makes you think he's going to do it with Shoe on Head, right? As long as that clout's there for them to get, as long as there's something to benefit them in that relationship, Demon Mama, Xander Hall, Vaush, they're all okay with Shoe on Head, right? But the second that the Balenciaga thing happens, like, right, they realize that their brand is at risk. They're going to be associated with some transphobic shit, some transphobic narratives, unless they say something. They say something, and of all the things to say, they like make a weird, unfounded accusation, right? You could accuse Shoe rightly of a lot of bullshit, all right? But I have not seen anything that implies that Shoe has done anything untoward with any minors. That is a fucking weird thing to assert, right? that's a weird thing to accuse Shoe on Head of, right? So again, like I don't know what you're doing, right? If you're gonna, you know, like if you're gonna take a principled stand against a fucking grifter, go ahead and do it. But they had so many chances to do that. They knew who Shoe was. They let her in anyway, right? And they rolled around with the dog. What is it? You sleep with the dogs. You roll around with the fleas. They got fleas, chat. They got leopard fleas, and they got their faces eaten by the leopard from the leopard face-eating party. So I can't really feel that sorry for them, right? They are not sympathetic characters in this. Anyway, Xan is big mad. Demon Mama is big mad because Shoe's way bigger. Shoe's huge. Look at the thumbnail. Look at the thumbnail that we're looking at right now. Look at that thumbnail. You see how much bigger Shoe is than Xan or Keffals? That is representative of her actual size, of her actual reach, of her actual clout. So when Demon Mama says that, I don't know, maybe Shoe on Head is a PDF, right? That doesn't really hurt Shoe that much. When Shoe says it about Xanderhal and Demon Mama, or I don't even know what she said, but she kind of turned the accusation around. But she didn't fire first, right? That actually sticks. That actually hurts. And Xanderhal is big mad about that. And he's still big mad about that. And when Keffals has had interactions with Shoe on Head that were not, you know, 100% hostile, Xanderhal felt betrayed. Oh my God, you are being friendly with the person that called me a PDF, right? That's not cool. And so that's where this conversation comes from. That's what we're dealing with today. A conversation between Xanderhal and Keffals that is a follow-up to a tweet by Xanderhal attacking Keffals, actually kind of bringing up, I think, Keffals' addiction again. I don't know. Oh God, that's right. I'm blocked by this guy. I would show you the tweets. Instead, I'm gonna have to summarize them because I'm not trying to get around somebody's block of me. If Xanderhal is too afraid to engage with me, if he wants to block me, I will respect Xanderhal. I will respect your boundaries, okay? Because this is gonna come up again. This whole boundaries thing is gonna come up again, right? But let me just summarize what was said. Essentially, Xanderhal said, "Oh my God." Xanderhal said, I'm sorry, I'm like trying to see what's happening in chat here. Oh, that's right, I'm looking in the wrong, I'm looking in the wrong thing here. Okay, so what Xanderhal said about Keffals was that you know, he had talked to her once before and it didn't go well. He thought about burning the bridge, but then he thought twice about it because Keffals was in the throes of, you know, the issues that she had, the substance issues that she had earlier on, right? Which is, you know, okay. You know, grant somebody some latitude because they're in a bad place. That's understandable. But he's also kind of bringing that up again. And Keffals is really sensitive about that. So that you know, that didn't go well with Keffals' community. That didn't go well with Keffals that he said that. I think he deletes that tweet later on, and he just says, here's my point, right? Being friendly with somebody that calls your friends PDFs is snake behavior. Xanderhal accused Keffals of snake behavior. And look, if I'm being honest, chat, I don't really think Keffals is a snake, okay? I think she's more of like a weasel. Yeah, that's a more fitting thing. But whatever, you know, we don't have a snake soundboard thing. We only have weasel. So you know, I'm just gonna have to call it like I see it and say, yeah, Keffals is definitely a weasel. She's definitely bad faith. She's definitely disingenuous. I'll go one step further, okay? As far as being a grifter, as far as lack of care about what she stands for, what she's saying, not really standing for much of anything at the end of the day other than her own benefit, right? Keffals kind of matches up, right? We got birds of a feather here. We got peas in a pod when it comes to Keffals and Shoe on Head. They are more alike than I think either of them would want to admit, because I'm sure that Shoe on Head thinks Keffals is cringe at the end of the day, and maybe she's right about that, but not for the reasons that she thinks. Keffals, you know, I don't know what she thinks about Shoe on Head, but I know that she doesn't really care, right? She attacked Destiny for a while, and now she's inviting Destiny people into her community, right? She doesn't care. She really doesn't care, right? So, you know, maybe Xander Hall's got a point, but at the same time, you got to understand the very basic principle that you are going to have friends who are friends with people that you don't like. And there's not much you can do about that. Right? I mean, it sucks. And look, if somebody like just does not care about somebody actually victimizing you, I just don't know how victimized Xander Hall actually was by Shoe on Head, right? Like, I feel like he had a chance to disavow Shoe on Head. He had a chance to have a problem with Vaush bringing Shoe on Head into the fold, and he didn't take it. He only took it when Shoe on Head being part of that Vaush network became inconvenient for him. So I can't really feel that sorry for him in this, right? And obviously, you know, Keffals is Keffals, and you've made transphobic lose all meaning. If you call everyone you don't like, who did I call transphobic? I don't even know what, no, Jenny Smith, nobody knows what you're talking about. Why are you so mad? Why are you so mad? This is weird parasocial behavior that we're seeing from you, Danny Smith. What's even going on? Why did you click on this channel if you don't like my content? Why did I label, who did I label an SJW or woke scold? By proxy me, okay? By proxy me. Alexander was calling out one of June's mutuals for trying to, oh, thank you for Lexicals adding more context here. Was calling out one of June's mutuals for trying to use the story to attack the LGBT community in her thread without pushing back. Yeah, so yeah, I mean, like, and you know, like, this is a huge, like, right, this is, so as far as what Shuanon's doing, right? Shuanon? Did I just say Shuanon? There it is. I'm sorry. I just summed it all up, chat. I don't even need to explain. Do you get it? Shuanon. That's what we got here, right? Like, you know, it's in the midst of a moral panic against trans people, using the word groomer to attack trans people, right? When you start to buy into and promote and signal boost, like a QAnon level theory about the woke corporations, right? Which is very much in Shu's wheelhouse, because what kind of leftist is Shu, even if we take her as a leftist? What kind of leftist is she? She's like a Nazgul leftist. Oh my god, Nazgul Vortex, let's just say. Let's not, I don't think that Shu's read Dugan. I don't think she's got any interest in going into deep theory discussions with Infrared Haas, right? She's not that deep. Truthfully, she's not that deep, right? But yeah, you know, it's a kind of culturally conservative, populist, Bernie bro, I guess. Yeah, what? But why does Vaush get kind of a pass? Xan is a hypocrite. We use the term friend too easily. Shuanon. Yeah, there we go. Sorry. Danny Smith, you just got destroyed. I'm sorry, I called her Shuanon. That's all that we need to say. That's all we need to say. She's got a weird theory about, like, what the fuck is going on with this collusion between woke America and the corporations, that they're trying to take the kids and they're showing them a bear on some kind of like a dog harness or something like that, and that's clearly an attempt to sexualize, you know, like, right? She fed into that narrative, okay? So that's why I will call her Shuanon. And I got no problem calling her Shuanon. That's what she is, okay? And in the midst of a moral panic, yeah, that's kind of a fucked up thing to do. And that's why people pushed back. You know, it wasn't about defending Balenciaga. It's not about defending a big corporation with real questionable, you know, weird, like why would you put this in an ad kind of stuff, right? It's about feeding into this narrative, right? That has metastasized, right? And eventually became like the Bud Light Dylan Mulvaney narrative. Like, right, there's this thought out there from people like Shu, again, from socially conservative people that are anti-corporate, that like the major corporations of America, they're not interested in profit primarily. They're interested in changing our minds. They're interested in, I don't know, hypnotizing us into wokeness, right? It's some weird stuff. And that was the narrative that she was feeding into. So I don't have a problem with Xander Hall and Demon Mama pushing back on Shu's narrative, okay? I don't have any problem with that with all. What I do have a problem with is how disingenuous it is for them to only really turn against her when she moves to when she attacks them, right? That's what got them to say, Vaush, we got to put a stop to this right now, right? They didn't have a problem with aristocracy. Aristocracy, apartheid anime girl, has said really gross racist stuff about Palestinians, okay? And nobody had a problem with that until this year. I think it was President Sunday, actually. That's the weird thing about President Sunday, is as much as he's connected to all these people, he's the one that you do see push back on some of their nonsense. Not all of their nonsense. He defended Vaush when Vaush had that weird take about Jewish bankers in Germany, right? When Vaush said that weirdness, President Sunday at first just wanted to say he's right, because to somebody that's not really steeped in history, it sounds right? What they're saying? Like Vaush's argument was that maybe there was a disproportionate amount of bankers, you know, but that doesn't justify, obviously, you know, what the Germans did, right? And you know, the truth of the matter is that that's ahistorical, right? When we look at the actual participation in banking, they're taking something from an older time and projecting it onto 1930s Germany, right? When times had changed, and they just didn't know that, right? And to defend the historical facts becomes Luna and EJ saying maybe not Vaush thing, or Luna supposedly becomes Luna and EJ saying that the Nazis had a point, when in actuality Vaush is the one who thinks that the Nazis were right on the facts of the matter, but that their conclusion, this is always what he likes to do. He thinks it's such a big brain move to say bad person with obviously bad viewpoint is actually right on the substance of the premise is correct, but the conclusion is bullshit. So he feels like a big philosophy brain for doing stuff like that. And it's like, Vaush, nobody's impressed, okay? Nobody, okay, I'll take that back. Maybe some people are impressed. People who haven't been through freshman level philosophy might be impressed, right? But I'm definitely not impressed. And anybody who has any sort of real grounding in history, and it was Bad Empanada that had to point that out. Anyway, so what I'm just talking about is the one, you know, the one area that I've really seen President Sunday fall down on, right? And other than that, like, I don't know, why are you even hanging out with these people, President Sunday? Like, what do you need from Vaush, right? It's a wholesome chat. Well, we're gonna get into this, okay? I feel like I edged you too long. Is that a good explanation for what's going on? Do we all feel ready to jump into the absolute shit show? Have you all, what I'm asking chat is, have you got your popcorn yet? Because that's what I was doing. I was vamping. I was stalling to make sure you could all, including Danny Smith, get your popcorn. Because I think you're gonna enjoy what we got. Look, if you're not involved in this, if you don't have any dogs or ponies in this show or race, I feel like, you know, you should, and it should just be some schadenfreude for you. You got your popcorn? Popcorn engaged. All right, let's go. Oh yeah, the other thing I want to engage you in, the other engagement that I'm going to ask for from you is maybe if you could engage with this post. And Danny Smith, you can engage with it too. In fact, I encourage you to write comments on this post. Please, like, debunk me in real time. Catch Me in 4K, right? Because it all goes to the same place, Danny Smith, including the comments that you're leaving in chat. It's all engagement to me, and I'm happy to have it. Oh wait, what am I looking for? Oh yeah, wait, I still haven't done the obvious. I got so distracted by everything going on that I forgot to pop out the chat. And I forgot to read chat. Yeah, maybe I should read chat too. It's always good to read chat. 5 baggery? Wow, that's a lot of popcorn. You know what I've got, chat? I don't have popcorn, but I do have rice. I do have stir fry. So, and it's ginger stir fry, right? Which I think you'll appreciate. I think I'll appreciate. I don't know if you'll appreciate it. Yeah. Wait, so yeah, I've popped this out. Let me go live chat in case Danny Smith's comments get hidden, because I want to see your comments. I'm interested in what you have to say. I don't know. Did you get banned? Oh no. The shoe on head Balenciaga video. Okay, that's what you mean. I have to interpret what you're saying, Danny Smith. I think you mean the shoe on head one. Yeah, because the Balenciaga thing was an ad. The Balenciaga thing itself was an ad, so I could be really bad faith here and say there was no Balenciaga video. Haha, that wasn't a video ad. That was a print ad. But I think I know what you're talking about. I think I do know what you're talking about there. Do you want? Oh God, do we have time to watch that? I know President Sunday watched it. Look, I've watched enough of it to know. And the response by Demon Mama and Xan to know that they were actually in the wrong there. Do you hear what I'm saying? Do you hear the words that are coming out of my mouth? I am giving the devil her due. I am very much giving the devil her due. Okay, you know, Shu. I got some problems with her, but in terms of the Xander Hall, wait, I'm trying to thank everybody who I'm trying to Lexical. You gave a bunch of gift subs, and I missed them because I wanted to finish my. What I would say, I do like most of June's content because, unlike you, I've watched it and thought through her. You thought through her points. It's very deep. It's just somebody like Danny Smith, apparently. That's his intellectual engagement. Well, we'll try to give you a little bit something a little deeper to handle. Don't worry, I'm not that much deeper than Shu. I'm not an intellectual. I'm just an anarchist cat girl. Does that bother you? Are you asking me if I'm triggered? Yes, Danny Smith, I'm always triggered because I'm an SJW. That's by definition, SJWs are triggered. Danny Smith, like, I disagree. I disagree with signal boosting QAnon level conspiracy theories about wokeness, all right? That's what I disagree with her about. And you too. You haven't given any fucking, what the fuck is wokeness? Define, oh God, I don't know if you can, you might be banned. I can't tell if you ran afoul of our mods or not, right? But yeah, like define wokeness, right? You're gonna sit there like that chick on the hill and just be like, well, wokeness is like, well, we've talked about wokeness a lot in our book and we've analyzed it there, and so you could just go, you don't fucking know what you're talking about. You don't know what an SJW is. You don't know what social justice is. You don't know what intersectionality is. How can you possibly be saying SJW bad, which is all I've heard from you this entire time? Anyway, don't let me get one chattered here. Don't let me get one, what is it called? One chatter? But anyway, yeah, thanks Lexical for all the gift memberships. See, I feel like, look, here's my thing, Danny. I don't know if this is true, right? But I've noticed, right? So I haven't done a study on this, but I've noticed a correlation between myself getting donations, myself getting gift memberships, people you know, caring about the show, contributing to the show, and people like you in chat, right? It's almost like every time I dunk on a chud, an angel gets its wings, and by an angel I mean myself, and by wings I mean like a little bit of money for my time, a little bit of sustainability to this enterprise I'm engaged in here. So keep going. Keep going. You have other accounts! No! To show you don't care without showing that you... Clearly Danny Smith is not very concerned about this, right? He just has an army of bots to send at us. Wow. Keep them coming, seriously. Is that what that is? Is that like another account? I'm trying to read your messages. Wait, that means we shouldn't call... So because right-wingers do the groomer slander, the groomer libel, really, at this point? Like basically a trope to excuse dehumanizing trans people and justify who knows what? Who knows what? Only time will tell, right? You can ask Ron DeSantis, though. He probably knows, right? That we shouldn't call out actual PDF files. My friend, I have called out PDF files. I have called out streamers who I feel are enablers of PDF files, right? I cut ties with a streamer specifically because he thought it would be a good idea to grant these PDF files some kind of digital approximation of the exploitation materials that they like to look at to gratify themselves, right? And the motherfucker went off about me. He had like 20 videos on me. He tried to take me down because he said, she called me a PDF. And I never actually called him a PDF. I just said that I thought it was gross that you know, he's you know, like enabling that kind of shit, right? So I've not just people who are, you know, God, what a weird, like, anyway, why am I even concerned? Why do I care? Dr. Peterson's here. I watched the hit new movie, Daily Wire Studios. Oh, Lady Ballers. It was a laugh out loud funny. Wait, I should read it in your voice, right? It was laugh out loud funny. Take your family to see Lady Ballers this holiday season. Full disclosure, this was a paid promotion. Yeah, there's lots of those, right? Lots of those. Just like there's lots of Danny Smith harassment bots that we're gonna, mods, get ready. You're gonna get to play whack-a-mole. There we go again. No, have you been unbanned? I don't even know. That looks like your account. I think the mods are playing nice with you. I think the mods are being very, very generous with you. And I am too. I am too, because I'm having fun. I hope you're having fun too. Wait, what am I missing here? Oh, there we go again. Yeah. So I want to click on notifications to see to see if anybody's left it. We don't have any notifications from Danny Smith. Maybe Danny Smith, like as much of a chud as Danny Smith is, may not have a Twitter account. So, oh well, I'll have to miss that engagement, right? I'll have to miss that engagement. But yeah, this is your chance, right? This is your last chance, right? This is your last chance to appear on the notification screen. While I let Twitch chatters know. Also, thank you, Paul Squall, for the 100 biddies on Twitch and the 100 biddies before. I think that's like 200 biddies altogether. So yeah, Twitch chat, this might be relevant to your interests. If your interests include not having 3 minutes of ads forced down your eyeballs, forced into your eye sockets, forced into your eye holes every hour, right? I'm letting you know well ahead of the top of the hour that we got an ad break coming up. And much like trolls in chat, it's kind of unavoidable. Although, like, look, maybe it's not unavoidable, right? The mods do a good job taking care of the trolls. I do a good job taking care of the trolls. I enjoy having the trolls. So maybe there's hope for you yet, right? That hope might be in the form of a Prime subscription, right? What I'm talking about is if you have Prime, then you kind of got a free subscription. If you're not using that and you use it on my channel, you will no longer see those ads, right? It'll be free to you. You will lose no money. I will get some money. We will get closer to that sub goal and unlock new content, new exclusive content will be unlocked by hitting that sub goal. And lots of, like, butterflies get their wings, chat. Butterflies get their wings every time a sub goal rings. That is true, right? So you can help me out with that. Oh my god, see what I'm saying? You can make a GIF pop up just like Lexical. That's delicious popcorn, by the way. I mean, like, it's making me want popcorn. It looks like delicious popcorn. I'm having sympathy, saltiness pangs, right? So yeah, again, what we got 4 minutes until the top of the hour ad break. You can also get out of that ad break through utilizing $5 of your own if you have it to get yourself a sub. That does the same thing. That pushes us closer to our sub goal, and it makes me extremely happy. It also makes, I think, jellyfish pop up, right? You know, just like on YouTube, you get the wow sound or the sound, right? On Twitch, you get the jellyfish sound by getting a membership for yourself. You can also just hope and pray that you are targeted by somebody else's generosity, right? Which does happen, which can happen, which will happen again, but it's more likely to happen to you when you're active in the chat. So that's my advice to you. If you can get a sub somehow, get it. If you can't, just be active in the chat. Make it really obvious, like that you have no sub badge, and that you will be subject to that ad break twice an hour. I believe that's how it works. Is Danny Smith armored skeptic? I mean, look. That's an academic question at this point. Certified fresh. I got the tomatoes for that one. I don't know. I think my scores for the ad break are going down because I've been edging you for long enough. But yeah, if you want to engage with this post, this is your last chance here to do it. And after that, we're gonna jump in to this Keffals stream. Oh my god. I don't trust other streamers not to have copyrighted music. I'll be honest with you. I don't trust streamers at all. Wait, do we have a timestamp for this? Oh no, she might have privated this. I don't know. We'll see. Oh yeah, 1 hour 11. So yeah, I think she's talking about Michael Knowles here, and 1 hour and 11 minutes into it, we start talking about Xander Hall. Here we go. Are you ready?
Ultimatum.
Oh wait,
you're basically
it's just
making
burning
the
we've been talking about this.
Referencing that
for a little
because
while.
everybody.
which that's
Yeah.
slander. She didn't do that. Fucks up. But at the same time, I don't know why I have to answer right now.
Okay, sorry.
Name you, Xander Hall, and Demon Mama. So
Okay.
Oh,
I felt like
So you recognize that voice? Anybody know who this is? Anybody know who we got here? Danny Smith, do you recognize this voice? I want to know how lost in the sauce you are. I want to know if you're as terminally online as I am. I really want to know these things, Danny Smith. Do you know who this is? The mysterious man in the sunglasses, the blue hoodie, and the baseball cap. Do you know this guy? Do you know this guy? I'm waiting, Danny Smith. The whole world is waiting. No idea who these people are? Okay. So Danny, yeah, like I'm gonna tell Tipster that you Humega-lolled. Tipster will be really sad that he got Humega-lolled by a Humega-lol in my chat, right? Because we don't know who you are either, right? Somebody has said armored skeptic, but that is neither confirmed nor denied, okay? I cannot confirm that you are in fact armored skeptic. Okay, so some of you may be able to read here. Let me just give you a little bit better view of this. Yeah, this is Tipster. Danny Smith, do you know Tipster? You didn't recognize Tipster's avatar. Like, I feel like this is pretty iconic though, right? Tipster's got kind of an iconic avatar. I feel like if you knew Tipster at all, you would recognize him by his you are not armored skeptic. Okay. Okay, we'll believe you. So let's see. But do you know Tipster? That's what I want to know. if I say that his name is Tipster. Wait, does Danny support Shoe on Head? I can't tell. I can't tell, chat, if Danny's a Shoe on Head fan or not. I'm not sure. Jury's out. You don't know these people. You don't know any of these people. I know who Shoe is. I've seen Vaush on TJ Kirk's stream. Oh, wow. Wait, is that how you know about me? From the DFF thing? I covered DFF a few weeks ago. Anyway. So wait, you don't know Keffals either? Interesting.
Hold on. Da-da-da-da-da-da-da. Okay.
Okay, so background to this, Xander Hall came into Keffals' chat hot. Like, I think at the beginning of it, she didn't want to talk about Xander Hall. She had some kind of interaction with Michael Knowles that she wanted to talk about first, but Xan did not have any patience and was blowing her up in chat. Keffals says, wait, Tipsters comes in. Tipster is a mutual of Keffals and Xander Hall. Oh God, you know what? Let me try to help you out here, Danny Smith. I'm gonna throw you a bone, okay? Who is Tipster? According to Chud Logic, Tipster is like Nicholas Diorio for the gays, okay? Does that help? Do you know Nicholas Diorio? That might help, right? I haven't really seen a better description of who Tipster is other than Nicholas Diorio, if you're aware of Nicholas Diorio, but for the gays, that would be Tipster. That would be the Tip Man. But yeah, so Xander Hall's like just chomping at the bit to talk to Keffals. Keffals is making Xander Hall wait, much like I made Chud Logic wait, right? I made Chud Logic wait so long that he got cold feet and he ran away. But we had to watch the Peter Coffin content first, because honestly, chat, priorities. Peter Coffin, old Peter Coffin content from 5 years ago definitely comes before Chud Logic in my book. I don't know about you. But anyway, Danny Smith, you're welcome to let us know if you recognize any of these names. I'm getting though that you're more of like a drunken peasant, you know, kind of DFF type of stan, if anything. And definitely not Armored Skeptic.
Let me get Tipster in the call.
So why is Tipster in the call? Tipster's going to moderate. Keffals is actually, look, let me give her some credit, okay? I've said a lot of bad things about Keffals so far, but just like I gave Shuan credit where, you know, Shuanon, just like I gave Shuanon some credit where the credit was deserved, I'm gonna give Keffals some credit too. I think that she really handles this interaction pretty maturely. Like, if she does indeed want to avoid burning bridges, want to avoid losing followers that might like her and Xander Hall, she's playing this right. Xander Hall, on the other hand, I can't say that for. I can't say this for Xander Hall.
Hey.
Okay, Danny Smith. Well, welcome to my side of the internet.
Hey, how are you? Sorry.
Oh my God, the ad breaks in 7 seconds. Wow. Okay, it's because I was late to stream. There we go. There's the ad break. There's the ad break.
Yeah? Oh, it's apparently you're super low?
And like, Danny, just for the record, you're welcome to keep talking in chat. Just understand that being antagonist towards me might actually earn me some gift memberships, some gift subs, right? It's like that's how it works, right? The biggest drop of gift subs I ever got was when I had Infrared Haas in my chat. So just understand there's that dynamic. Like, you might be helping me more than you mean to. I don't know how you feel about me. I don't know how you feel about SJWs, woke scolds, and Tinder queers in general. Like, I don't know what kind of slurs that you would apply to me if given free pass to use those slurs, but just understand that dynamic is in effect. And I think that at least some of those gift memberships earlier were directly due to you, so thank you.
Hold on, I think I know what's going on. I have to just change.
All right, you got your popcorn?
I have to change the audio settings.
I got my rice. Do you want some ASMR?
Okay, can you talk?
There's the ASMR
Ow,
for you.
Hurts.
Oh my god.
Why isn't this working? This is very confusing. I don't even think chat can hear you at this point. I'm just trying to get an audio output capture. Is that it? And then chat. Okay, try it.
Howdy.
Okay,
Can y'all hear me?
perfect. Okay.
Cool. So I hope.
Danny Smith, I wouldn't call Shuan Head a right winger as much as I would call her a like the correct term is like a socially conservative leftist. You know, with the little dirtbag characteristics on the side.
I sound okay because I'm on mobile right now.
Yeah, I mean it's fine.
Okay.
Yeah.
This is something else, isn't it?
So, yeah, I don't know how to approach this. Like, I don't understand. I feel like I'm being blamed for things that I didn't do.
Yeah, I mean, the way I interpreted it, because I was watching Xan stream live, to me it looked like some chatter just showed up trying to cause drama, and they conflated something you said to a chatter to being about him and Demon Mama. And I mean, he watched the clip, but he didn't watch the whole clip. And I think he...
So yeah, we're not going to watch this part, but I will confirm what Tipster's saying, okay? I will confirm what Tipster's saying. A drama frog. Oh my god, Unicorn Hannah, thank you for the follow. Welcome to Twitch chat. Yeah, there we go. So somebody came into Keffals chat asking her, I think, about the Shuan Head thing, and her response was, you know, stop being parasocial, or so, like she called the caller parasocial freak, something like that, right? And when Xan was given the clip, so this is how drama frogs work, right? Like if Danny Smith was a drama frog, Danny Smith would, like, I don't know, say something about some other streamer that maybe that he knows that I don't quite like, and then get a response from me and clip it and send it to that other streamer, and maybe I get clipped out of context, right? Maybe it makes it sound like, right, like the thing where I think I've had a few clips out of context, right? That's not what Danny's doing though. Today Danny is on a mission to defend Shuan Head, a noble mission that I gotta respect. I gotta respect the White Knights, right? There's too few White Knights out there willing to protect us femoids, and I'm really glad that you're there. You're there for Shuan Head. Maybe you'll be there someday for me, right? But yeah, that's what a drama frog is, right? It's somebody that they want blood, they want an interaction, they want something to happen, right? So they go into Keffals chat, they ask, like, you know, what's going on with your thing with Shuan Head. Keffals responds, you know, kind of is angry at the drama frog, probably for derailing, and says as much. Then the drama frog takes the clip and says, hey, you know when she said parasocial freak? Xander Hall, she was talking about you. And like for most people, they would know that parasocial freak is it's like a epithet that's going to be applied more readily to a chatter than to a streamer. To call up a streamer parasocial, I don't know. Right? If the streamer's like a fan of somebody, I guess maybe, you know, a streamer could be parasocial. I guess it's not impossible, but in general, you know, it's something that applies to a chatter, and Xander Hall should know that, right? Xander Hall should recognize this. For some reason, he doesn't, though. He thinks that Keffals is literally talking about him.
Took what the chatter said at face value, which just caused a huge misunderstanding.
Danny Smith, do you at least have your popcorn ready?
That I feel like if you two talked it out, it could get resolved. I really don't think it needs to be this way. I think that if you two got together and talked it out, that it could be sorted out. Because it was literally just a dishonest chatter showing up in your chat trying to cause conflict. They were drama frogging. And now here we are.
Yeah, but it's weird because he actually opens up the chat. You know, he watches the video, and then he starts ascribing meaning to a random chatter that I never said that. I never called him a scumfuck. That's weird.
Yeah. That's why I'm saying, like, you know, I don't want to assume Xanderhall's being bad faith here. I personally...
Skinny Smith has some skinny pop at hand. Look, I don't like bagged popcorn, but honestly, that's not bad. Okay, just because we disagree on some things doesn't mean that we can't enjoy drama together.
I really like Xan, and I just think it's a big misunderstanding. And, like, I don't know, I hope you two can talk it out and get it sorted out. If not today, then eventually. Because, like, this is clearly a case of a chatter trying to start shit between two streamers, and they got what they wanted, which is really unfortunate.
If I'm willing to, like, if you're willing to mediate the conversation, but I don't think a one-on-one situation would resolve in anything but more anger. Like, I feel like if we did a one-on-one,
it's
it's
really weird to find myself like agreeing with Keffals on something, but we're not talking about politics or anything like that here, so I guess it makes more sense. Yeah, no, look, if you're friends with somebody, like I was friends with Demon Mama, right? And they're big mad at you, you don't want them to come on and talk to you. You don't want them to, like, you would rather have a conversation with them the next day or the next week when they've cooled down and they're able to think rationally, rather than when they're hot under the collar.
Wouldn't listen to me. I would lose my temper. I would get heated. Xan would get heated, and then it would escalate, and then more streamers would get involved, and it would just be like an entire fucking mess.
Yeah, I mean, I'm here. That's what I'm here for. If you guys want to talk, I'm happy to mediate it. I'll stay super neutral. But yeah, I really do believe that this could be sorted out. Yeah. I think at the very least it's worth trying.
All right. I mean, I'll send Xan an invite.
Okay.
Okay, I've sent Xanderhall an invite. Hello.
Hi. Playing a little bit of Lego Fortnite. I hope everyone's having a good day.
Howdy, Xan.
Hey, Tipster. I hope you're having a good one. I hope you're having a good one as well, Clara. I know that we're having a bit of a contentious conversation, but I don't wish ill on anybody.
Yeah, I really truly feel like this is a big misunderstanding, and if you two got the opportunity to talk, that it could be sorted out. Because I hate to see, you know, two people who've been super supportive of each other up to this point, like.
What happened?
Wait hold on a second. I just have to...
You know, I would say like leftist audio, but honestly, this is Keffals we're dealing with here, so.
Can you talk for a sec?
Oh, do I sound all right?
Okay, yeah, there we go. I fixed it.
Oh, cool. Yeah, I reached out a few nights ago after I had my bridge burning segment on stream to talk in private because a chatter had informed me. And I saw you mention this in a way that I don't necessarily agree with your framing of it, but I had been told by a chatter that when we'd originally discussed this back in, I don't know, April, I think it might have been. I'm not very good at remembering how long ago things were these days. COVID kind of fucks up your brain. Anyway, we talked about this, and I was told by a chatter that when we did, this was prior to you going to rehab, and that you were high on that stream, and I was like, oh, okay, maybe.
You see, he's explaining his tweet, right, where he talks about you know, her being. I think he said that she was on. I can't say the word, but it's the substance that comes from poppies. If you're aware of a you know, substance that is a painkiller, that is also the substance of abuse that comes from a poppy flower. That's what Xanderhall mentioned, right? And that's one substance that, to my knowledge, Keffals has not indulged in, and in general, isn't going to appreciate somebody that's in recovery, somebody that's dealing with addiction, maybe doesn't appreciate that sort of thing being brought up.
Maybe she didn't really remember, and maybe I didn't really explain to myself as well because it was so impromptu. And I felt bad about posting my tweet after that, and that's why I reached out after stream. Like, can we talk about this in private? I'm willing to work it out, but I didn't get responded to, and I saw you make this stream, and I was like, what? What?
Zan,
I thought she didn't want to make it a big
Before you
deal.
were willing to even have a private conversation, you were addressing this
Oh my god, that was so good.
And you made it into a public call-out post like 3 minutes after I first responded to you in a Discord DM.
I understand where you're coming from there, but...
So it sounds like this has been cooking for a long time. I wasn't even aware of this, right? They had a conversation before that was heated. Xan wanted to burn the bridge then, but he thought better of it because of the, some chatter saying, Keffals was in a bad way at the time. And this is like in his mind, this is the second chance that he's given Keffals. So where I think this comes from, right, was that Thought Slime responded to Shoe on Head. Shoe on Head had included Thought Slime in one of her videos way back months and months ago, and Thought Slime finally made a video that, not just to respond to that, but that did, touch on Shoe on Head and did, speak to Shoe on Head's criticisms of Thought Slime. So of course, Xanderhall, having been in his mind a victim of Thought Slime's lies and manipulations, right? If you don't know, when Xanderhall had a Discord, god, this is like so much explanation needs to be, so much context goes into this, right? But I know it all, Chad. I am the lore master. I am the story motor, okay? I've taken over that role. I am story motor now, okay? Yeah, so Xanderhall had a Discord where some of his fans were sending NSFW pictures, right? So it's an inappropriate Discord. It's a boundary between content creators and their fans that maybe shouldn't be crossed, right? I don't know. You tell me if you think it's I think it's like problematic, but maybe not the worst thing in the world, right? And so Thought Slime made a tweet that was subtweeting Xanderhall that said something about like, hey, leftist content creators, how about like not starting a sex cult? Obviously exaggerating what happened just a little bit. And Zan's people came to defend him because a larger content creator had slandered. This was the slander of Xander. Xander got slandered. Xander didn't have a sex cult. Xander had an inappropriate Discord server, right? And if you're going to criticize other content creators, it's sometimes best to just leave it to the facts, right? And not try to stretch it into something like slightly bigger or more interesting than it actually is, right? But you can see where Thought Slime was coming from, and you could also see where Xanderhall was coming from and being upset about this. But I mean, this has become an undying hatred, mainly on the part of Xanderhall, right? I think that Thought Slime deleted the tweet and clarified, but Xan and his fans have not let it go. Every time Thought Slime comes up, Xander's on it, right? So when Thought Slime did a video about Shoe on Head, of course Xander was going to respond. Now the one quirky thing, and I don't know if I can watch this, Danny Smith, there's a lot more context. You mentioned earlier the Balenciaga video from Shoe would be good to watch. I think that the Xanderhall, we didn't watch Xanderhall's response to Thought Slime versus Shoe either. But what I understand from it is that maybe Xander had a little bit more smoke for Shoe than Xander had for Thought Slime. The Thought Slime thing is old. The Xanderhall's community hates Thought Slime already, right? So I think Xanderhall maybe was talking about Shoe more than, was upset with Shoe. Keffals, if I look back here at her previous streams, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So 6 streams ago from this one, so that might be like 7 streams now that she's done another stream. She covered Thought Slime versus Shoe on Head, and I think that this is probably what made Xanderhall mad, because the thumbnail was titled, "I effing hate Thought Slime." And, Keffals is on friendly terms with Shu. So I think that Xander Hall thought that, you know, like Xander Hall wanted to burn them both, right? Wanted to watch the video, react to it, burn them both down, right? Keffals only really had smoke for Thought Slime and you know, maybe you know, compliments or whatever for Shu on Head. I think that's where this came from.
Like I said, when I first got this message to me on stream, I was told, I guess I can break it down from like step by step. I received a message from one of my chatters that said, "Hey Xan, in Keffals' new video on Thought Slime and Shu on Head, she says that people criticizing Shu for pedojacketing those that disagree with her are terminally online." Here, I may be able to find
No,
it. I think you can probably
I
read it
know
in the
the
DMs.
clip, but I didn't
Mhm.
say your name in that clip. I didn't say deep.
Alex sounds very slimy. There's a lot of slime to go around. Oh, and just if we could chat, right? Oh my god, I pressed the wrong button. Just if we could keep like people's like real maybe just refer to these people as their streamer names, right? I don't know. You know, Xander Hall and Keffals have both been the targets of hate campaigns, and I'm not talking about with Shu on Head, right? I'm talking about going way back, right? And so, yeah, it's probably better if we just leave it to talking about them by their nom de guerre, by as Keffals, as Xander Hall, as Shu on Head, as whatever.
Mama's name. I was responding to a chatter who was making parasocial characterizations about people and what their potential actions could be. It had nothing to
I
do
understand
Yeah,
that, but that
yeah, and
message
just to
was
step in for a
specifically
second,
referring to what Shu did to me in Demon Mama, though.
yeah, and just to step in for a second,
Just to clarify, like I said, it's not you know, hate campaigns not related to Shu on Head. Xander Hall claims that there was a hate campaign, and I think Demon Mama too, related to Shu. I can't speak to that. I don't know if that's true or not. I haven't done the research to know that. So just so we're being really clear, just so no Xan fans come in here and say that nocommentchick is denying what the awful things that Shu on Head did to Xander Hall. I don't know. Maybe bad stuff happened. I haven't.
I saw the message the chatter said they did specifically name you, Xander Hall, and Demon Mama. So
Oh,
I felt like it was an unfair characterization by the chatter to suggest that Keffals was specifically talking about you and Demon Mama, when in reality she was referring to that specific chatter in her chat.
sure. I understand that, but that chatter was criticizing Keffals'
I love it when two streamers get a third streamer to moderate their beef.
platforming in defense of Shu.
So-
A thing that I also take issue with.
That chatter did
upon the
mention
knowledge of what she'd
Xander
done.
Hall. If you look back in
I-
the video, that chatter doesn't.
I thought Tipster just said they did mention me.
Oh my god, Danny Smith, the first name you've recognized so far, Thought Slime, huh?
Well, right before you and Tipster popped on, I played the clip over again, and neither of you get mentioned in it.
Okay, well, my understanding was that in that clip, that chatter is referring to what Shu on Head did to me and Demon Mama, the whole pedo-jacketing people that disagree with her thing. It was a very big drama of, like, I mean, hell, even Vaush agreed that she was in the wrong, and I've talked to Vaush about this in private, and there's a reason why he doesn't really engage with her publicly anymore, because he doesn't agree with what she did. A lot of people don't agree with what she did, and I think Demon Mama handles it probably a lot better than I do. She has gotten enormous amounts of harassment. Just the fact that she's a trans woman on the internet means she'll always get more harassment than I will ever get, like just baseline. And so she's just got like that much thicker skin, I think. But when Shu did that, that was my first time ever having like a massive figure throw false pedo allegations at me. And to this day, I look through my comments and I'm still getting comments from Shu on Head fans that are along the lines of like, "You're a groomer." A lot of them are commenting under the assumption I'm a trans woman, because if you're pro-trans, you must be a trans person online, I guess. And like their transphobic comments, their death threats on this post, and I have to comb through and ban all these people through my comment section daily since like April, for this whole year since I burnt the bridge with Shu. And my reason for doing so was simply because she was purporting and started, really, she's the one who popularized one of the biggest gay groomer panic narratives out there with the Balenciaga drama. And that evolved into where we are now, where literally Republican presidential candidates are talking about gay groomers up on stage. Before the Balenciaga thing, it was mostly an internet phenomenon of people talking about that.
That
drama
not
blew it up into the
true.
mainstream. No,
that's
it was
not true.
nowhere
Zan.
near as
During
big
the
prior to the
Balenciaga drama,
thing.
I was covering the anti-trans bills. This was
Oh,
definitely
that actually
still
reminds
a
me as
thing.
well, because the biggest reason that I burnt the bridge was prior to this, Shuon had actually ended up, quote unquote, inspiring. That's kind of a stretch of the word, I would say, but the actual thing that happened was a Republican politician. I think it might have been a congressman or a senator. I don't remember exactly. Big deal, Republican politician. Ended up seeing one of Shu's videos talking about gay pride discourse.
So here's the problem with what Xander Hall is saying. He's making claims that may be true, but he doesn't have the receipts. And that's a problem.
And ended up pushing
I mean, in
bill.
other words, that's like, even if he's right about this, right, it's gonna look bad. Him saying, like, so and so Republican politician was inspired by Shu's video, right? I mean, where did you get that, right? That's,
that would restrict the rights for trans and gay people to be trans or gay in public, like, at all. And like, Shuon had to make an apology post about this. It was like a big thing, and she promised she wouldn't do this kind of thing again. And I was like, listen, she apologized for it.
Do you know why she
and
apologized?
then the Balenciaga thing happened. Why did she apologize?
Because she reached out to me and said that she thought she fucked up, and she asked for my advice on how to make an apology.
Okay.
I think.
So is she vindicated?
I think that she's actually willing to listen to people, and she's willing to admit when she fucks up. But at the same time, I don't know why I have to answer right now for everything that she's done when I'm not her. I don't understand how this has gone from me covering her in a drama with Thought Slime into me having to defend everything that she's ever done.
Sure. So I honestly don't like the idea of... So I don't think that I need to control other people's...
And chat again, sorry that I'm not reading everybody's chats. If you have something you really want to get on stream, you can hit me with a super chat to get my attention on that. I am reading, like, what you say in chat, though. Just, like, trust me on that. There's just, like, a lot to go through. I also realized that I didn't mention a really important fact of the matter, right? Xander Hall, in this conversation, I think is maybe COVID positive. I know that there was some issue where he's gotten COVID multiple times, and apparently maybe he's recovering from it, right? But yeah, he's had COVID really recently, so
friends and everything like that. If I feel like I'm friends with somebody who is too friendly with someone that has done something really bad to me, it bothers me a lot. Maybe that's just me. That's something that feels really hurtful, especially with how malicious and actively dedicated to trying to hurt me Shu was. One of somebody that she actually allowed to follow her private account.
Oh, hey, Danny Smith. Okay. So understand, I'm not a fan of Xander Hall. Like, right, he's done a hate stream on me before. He's, said some really weird stuff about me that he backed off from. He deleted his stream. So whatever it was, I guess he doesn't stand behind anymore. But regardless, I'm blocked. So, no love lost here. But what Xander's saying is that one of Shu's videos, maybe a video. What's up? Oh, thank you for the super chat, Danny Smith. Have some money for your banter. You earned it. Well, thank you very much. That's very sweet of you. Just to clarify what he's saying, I think he's saying that one of her videos, either the video on Kink at Pride or the video on Balenciaga, I think it must have been the Kink at Pride one, he's claiming was maybe cited or, in some way by a Republican politician who, used it as part of their justification to pass anti-trans legislation. Not that Shu, like, invented transphobia or anything, but I get how he's coming off, right? So I get how you'd...
Ended up sending me a tweet she'd made where she said, I'm currently working on a slander hall video. She was going to make a video, and she called it a slander hall video. Once it leaked, that tweet that she made leaked, how she was planning to make a video about me, leaked. I talked about it on stream, and I did a segment on it. You can find it on my channel, and she canceled the idea. But thanks to the person who leaked that to me. I'm never going to say who that was. But yeah, she was actively planning, like, my downfall. She wanted to get revenge against me for actually not just getting destroyed by her pedo jacketing allegations.
Xan,
that
haven't
she
you
made.
done like 6 videos on her before?
6 videos on her, like criticizing her?
Yeah.
I think I've probably done 2 criticizing her, because any that I did before that, me and her were friends.
Adidak, wow. Adidak is approving of the Slander Hall nickname. So there's like some lore behind that too. Apparently, Slander Hall got into some kind of kerfuffle with some of the lowly community, and they started calling him Slander Hall. But I mean, it's like the most obvious thing in the world, right? If your name rhymes with something, if your name sounds like something, like chat, I'm not surprised that I get called no content chick, for instance, right? If you wanna say that, like, you know, I'm not doing anything of any sort of import at all, that's a really obvious dig against me, right? Or no context chick, if you think that I'm like I don't have the context or something. Like there's a lot of ways you could go with that, right? There's a lot of things you could call me, right? So Slander Hall, right? It's not surprising that people that think that Slander Hall or Slander, sorry, we're gonna just call everybody by their nicknames. It's Shoeing On. Why does that roll off my tongue so well? I don't understand. I don't understand why Shoeing On like rolls off my tongue so well, but it does. But yes, and Slander Hall, right? But what Xander Hall does, because I guess maybe the first people to think of calling him Xander Hall were like lolicons, is like, oh, you're calling me Slander Hall. That must mean that you are into that, you know, are in that yikesy lolicon community, right? And it's silly, but he does it. He can't stop it. What's up, Letterhack? Yeah. So just for some context, like, right, not everybody that Xander Hall feuds with is like a good person. You know, that's one example of that. But it's so weird how he's like, do you see, like, for somebody that's complaining about being slandered by Shu, he is really playing fast and loose with the accusations of that against other people, right? I mean, you could say it's a meme or whatever, but it just comes off weird, especially to people, like, if they're calling you Slander Hall, they obviously haven't heard of your fight with, who is it, Rev Says Desu? That's who he was beefing with? Really yikesy channel, Rev Says Desu, that Xander Hall had a conflict with, and so that anybody that uses that term, you know, which is just like the most obvious thing in the world, is then like, oh, I guess you're one of those, right? And I guess to his community it makes sense, but it doesn't make sense to anyone else. It's like randomly getting called a PDF is a kind of weird thing. It's a kind of weird look.
I don't think I've made a video criticizing her unprompted, unless it was like she engaged with me. I think I did maybe 3 at most. And always,
but that's the thing. Why?
Because I'm related. I'm always mentioned. It has to do with me.
But if you've done 3 videos about her, why is it the greatest sin that she does a response video?
She called it the Slander Hall video. She was planning.
Should I have a tip like thing where people can pay a certain amount of money to like make me like finish the drama sooner? And President Sunday does this, right? You can pay him off if you want to go straight to the theory. We do have something of a little bit more substance to talk about later today, so hang around even if this is not your cup of tea. I realize not everybody even knows who these people are, right? But we are going to go over the Brianna Joy Gray versus Robbie Soave argument that happened on screen in a video, right? They very much disagree about Gaza, and you know, pretty I don't know. I have mixed feelings about Brianna Joy Gray, right? I've disagreed with her, you know, I've agreed with her. I think on this issue, though, she is representing her side of the argument pretty well. So we're gonna watch that after that. We will not be stuck on this is White Leaf drama, right? This is, you know, Vaush and friends, essentially. And it's only really relevant to us because literally Vaush's sysadmin tried to take my channel down, right? I've had a lot of interactions with these people. Most of them have not been good. I've had Demon Mama flip me off. I've had, you know, Xander Hall do a drama stream about me, about yours truly, right? Which apparently, I don't know what he said because he took the stream down. I think I have some idea though, and I think he brought on some sources on me that turned out to be not very trustworthy, right? And when he found out how they'd kind of put him in a place where he would be seen as saying untrue things, that this stuff was debunked, right? I think that's when he took down the stream about me. So yeah, it's just a little bit of Schadenfreude, I guess.
Planning a video in which she was going to slander me. That's why her own followers that knew both of us, that were allowed onto her private Twitter,
video,
leaked it
that
to
means
me.
that she's calling.
You know you're famous when bigger YouTubers slander you? I don't feel famous. Like, my bank account doesn't look famous. I don't know. I feel like I'm the I'm the least well, if I'm famous, I'm the least well off famous person out there.
You the slanderer.
But yeah, I don't know. You're right. I have had a lot of run-ins with bigger streamers.
If that's how you want to interpret it, I guess so. But does that really sound like she's sorry? If she, like, my criticism of her was for spreading gay groomer stuff, and so her response is to plan a premeditated, like, takedown video on me to try to destroy me as, like, a YouTuber with millions more subs than me? Like, does that sound sorry?
Well, you keep saying that she sent her audience to give you, like, send you death threats, which that's slander. She didn't do that.
No, she quote tweeted me and her audience, calling me a defender of groomers. So I don't know how, like, she called me a...
Oh, that's really sweet of you, Autumn Leaves.
Groomer defending creep, I believe it was. She specifically called me a creep in her quote tweet, then blocked me. And ever since then, I've had constant death threats coming from that tweet. Not to mention, the thing that started all of this was her quote tweeting and agreeing with a neo-Nazi that she's friends with named Pedro Gonzalez or something like that. That was the one purporting this shit. I was responding to that guy that she was talking to.
Is Keffals supporting QAnon? I mean, look, here's what it is, right? Xander Hall feels attacked by QAnon. By QAnon head, sorry. Xander Hall, and like, I can't feel that sorry for him, right? It was Xander Hall and Demon Mama making a video pushing back on QAnon head's Balenciaga video, right? That where, like, yeah, I think that video was problematic that QAnon head did. I don't have a problem with them pushing back on that. But within that context, right, there was accusations, I don't think very serious ones, but nonetheless, shots were fired on Shu, insinuating that maybe Shu herself was projecting like an untoward interest in minors, right? Which is a weird thing to say when you've got plenty of points to argue. Like, why throw that at Shu? But they did, and because of that, Shu struck back, and she turned it back on them, and that's what Xander Hall's complaining about, right? So Xander Hall's like, Keffals, you're my friend. I thought you were my friend. How could you ever be friends with someone who has basically thrown, what he would, term like slander and libel at me, and of a really bad type, right? So he's acting like he doesn't know who shot first, and I think he does, right? Like Demon Mama and Xander Hall started the weird accusations that went on in that controversy, right? So Keffals is staying friends with Shu. Now, like, in my estimation, I wouldn't be friends with Shu. I don't trust Shu. I don't like Shu. I kind of know where she comes from. I know what kind of content she's done in the past. I know she hasn't really changed all that much, right? But the Vaush Clout Network wants to bring her into the fold under the idea that somehow they've de-radicalized her. And, like, obviously, if they're still having these, arguments with her about the groomer narrative, they haven't, right? So this is an example of, the leopard eating face party eating somebody's face. And when it's your face, you don't like it, right? When it's other people's face, it's fine, right? So I can't have a lot of sympathy for Xander Hall. I don't agree with Keffals either, like, on, like, defending Shu on head. Yeah, pox on both of their houses here. Pox on both of their houses. Keffals isn't blindly lumping in everyone into good or bad. No, Keffals is lumping everyone into clout or no clout. Beneficial for my career or, expendable. That's Keffals, right? I'm so surprised. Well, look, Danny, I'm going to give you a compliment, okay? The fact that you don't know who Keffals is means that you are not involved in the weird transphobic dogpile on Keffals of like a year or so ago, right? Yeah, it's been a like so you're beating the allegations of being like a on the more toxic side of Shu's fandom, because there definitely are people in Shu's fandom that probably jumped on that train too. They're friends now, but yeah, just understand where Keffals is coming from. She doesn't care about anything other than her own career. That's where she's at, right? But at the same time, what Xanderhall's asking her to stop being friends with somebody that she's friends with, because of something that this person said about him when he was involved in an exchange where shots were fired at Shu on Head before Shu on Head fired back. Xanderhall low blows everyone, so he does. So understand this, right? I'm not friends with any of these people. I do not have a high opinion of any of these people. All right, that's part of why we're covering this, right? These are people that have attacked me in the past. Keffals has lied about my friends. Xanderhall has straight up lied about me. I don't have a good opinion of any of these people, right? But I'm trying to let you know like the true facts of the situation. All right. Shu either. I haven't had any interactions with Shu. I hope to continue not having any interactions with Shu.
Who was doing the gay groomer shit and talking about how these people need to be killed. By these people, he meant trans people.
Can you show me the tweet? Because when I was trying to look into, because this is so old, when I was trying to look into all of this, I was very confused. But
absolutely,
this feels like it is getting really off topic because
Oh my god, Orange Andre just joined and wants a quick overview on the topic. Chat, are you okay with that? Can we because I know there are some people joining late. Okay, I'll just try to go over it really quick, okay? This is Keffals on screen. Keffals is having a conversation with Xanderhall. It's over Shu on Head. Keffals is still friends with Shu on Head at this point. Xanderhall feels like that Shu on Head is a larger account that has slandered him and attacked him. And as a friend of Keffals, he feels betrayed by the fact that Keffals is still friends with this person. And, if you know anything about interpersonal dynamics, you know that your friends are going to be friends with people that you very much don't like. That is almost unavoidable, right? The problem that Xanderhall has with Shu on Head is very much one of his own making. However, right, the impulse to push back on some of Shu on Head's signal boosting of the groomer groomer narrative through the Balenciaga video, right, is appropriate. It's just that like Xanderhall and Demon Mama kind of just went too far, and for some reason shots were fired, and Demon Mama implied that maybe Shu on Head was doing this content because she herself had an untoward interest in minors, right? Demon Mama was kind of trying to throw the narrative back at Shu in a way that just doesn't make sense. There's so much stuff to criticize Shu over, but do you see the bind that they're in? They've embraced Shu. They've brought in the face-eating leopard party, and they were like, we are cool with the face-eating leopard party as long as it is eating other people's faces, right? As long as Shu on Head is not going to attack us, we're Gucci, or rather we're Balenciaga. But then, with the Kink at Pride discourse, it's not going to lick itself. And with the Balenciaga discourse, there was a brand danger. Their brands were in danger by being friends with someone who was perceived as signal boosting the groomer narrative about trans people, right? That's the one line that generally they will not cross, is that, like with the Vaush Network I'm talking about, and specifically, they will, you'll see like, black people get attacked. You'll see some racism. You'll see some casual misogyny. You'll hear some slurs. You'll hear some R slurs, especially, right? Ableism is fine, but they generally don't openly act transphobic, right? And the fact that one of their friends is somebody that they vouched for, somebody that they said, here's our narrative. Like Shu used to be an anti-SJW, but Shu got de-radicalized. Shu's our friend now. Shu's on our side, like, right? And really, it's just like a kind of craven thing where they want Shu's audience. They want Shu on Head's fans to be like, oh, Xanderhall's okay with Shu on Head. Maybe I will check out Xanderhall. Oh, Vaush is good with Shu on Head. Maybe I will check out Vaush, right? That's what this. So they kind of they welcomed Shu in for very self-centered reasons, and then got, you know, in Xanderhall's mind, attacked. But when I look at it, right, I mean, the slander that he's worried about is a slander that you know, he and Demon Mama were apparently throwing around loosely as well. So I hope that clarifies everything. I see. At times I felt the online stuff is so intertwined and complicated. It can be, but don't worry. I am your story motor. All right. I'm here with the lore. I'm here to explain. I don't know everything, but we can do research and we can try to fill in the gaps and understand exactly what's going on. And what I'm getting from this so far is just like a pox on all their houses. Like, right, none of these people are good people, and it's just a little bit of schadenfreude to watch them blow up at each other. Never liked Shu. She's such a Titanic pick-me. Shu provided a nice illustration of that. We radicalized it, right? This is what's so funny about it, right? And this is what's so funny, that it's Shu that makes the Vaush Clout Network fall apart, right? President Sunday, President Sunday exonerated Shu on Head against Xan, and Demon Mama exonerated Keffals against Xan, and still only likes which is funny because Demon Mama was the one that fired those shots, right? And like I said, there's plenty to attack. There's plenty of bad stuff to say about Shuanon, right? I don't know why Demon Mama tried to insinuate that maybe Shuanon Head, sorry, is the one that is interested in that had some untoward interest in minors, right? So, I mean, it's a mess. It's a mess, and it's falling apart. And I don't necessarily expect President Sunday to stay in this orbit, right? Because, like I said before, brand risk, like Shu is a brand risk to Xanderhall and Keffals and to Vaush now. If I was President Sunday, I would start thinking about, you know, being less of a privateer and maybe hoisting President Sunday, if you're watching, which I know you are, hoisting the flag of piracy and go into business for yourself like me. It's not that bad.
I haven't defended any of these things.
What do you think, chat? Can we get President Sunday to go independent?
So like I said, if we just want to get back on the topic, my general point is that I don't care if you want to be friends with Shu on Head. It's more.
Wait, did I hear that Jacqueline Glenn and Blair White are allegedly not friends anymore? I don't know. Genevieve, explain Jacqueline Glenn to me. It's also the worst timing for Xanderhall to attack Keffals by invoking Demon Mama's name, given her being friendly to DGG. Oh yeah, true. Yeah, there's a lot of trouble in Paradise. Yeah, Keffals is basically declared an armistice, a truce, like a friendship treaty with Destiny's community, and literally is inviting Destiny people back into her community. Now, you might think that's wild considering the blow up that happened between Destiny and Keffals, considering the accusations that flew around in both directions last year, right? But it's actually, I see it happening. Look, I mean, Chud's community is still somewhat Destiny adjacent, even though there's a little bit of a breakup there. Oh my god, wait. Paul Squall, thank you for the 100 biddies. Paul Squall says, wait, where is it? Mercutio was always my favorite. And Shakespeare, you have a 3-stream streak. I don't know why it's only showing me now, but you just got some channel points. Congratulations. Use those well. I saw earlier that President Sunday was streaming. Not super familiar with him. His spat with Bad Empanada. Yeah, that was one where that was the one that I mentioned where he did not look good, right? But other than that, he does seem to be getting out of, assuming that he is getting out of the Vaush Clout Network, he does seem to be the one getting out of the network the most cleanly. He has called out more of the problems within that orbit than some of the others. An independent president is hard to come by, but it would be a nice change. True, yeah. We have a rule in Sam's Theater chat. Anyone who supports Destiny is instantly blocked with 0 chance appeals. Oh my god. Demon Mama likes Destiny? Oh, Destiny. It's hard to explain. But yeah, there was an account on Twitter that's kind of known about having the thing that this account is known for is for having sussy takes about the Holocaust, right? And they posted, hey, I've been in contact with Keffals and anybody in DGG who's gotten banned by Keffals, because like everybody, like Keffals made an attempt to ban everybody who follows not just Destiny, but like any of the streamers associated with Destiny, right? And then you know, at some point she she decided they have more in common than they have you know, disagreement, right? It was we're not so different, are we? And I think Destiny was the one who was more hesitant than Keffals, but when I've seen Destiny receive information from Keffals, right? Go after, you know, targets together, go after the woke scolds and Tinder queers together. So, and you can understand if you know what Keffals' heel turn has been about, right? That there is they don't really disagree on that much. They are very similar streamers, people that position themselves, you know, vaguely on the left, but identify themselves and characterize themselves by fighting against like leftist causes and you know, criticizing the left. So yeah, it kind of makes sense when you think about it. I came across some Reddit tea about Jacqueline unfollowing Blair on social media, which is surprising given that she has allowed and enabled Blair's foolery. Some would say tomfoolery. Sometimes the something big must have happened. I don't know. Wow, that's interesting.
So that I don't want to be friends with somebody who wants to be friends with Seanhead. And I apply the same thing to myself. If you ever approached me and said, hey,
Yeah,
this
wait,
YouTuber
that's not
that
true.
you're friends with...
That's not true. Xan, you contradicted yourself earlier in this conversation. You said that Vaush is still privately friends with Shoeonhead. So you were very much willing to be friends with somebody who's friends with Shoeonhead.
I don't know how close Shoeonhead and Vaush are. From what I've talked to him about, it doesn't sound like they're all that close. I've talked to him about this, and he doesn't agree with what he did, with what she did, and that's why he refuses to talk about her or platform her publicly. Because what she did was very clearly malicious and fucked up. There's
Wait, what's going on YouTube? Is YouTube okay? It doesn't look like I'm off stream or anything. Are we good, YouTube? Can you see me? Was both sock done left, SDL, Xan is streaming right now. YouTube stream is okay. Oh, you just have to reload. Yeah, if you have problems, try reloading. It worked for Lexical. Maybe it'll work for you.
really no way around
Hopefully nobody else is having problems, though.
Bringing up the screenshots right now.
So is this less of an issue with her associating with Shoeonhead and more of an issue with her?
If there will be Palestine news today, true. Yes, there will. We're going to be talking about Brianna Joy Gray arguing with Robbie Soave, her co-host on The Hill, about Gaza. They have a huge issue, a huge disagreement, and you know, it's kind of a based Brianna moment. Sometimes we have those. Sometimes we have those.
Platforming her? Is that where your real underlying issue is here?
That's a big part of it, frankly. Like, honestly, if Keffals had just like quietly been friends with Shu and hadn't like blown up at that chatter who had referenced what Shu did to me in a negative way,
the chatter
I probably
wasn't
wouldn't have taken it
referencing
so...
either you or Demon Mama. Like, you can go back.
Now, here's something interesting. Gayfesh, friend, you know, close, confidant with Demon Mama is in Keffals' chat, right? Maybe that means something, maybe it doesn't, right? There has been obviously a blow up between Keffals and Demon Mama over the Brianna Wu situation. One thing that Demon Mama, definitely to her credit, does not tolerate is transmedicalism, and Keffals did, at least at first, defend Brianna Wu. Now, I'm not entirely sure about this, and look, if we could get President Sunday on, maybe he could clarify this, because he seems to know some of the pieces of the drama that I am missing, right? But I'm under the impression that Xan is somehow receiving funding from Brianna Wu now, right? So maybe there might be more reason for Demon Mama to have a problem with Xan than with Keffals. Keffals, I don't know if Keffals has. She said something like, if there's any more transmedicalism, if there's any more bullshit from Brianna Wu, that she's like out. But yeah, I mean, like,
back to the
But they
video,
were
neither of your names
Keffals,
are
did
It's confusing, don't we? We need a Pepe Sylvia chart, don't we?
mentioned.
Do you remember when I told you what Shu had done to me and
How do I get woo bucks? How do I get woo bucks? No, just kidding. I don't think that Brianna Woo. She got mad at me, I think, for disagreeing with Vaush on something a while back.
Demon Mama before? I figured that when they directly reference pedo-jacketing people that she disagrees with, you would think that would be referencing that, because everybody
Okay, let's get
I've
back to
seen
the-
watch that clip
Xan,
seemed
with
to
all-
interpret
There's
it
so
all
much
due
going on, chat, and I
respect,
have ADHD.
You are not in the center of my universe, and I don't remember every single drama you've been through.
Okay.
Raven says, I don't know who that is. You don't know who is. I'm sorry. If you can clarify, I'll try to help you out.
I guess that's fine. I mean, I feel like it's not very nice to be friends with somebody who has done something that heinous to somebody that you're also friends with.
What clip is Danny looking for? Are you looking for the one where Demon Mama says that shit about Shoe on Head?
didn't like it, and so I burnt the bridge. That's why I did it. And it seems like you're kind of willing to handwave what Shu did and kind of even defend it and say she was
Okay,
sorry.
so here we
You
go.
called
Try to
me a
defend her
snake and a
character.
dick rider before we even had a
I forgot about that. I forgot that Keffals got called a dick rider. Like a dick rider for Shoe, right? So that's pretty interesting. Like a strap rider, maybe even. I don't know.
private conversation. Why are you shocked that I would be like angry?
I told you that I felt bad for that after I found out that when we first talked about this, you weren't
You never deleted
sober.
or apologized for it. How would I know you felt
because you
bad?
never responded to my messages reaching out to talk to you in private. I thought you were just ignoring me, and clearly you were, because you ended up, instead of responding to me and talking to me in private, after I messaged you multiple times on like days
I was
ago,
ignoring you
asking to work
because
it
you were
out,
making an
you made a
ultimatum.
segment about trauma.
Paging Dr. Tipster. Dr. Tipster to the Discord.
I literally say in
Tipster, aren't you supposed to moderate this?
my message, I don't want to make an ultimatum. That's why I burnt the bridge. I don't like being in this weird position where someone I'm friends with is friends with someone who's done something heinous to me, and I either have to
Look, here's what we'll do to make sure that we get to the Brianna Joy Gray, because I know some of you are less interested in this and more interested in that. I'm going to watch through this, okay? And then we're going to get to Brianna Joy Gray, right? So we'll watch through the Keffals VOD. We'll get to Brianna Joy Gray, and if we can hit the sub goal for today, then maybe we can have a vote as far as whether people want to check into this more. There is more to this. There's some stuff between Demon Mama and Shoe on Head. There's the whole Balenciaga thing that we could dive back into. I know President Sunday did that, and that was fruitful for him. He made, some discoveries, let's just say, in that. Or whatever else people are interested in, right?
my teeth.
But yeah, I don't want to spend too much time on this before getting to the Brianna Joy Gray thing, because I know you're gonna like that.
And bear it.
You're a
or-
new subscriber. Welcome, Ariel.
or acts of friendship, or deal with some crazy drama like this.
You
It's
see
really
how
frustrating.
burning the bridge because you don't want to make an ultimatum is just making the ultimatum?
Wait. Oh my god. I'm so confused now. Okay, burning the bridge because you don't want to make an ultimatum. So what's the ultimatum? The ultimatum is like, don't be friends with Shoe. Say bad stuff about Shoe. Say that yeah, Xan wants Keffals to be like, I'm burning the bridge with Shoe. Shoe is no good. Shoe is no good. Shoe is bad, right? But he doesn't want to make an ultimatum, right? Or he doesn't want to be seen as making this debate bozo shit is so weird. I gotta say that. I gotta say this language of like, who burnt the bridge, right? Did Demon Mama burn the bridge? Did No Comment Chick burn the bridge? Like, does it fucking matter? Does everything have to be a bridge burning thing? Like the what's an ultimatum? Like, right? Yeah, like is it an ultimatum if I say that like, I don't know. I'm no longer going to be friends with you if you're still friends with this person? Yeah, that does kind of sound like an ultimatum, but is the solution for that to be like, okay, well, I'm just not going to be friends with you anymore because I don't want to be seen as making an ultimatum? I don't know, chat. I don't know. Like, I mean, but it could be warranted too. It could be warranted. Like, right? Like, imagine yourself in a situation, right? If somebody does something really bad to you and they're friends with a friend of yours, and you can show the friend what they've done, you maybe do kind of expect, that friend to burn the bridge with the, oh my god, I hate using this language. You do kind of expect some sort of a you know, at least them pushing back or like exerting some kind of social pressure, right? If you're, you know, being victimized by somebody and your friend's friend with them, maybe they could get them to stop by saying, hey, you're my friend too, and I don't like what you're, you know, I don't like what you're doing to my friend. I don't know.
It's not, because there is no ultimatum.
You're
It's
basically
just burning
making
the
the
bridge.
choice
There's
for
no
them.
choice. But
Exactly.
that's not what an ultimatum is. That's not what an ultimatum is. An ultimatum is an abuse tactic when you say, do this or I do this, not just doing this no matter what the other person does. And making it clear that's what
I feel like Xanderhal has tied himself into a pretzel with this nomenclature. All right, that's abuse. That's burning the bridge. That's an ultimatum. I don't know.
you're going to do.
Look, like definitions are useful in as much as they help us understand things and talk about things, but when they start to obscure things or turn a whole bunch of things into that are slightly different into like being the same thing, I think they sort of lose their function. Right? In Björk's word, in the immortal word of the poetess Björk, words are meaningless. They don't count for anything. Something like that.
I literally said that I didn't want
And that's why Björk sings in a made-up language, obviously.
to talk about it in private at first, because I figured that it would end up like that. But if you want to talk about it in private and you don't like that I made it a public thing, then we can work it out in private. But you didn't want to.
So
you
the
ignored my
definition of
messages and did the
ultimatum
stream.
is a final demand or statement of terms, the rejection of which will result in retaliation or a breakdown in relations. So I would definitely say by
Dictionary.
the definition of ultimatum, you were given
Dictionary Andrea here, looking up the definition of ultimatum, but she's right.
one. You
Oh,
add the
okay.
demand, it's either I don't associate
Wait, who's a tanky?
with
Oh,
you
Autumn.
or I can't be friends with you.
We got mod drama.
And
All right.
you made the call. I don't understand.
I simply am glad that I was able to come on and explain why.
Xanderhal is insufferable and Keffals loves farming drama, and she's doing it the right way for once, right? Because, like, I mean, you saw her on here with Karl Max, absolutely giving away her clout, right? Just taking a side on an argument that just, you know, doesn't make any sense, and yeah, is kind of transphobic, and then just dropping the ball on you know, with having just being way too much, you know, being way too angry in response, right? You know, if you're gonna be a drama farmer, you gotta keep your cool, and here you see Keffals doing a good job of that. Xanderhal not so much.
I felt hurt by you.
No mod drama.
I felt that I had explained what Shu did to me and to Demon Mama, who got it arguably the worst. I would say Demon Mama had to have gotten it the worst because Shuan had.
I mean, not to be mean or anything like, or to you know, not to stand Shu or anything, but Demon Mama kind of gave it like the most, like, right? Demon Mama's the one that introduced accusing the other party of an untoward interest in minors herself, like, right? Demon Mama is the one who broke that glass and got out that you know, in case of emergency, break glass, like got out the fire extinguisher.
Made her video about all of the creeps and pedos, as she calls them, defending Balenciaga. She censored me, as well as everybody else that she covered in the video, but she didn't censor the identity of the one trans person she covered, and that was Demon Mama. She half-assed censored everybody that she responded to, including me, but Demon Mama was the one person she didn't even try with. So Demon Mama with, you know, Shuan head.
So what he's talking about is the fact that, like, so in other words, if I got like attacked, and I have been by like you know, much smaller accounts, and you'll notice that I don't share their names, right? There's a specific reason for that, and that is, even if somebody's a complete scumbag, a complete liar, like, I don't want to direct a dog pile on them. Now, the dog pile that I could direct on somebody else if I was irresponsible is tiny compared to what Shuan Head could do. So what Zan's saying is that a lot of people's names in the tweets that Shu showed got blurred, but that Demon Mama's name was left visible, and that, you know, Shu, like, doing that to a trans person was essentially her instigating a transphobic attack on Demon Mama, which if you know anything about Demon Mama, it's already been going on. Like ever since she got into that fight with Destiny, Demon Mama has been the target of transphobic trolls from the worst parts of the internet.
It's massively transphobic audience. Basically, probably got it the worst.
Yeah, I agree that was
and
fucked
I got it
up.
pretty bad.
I'll agree that's fucked up, but what does it have to do with me?
I mean, it seems as though that chatter, as well as quite a few other people, don't really like the idea of Shoanhead being normalized, platformed, and continuing to be given charitability here on the left. And
Like,
I've kind of gotten to that edge, and I feel like it is both a personal relationship betrayal and a somewhat betrayal of what we're supposed to be doing here.
So he's kind of speaking the unspoken, right? There's like an unspoken rule, for instance, not to acknowledge my existence, even if I make a criticism of somebody, right? On the off chance that that might make me more popular, because I am seen as like being beyond the fray. I'm seen as being somebody that attacked Demon Mama, even though like the truth of the matter is I got attacked by Demon Mama after the Dylan Burns thing. But Xander Hall, like, look, not platforming nocommentchick is a lot easier than non-platforming Shoanhead. Shoanhead has a bigger platform, I think, than Vaush. Am I right about that, chat? Can somebody check on that with me? Oh yeah, no, Zan's talking about this. Zan's the guy that re-normalized Lauren Southern, right? So yeah, a little bit of a hypocrisy. That was a long time ago, and I don't know if he said that that was a mistake or anything like that, but all of the simpery Xan did to rehab June's image and yeah, exactly. Her red wash her brown shirt. That's a great way to put it. Is really biting him in the ass. I feel like this is the the face eating leopard party, right? As long as they're eating somebody else's face, people tend to be okay with them. But when the leopard skin pillbox hat party, no, when the face-eating leopard party eats your face, then you feel like, wait a minute, that wasn't supposed to happen.
Lack of better phrasing, I guess.
Shu's second account is bigger than Vaush. Yeah, so it's a weird thing to talk about. Now, look, I am somebody who I am open to an argument of platforming a bit. I think you still can platform a bigger streamer. What do I mean by that? I mean that if you're like a leftist, right, and you're talking to Nick Fuentes or somebody like that, right? Obviously, he doesn't have access to your audience unless you give him that access, right? So I think there are situations, right? Lauren Southern's another example of this, right? Lauren Southern is larger creator than Xander Hall, but she's almost irrelevant by the time that Xander Hall talked to her, right? That's an instance where you really could say, yeah, there's an issue with platforming here. It's surprising to me, though, that Keffals doesn't immediately come back with that platforming Shoanhead. How could I possibly platform a social media entity that's like X number of times bigger than me?
In trying to advocate for good ideas and being a good person in this space.
Can I ask you a question, General?
Sure, Tipster.
Do you think it's reasonable in a space where multiple content creators and social media influencers interact with one another? Do you think it's reasonable to not expect there to be some kind of crossover with people that you associate with people that you might not particularly like? Do you think it's reasonable to expect that? Because I mean, if I'm being honest, like there's people that you associate with that I'm not super fond of, but I would never personally put you in a position where I've made you feel like you have to choose or anything like that. So I guess I'm just asking, do you think that
like in general, what Tipster's saying is good advice, right? In general, you don't want to be the one to make somebody choose. You want the other if you really don't like somebody and they're friends with your friends, right? It's better if they try to give the ultimatum to your friend rather than you giving the ultimatum to your friend. That being said, like there are probably some things that where there's an exception to that. Xan trashes the left all the time. He's a hypocrite. This is a huge
it's a reasonable expectation in a space like this.
Oh, is there? Oh, nice. There's a chat. I can post the screenshot of Shu with the Nazi dude. Cool. Yeah, anyway, yeah, so basically,
Danny Smith, you could say the same thing about Vaush, and they don't like Vaush either.
I have grown very, like, I guess the word for it would be black-pilled on, like, friendship.
You could simplify a lot of people and present them as unobjectionable, right? And that doesn't mean that, you know, you should stand those people.
Tips with content creators. I found that for the most part, most people are not really willing to like have principles or morals with this kind of thing if there's a lot to be gained from maintaining a friendship. A lot of people are saying that I'm like I'm hypocritical because I want to burn the bridge with Shoe on Head, but I won't with Vaush. I've almost burnt the bridge with Vaush multiple times over this. I nearly burnt the bridge with Vaush over this until his response to her was as brutal as it was. I was literally in the chat, like, I was in his Discord and in his chat saying, like, dude, this is a pathetic response. And most of his fans agreed at the time because everyone was waiting for him to actually, you know,
True, but Vaush sucks off the DNC way too hard. What about the State Department? Yeah, he also sucks them off.
Criticize her for once. Yeah, no, I've been pretty consistent on these things. And frankly, I'm consistent with applying it to myself. Keffals, if you'd ever reached out to me to say, hey, insert YouTuber that you're friends with or you talk to or you even retweet on Twitter or like react to the videos of on stream, they did this fucked up shit to me. I know that you're cool with them, and I know it wasn't to you and it doesn't affect you in any way, but it makes me really uncomfortable that you're still friends with them. I would be like, you know what? Fuck them. And I can even give an example of a time I did this. I won't say who the drama was with, but a friend, someone we both know, reached out to me and said that another person that I'd been retweeting and quote tweeting on Twitter, like positively, had engaged in a harassment campaign against her. And I had no idea
like,
about.
Danny, you accused me of oversimplifying earlier, of having no nuance, and you're kind of doing the same thing, right? That's a nuanceless take, right? LGBT ally, supportive of these things that that we all want, therefore good, right? Well, yeah, there's different gradations of good or bad. There's different gradations of agreement or disagreement. Like, for instance, like somebody like Vaush, who I disagree with, I wouldn't say I disagree with Vaush as much as I disagree with Ron DeSantis. Does that mean that Vaush is good because he's better than Ron DeSantis, or am I presenting it like an absurdly low bar for Vaush to cross by not being Ron DeSantis? Do you see what I mean? Like, if you want to talk about nuance, but then don't like roll over it with a steamroller. Come on, you're not Dio Brando here. What are you trying to Dio Brand me here? Are you trying to Dio Brando me? Are you about to say road roller da and throw that road roller down and expect my stand not to be able to hold it off?
This, I had no idea, and
Who do you think you're dealing with? Look, you made one problem. You made one mistake here, right? You pissed me off. That's
liked the person.
That's all I have to say.
Done this, but she sent me the evidence, and I was like, "Oh fuck!" And I immediately responded by unfollowing that person and blocking them, and no longer ever in any form giving them a platform or positive voice. I don't expect everybody to have that level of dedication to that, but it's a standard I apply for myself, and it's a standard that I like to have people meet for.
Look, do we need road rollers in chat? Do we need a road roller emote?
Because I would give the same for them, I guess, is the best way to put it.
So, Xan, this is a situation that happens to me quite frequently. For instance, Demon Mama, for a while, was planning a podcast, and
we need some road rollers.
And I'll just say their name. President Sunday was someone who had frequently slandered me, made up lies about me, made up positions I didn't actually hold, said that I stole money from my fans, and I didn't do anything with the fact that Demon Mama was friends with someone and was working with someone who, quite frankly, I hate. But
maybe I'm too sensitive. I don't know, but I feel like in this space, I mean, I've got a pretty healthy population of IRL friends, and when it comes to like the internet space, I find that things are so weird when it comes to friendships. It feels like it feels as though any moment some shit's gonna come along that's gonna force you into a position where you've got to either defend your friend or your friendship with that person, or like sacrifice it, and then your reputation might be on the line. Like recently, There was
Look, chat, as much as there's like this is a contentious chat today, and I hope everybody's still enjoying it, right? I don't ever want to make it so that you know, you're somebody, you know, so if somebody's really like you know, getting in the way of people's ability to enjoy the stream, that's when the mods should lower the ban hammer. But I will say that I do think that Danny Smith recognizes on some level, even if he's not willing to admit it, the sort of gradations of agreement or disagreement in the fact that, you know, Danny being like a more like you know, TJ amazing atheist, drunken peasants, DFF kind of aligned person, has a problem with some of Vaush's riding with Biden takes, right? So even though you agree with Vaush on, you know, some things, you don't agree with Vaush on that, and that's probably because you know more about Vaush's takes on those things than maybe somebody that's not, you know, in that orbit. Can you maybe grant that we might know a little bit more about the takes of some other content creators that and you know, have problems with them for reasons that you're just not aware of?
some bullshit drama that you faced, and I actually, this is like days ago. I might even have the video like up in a couple days.
Does that make sense?
You, where like it wasn't even leaked logs. It was just messages you'd posted in public in Discord about how you think people should probably have gender dysphoria if they're going to get irreversible bottom surgery or top surgery. And people were saying you were a trans med or a true scum for that. And I was like, guys, no, obviously we should be having, and I made a video.
Okay, so that's something that Xanderhall's get like right. That's he made a video about it, huh? So that he's gotten shit for this, right? Like in terms of people's identities, in terms of like the surgeries that they do or don't want to get, like the old school way of looking at that was that there needs to be a bar of like, you got to be this dysphoric, right? To claim this identity, to you know, to get this surgery, you gotta show some dysphoria. Otherwise, we're gonna gatekeep you, and that is a very dehumanizing, like medicalized way of viewing identity, right? Whereas my view is more like, you know, you are the only one inside your head, inside your body, inside your being, right? If I want to know who the real you is, I'm going to do better by asking you. The only way I know that is what you tell me, right? So rather than trying to gatekeep people or you know, establish some objective standard of something like identity is subjective, right? You literally can't get into my head. I can't get into yours until Elon invents and improves Neuralink, right? There's no way for you to experience what I'm experiencing. There's no way for me to experience what you're experiencing. And so like, I try to just kind of like let people be and take them at their word, because it makes more sense, because there's no way that I could ever dispute, like, you know, what they've got going on in their consciousness, right? I'm not privy to that. I can't see that. I don't know that, right? But here, you know, Xan and Keffals are kind of, even though they're disagreeing here, I guess there's like a little bit of a fist bump on the transmedicalism, right? Which isn't surprising given Keffals' history with Brianna Wu and you know, other transmedicalists. And with Xan, I'm a little bit surprised, but I don't know. I've always suspected that his pro-trans stands were a little skin deep here, but
Defending you for that. And a lot of people were mad, saying, no, she's a true scum, no, she's a true scum. And it's weird, because when you're a content creator, sometimes, no matter whether...
He's saying, like, I stepped in the doo-doo, I destroyed my brand, I broke my trust with a lot of trans people in my community, and I did it for you, Keffals! I did it for you! How could you ever be this much of a snake to stay friends with Shoe on Head after Shoe on Head turned back something Demon Mama said about her onto me and Demon Mama? How could you ever?
Or not your friends in the right or the wrong, and I think you were in the right. Like, I don't really think there was anything particularly disagreeable there. Sometimes you're put in this position where you've got to, like, sacrifice sometimes a substantial amount of your own livelihood to defend the idea or prospect of continuing to be friends with a person.
So I guess this is one redeemable feature of Xanderhall. Do you see what he's doing? He envisions friendships as being ride or die. And we all know that real life's more complicated than that. But, you know, on some level, you gotta respect that, I guess. I don't know, though. I don't think this is true about Xander. Like, he's presenting himself like this. I've seen him stab a lot of people in the back. I don't think he's as ride or die as he claims. I think he wants other people to be ride or die for him, and I don't see him being willing to really. I mean, he did really fuck himself over there, by defending Keffals' like weird take, by associating himself. But it doesn't actually. You know what? This all makes sense. Brianna Wu. That's the connecting thread, right? Brianna Wu is the connecting thread, right? She's pumping money into Xan's community, apparently. Maybe we can get President Sunday on to explain that, whether that's true or not, later. And you know, she's been very, very much up in Keffals' community before that. So, you know, maybe money changes people's minds on things.
It's happened to me before.
Is he
Like, I
gaslighting
lost
her?
tons of subs prior to burning the Shoe on Head bridge for defending Shoe on Head. And it's made my view of online friendship
Let me put it this way. He's not doing himself any favors.
really grim. And it's often that I'll have a chatter come in and try to start something, like what happened with me, and with me and you. And sometimes it's nothing, and I'm like, I got you. You're just trying to stir up drama. And sometimes it's something that's like genuinely, wow, I'm glad I saw this. This genuinely does hurt me, and I'm glad this was brought to my attention. And that's kind of how I felt after I saw that clip, because from my thought process, months and months ago, I'd explained to you what Shoe on Head and Demon Mama did. Or not Shoe on Head and Demon Mama. What Shoe on Head did to me and Demon Mama. And then that chatter criticized your positive platforming of Shoe on Head, which is also something I take issue with, by mentioning, arguably, vaguely, I'll agree, but vaguely mentioning what Shoe on Head did to me and Demon Mama, without mentioning our names. And then you responded antagonistically towards that person. So from my perspective, and I don't think this is what you meant, assume, like, I'm being very charitable, I don't think that's what you meant. From my perspective, what it looked like was, knowing what she had done to me and Demon Mama, you heard a chatter reference it, say, she will do this to you if you ever disagree with her. Why are you defending her? And your response was to call them terminally online, indicating that anybody
so that's
who...
his, like, that, I guess that's his best argument, right? Is that Shu is a snake, and even if you let her in, even if you give her access, because there is a level on which Shu, I wouldn't say by Keffals, I wouldn't say by Xander Hall, I wouldn't say by Demon Mama, but by Vaush, there is a level to which Shoe on Head was platformed. And what I mean by that, chat, is that Vaush allowed Shoe on Head kind of access to his audience, like gave, you know, the you know, all good, you know, Shoe on Head's changed, she's rehabilitated, she is not her old anti-SJW self thing, you know, sort of signal about her. And so in that way, yeah, you could say that she was platformed. But what Xan is saying is that she did this to me, she did this to Demon Mama, all right? You really, your interest is not to preserve your friendship with her because she's going to do it to you too, right? That's the argument that that Xander Hall is making, and I think that Keffals disagrees because she's slightly more, I don't know what you want to call it, conservative, right? Centrist. She's slightly more than Xan, right? Like I said, gradations. There's levels to these things, right? And Keffals is definitely in Destiny's territory, right? She's definitely you know, fighting with Destiny for that centrist lane. And so I don't think that Keffals is amenable to this argument. I don't think she's buying what Xander Hall is saying. He's saying, watch out, there's danger, right? She did this to me, she's going to do this to you too. And I think it's falling on deaf ears, basically.
And then there's one other dimension to that too, is that I don't see the radical left as penitent.
Wrong video. Okay. I don't know why that happens sometimes, but it does.
takes issue with what Shu did to me in Demon Mama has recognized the
Right.
pattern of how
so
she
the person
goes
didn't
against
mention either Shu or Demon Mama and was simply creating a position that someone that they do not know holds. And that was the problem. That's what I think is parasocial. When people treat content creators like they're all characters in a soap opera or something instead of actual people.
Parasociality is a phenomenon that's been studied since the 50s, as far as I know. Maybe it goes back further than that, but the medium that where it was first like talked about was on television, right? So if you're a boomer and you watch Walter Cronkite all of your life, every day, you know, 6 o'clock, you turn on the news, there's Walter Cronkite, he's going to tell you what's up. And you're seeing Walter Cronkite over and over and over again, kind of like you would see a friend. Maybe there's a friend that you hang out with every day, right? So when somebody starts to speak about Walter Cronkite as if there's somebody in their life, which does happen, less so, right, with television, maybe more so with interactive online media, especially with streams and streamers. Like that's where you really see parasociality, you know, kind of go next level, right? But that's what it is. It is you've got a one-way relationship. You watch Keffals, Keffals doesn't know who you are. You watch NCC, NCC sees you in chat, but she doesn't, know what your life is like or anything like that. But you see a lot of her, so you kind of feel like her. So maybe when you're talking to another friend, well, and you say, well, my friend told me blah 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 blah, right? Because it kind of feels like a friendship, even though it's an illusion of digital, transmission of images and sound and all the rest. And although I love you very much, obviously, I'm not aware of you in the same way that you're aware of me. Sorry to break the fourth wall, right? We don't usually do that. That's like a faux pas. You're supposed to, as a streamer, you're supposed to try to benefit from the parasocial relationship, but I want to keep it real, right? And I don't want anybody to, sort of fall into that, because it just happens without thinking, right? And I've had myself do it too. I've watched YouTubers, and really put a lot of stock in what they say and feel like I've learned a lot of good things from them. And then when I'm talking to another friend, I'm all like, well, my friend says blah, 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 blah. And I think back at that and I'm like, that's not really my friend. That's a YouTuber. I don't know this person. I don't actually know, whoever it is, right? But it, that's what parasociality is, right? And obviously, being confused like that and accidentally, speaking in a way, where you're indicating somebody's your friend when you don't really know them beyond what they do on stream is one thing. And then obviously there's other levels of parasociality, which are really disturbing, dangerous, threatening to the streamer, etc. Right? So yeah, no, Keffals is... What is Keffals talking about? What she's talking about, I guess, is like the opposite of parasociality, right? You look at streamers, you see them as soap opera characters that exist inside this box for your entertainment. And instead of like thinking that there's a two-way relationship when there's really a one-way relationship, you are thinking that they exist inside your internet box, inside your screen, and that what happens to them in real life doesn't really matter because you don't know them, because you don't have a real relationship. Yeah, she's kind of got it twisted here, I think. What's up, Lexical? Hate parasociality. The only way to beat parasociality is with clarity. Yeah, and it doesn't help that they have silly nicknames. True. But yeah, I think she's got it kind of mixed up. What's up, Sarah? That's why authenticity, it's such a desirable product in today's social media world. I mean, I try to be real with you at least, right? And I don't want anybody to, I don't know. I don't want anybody to I don't know, get... How do I explain this? Like, I think that parasociality is more often a danger to the viewer than it is to the streamer, to the content creator. At a very extreme level, yeah, like if somebody shows up at my house unannounced, like that's pretty dangerous for me potentially, right? but most of the time that's not how parasociality works. Most of the time, you know, it's more of a liability for viewers than it is for content creators, I think. You love my hair? Aw.
Sure, but I really don't think so. For example,
God, well, what I love is telling you that at the top of the hour there's an ad break. I think we're at the bottom of the hour here, and I think there's another ad break. It's not telling me though. Like, for some reason Twitch is doing a poor job, but correct me if I'm wrong, and somebody in chat who doesn't have a sub can tell me if this is true. We're at the bottom of the hour. That means there's an ad break. It's a 1 minute and 30-second ad break. It happens twice an hour. If you've been annoyed by seeing those, if you don't like seeing those, if you don't like the fact that you miss 1 minute and 30 seconds of content by getting sucked into that ad break, there is a way out. If you have a Prime, you can get out of it for free. You can put some money in my pocket. You can get us closer to the sub goal. And, you know, you can, you know, make this enterprise of me streaming more sustainable and make sure that I'm here more often, right? By using a Twitch Prime, costs you nothing, gets you out of the ad break. You can also pay for one for yourself. It is $5 on desktop, $6 on mobile, and if you're lucky, you might benefit from somebody else's generosity when people do occasionally gift subs, but you're more likely to see that happen once again if you're active in chat. Everyone who wrote in chat had a sub. If you don't have a sub, please correct me. Yeah, see what I'm saying? So if, yeah, people, you know, if you're more likely to be gifted a sub if you're active in chat. Also, thank you, Lexical, for the gift membership. Oh no, sorry, Soul Life. I'm sorry. Lexical's been racking them up today. Soul Life, thank you for the gift membership to WeTuba. I never know how to pronounce that chatter's name.
A lot of people talk about the harassment that you face, and they call it drama. They say, oh yeah, Keffals is in some drama right now. Meanwhile, you're getting death threats. People are trying to swat you and dox you and find your fucking address, right? And I hate it. I really hate when I hear that kind of stuff. I hate when people refer to stuff that isn't unironic, petty, nothing stuff online as drama. People do this with serious stuff all the time, and it really upsets me. Accusing somebody who is how much, I don't even know how many subs Shuanhead has, probably a few million, right? I've got almost 100,000 subs. I'm creeping my way up. Shuanhead has well, back then I had way less. Shuanhead's magnitude's larger than me, and her response to me...
Twitch chat is the less spicy chat for once.
...calling out her support of a conspiracy theory started by Nazis about how companies are trying to push gay LGBT groomer propaganda and normalization on people. I'm trying to post the screenshot of it. Do I have to down...
I'm gonna have to agree with Xan. That's the problem with what she was doing. He's got that right? He's got that right. But again, like, I have a lot less sympathy because what actually got him to turn against Shuanhead was the fact that Shuanhead attacked him. I don't think there's any high-minded purpose that Xan has in mind, you know, in standing up to Shuanhead. I think it's very much, you know, it's his own skin being in the game. And that's, you notice how he talks about drama now? It's like, you know, people call it drama, but when you're in the midst of it, when you're the target of it, when people are lying about you, it doesn't feel like just drama. And it kind of sucks when people are like, oh, that's just drama. I'm going to let that work itself out. Or the people eating popcorn, like, oh, drama, you know, right? It feels bad. It feels bad when you're the subject of that. Xan, you've made me the subject of that. You've straight up lied about me. You know that you lied about me. I know because you took the stream down. You never corrected yourself on it. You literally tried to burn me for clout, motherfucker. How does it feel, Xan? How does it feel? And I'll tell you, to me, it feels like Schadenfreude.
I think
a little bit of Schadenfreude here.
Where like the point of contention really is.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Destiny wrote a whole manifesto about me. He said some fucked up things about me. I don't care if you're his friend or if you ever want to get close to Destiny or anything like that, because it doesn't really affect me. You know?
Mm-hmm.
Like, the way that I see this entire space, basically, this is an office, you know? We all work together.
Yeah, exactly, Chat Alpha. Like, these people burn people for clicks all the fucking time. It's so weird to watch Xan get super precious about this. Also, Prismatic, thank you for the follow.
We're coworkers. We don't
That's why I'm your drama
all
mama.
have to like each other, but we do have to be able to work in the same environment.
Yeah, and that's kind
Sure.
of what I was alluding to earlier as well, is the fact that, this is a vast space with, several different creators from several different backgrounds, and there's tons of crossover between all these creators. So, like, there's going to be times
Oh
when
my god,
people you
let's go.
associate with either interact with or even develop friendships with people that you don't like. And, is it like a little bit uncomfortable at times when these things happen? Yeah, sure. But I mean, it's just part of being in this space. There is going to be crossover with
Oh
people.
my god, thank you, anti-corporatist. Thank you for becoming a member. Had to fire up your droid. Oh, so this is a problem. This is interesting. Apparently, iPhones don't play nice with YouTube memberships for some reason, which is weird.
That you associate with that you don't necessarily like. It constantly happens. And I think trying to
Yeah, the third guy, the moderator. Look, I gotta admit though, I've moderated some conversations before where I just like kind of dropped off the map and let the drama do its will, right? And that's where some of the spiciest clips on my channel have actually come from. The exchange between I think her name is Comrade Ellie and Senpai Chow that happened on my stream. Maybe some people would say I should have intervened in that before it got that contentious. But do a quiz on what?
I don't know, have these like requests of people not associating with people just because you have a personal issue with them. I just don't see it as reasonable. But that's just my personal take on it.
I
I
think
feel like I've. Oh, sorry.
no, Zan, like I feel like it's unreasonable to want to burn the bridge over this when all I did was simply react to some drama that she was in. But if you were to put out a video like putting out your case for why Shu was a piece of shit and here are all the ways that Shu has wronged you, and then I responded to that video attacking you and defending Shu, I feel like that'd be a completely different case because I've gone out of my way, I've gone to bat for you. And that's why this hurts so much that you were immediately willing to call me a snake and a dick rider when I've never said anything even half as mean about you publicly or privately for that matter.
I'll admit I definitely got a bit emotional because I felt very betrayed. And the reason why I immediately jumped to Twitter was because it felt as though you already knew about this. Like, it felt as though you had heard about this, you knew about it all, and basically didn't care.
I didn't think about this before, but it's kind of a weird thing. It's kind of a weird thing for Xan to be calling Keffals a dick rider, right? I mean, like I pointed out before, the weirdness of calling Keffals a shoe on head a dick rider. Xan, what do you call your special relationship with Vaush? And I mean special relationship in the sense of the United States and Great Britain, right? What do you call that? Of all the people to talk about dick riders, somebody that wouldn't even have a streaming career were it not for Vaush. It is strange to see that person turn around and call somebody else, quote unquote, a dick rider. I mean, I try not to use those terms, right? Because it's like, hey, what's wrong with being a dick rider, right? That's like fluffing. I don't know. He says Xander, he's a vassal of Vaush. Yeah, I'm confused. Why is dick rider an insult? Right? I used to think that people liked getting their dicks ridden. Is that not true?
That's how it felt.
Dick riders run the world. Yeah.
And that upset me. Like, I feel like if I told
Don't say dick rider like it's a bad thing.
my friend that somebody that they're also friends with did like a heinous thing to me, and then they continued going on like they didn't care, that would feel like pretty snaky behavior, wouldn't it? I do apologize for making the tweet. I jumped pretty quick, but like I don't feel like it was this awful, horrible thing that we couldn't have continued to work out in private after that point. I tried to.
Well, after
Is
you
it rode or ridden?
said what you said, I wasn't.
The past tense, huh?
I didn't know
Well,
if you were going to come at this in good faith.
I try to always be good faith. I never at any point in this wanted to be bad faith.
Yeah, anti-corporatist, that's kind of what I was getting at, right? It's common parlance, right? Especially on the internet. I've heard it forever of people that are friendly to a larger social media figure, and people hypothesize that it's because they want the benefit of clout from that, right? To term that as it's like a kind of weirdly turning like gay sex into a pejorative, which it's very much not.
Right?
There's nothing pejorative about gay sex.
Like I felt betrayed by somebody who I felt like was a friend of mine, because like,
although I will point out that like that dick riding is less of a anyway, sorry.
Open that when like we could
Been
hang
lost
out
in the
and
metaphor,
do
lost in the
shit.
sauce.
Like,
Chat.
yes,
Let's get
still
through
up.
this. Let's get through this, because I know you don't want to spend too much. We don't want to spend too much time on this.
Yeah, because you didn't respond to my messages asking to work it out in private, and then made a drama stream about it. Why would I take the tweet down?
You made the tweet 3 minutes after my first reply to you in DMs while you were still live on stream.
I don't think I'd seen your reply yet. And yes, I was live on stream. I saw it on stream and I reacted to it on stream.
Right, so
That's part of why. That's probably a good bit of why my reaction was as quick to drop as it was. I'm sure I would have been a little bit less heated had I been able to take a few more seconds. I'll admit that. But I don't think that my contention here, or my issue with what's happened, is all that unreasonable. I think that a lot of people, have a hard time understanding how rough it is getting mass amounts of harassment online, and that was my.
Okay, now I got writing in my head, and he's just said rough, and I'm just thinking of like, I'm a rough rider. I'm a rough rider, chat. I'm a rough. Right? Wait, no. Doesn't that have like a connection to colonialism somehow? Doesn't rough rider? Isn't like rough? Somebody help me out. Somebody with a degree in history help me out here.
My biggest like harassment campaign I'd ever received. So much so that I still receive the trickling in to this day, right? And it was from someone who I was previously friends with. And that's happened many times. Like the stuff.
Oh my
like what
God!
happened
Thank you, Zara. Yeah, Roosevelt. So you're talking about not FDR, but Teddy Roosevelt soldiers were called Rough Riders. U.S. colonization of Cuba before Batista.
a shoe on head. I burnt a lot of bridges, and a lot of them were burnt for good
DMX.
reasons.
Hell yeah.
Xan,
Yeah.
Xan, in the harassment campaign I was in, it escalated to the point where I had firearms pointed at me.
I understand.
And then I had streamers who were
Shit. I don't know if that's true. All right. I thought that was one of the things that got reported eventually. So the original story, right, was that when, and Keffals did, okay, so don't get me wrong here, right? Massive amount of real life harassment is something that Keffals, from all accounts, from everything I've seen, has like absolutely experienced, right? One of those incidents of harassment. It's like you get mints. Would you like a harassment? And you eat it and you're like, God damn it, it's a harassment. I don't need that. I want a regular mint, right? I want like when you have mints and you share them, but then everybody wants one, and then like everybody's hand is in there. Like you want to give a mint to one person, but then like a whole bunch of hands come in and grab a mint, and then the last hand is actually a dog's hand, and you're like, what is the dog doing? What is going on here? Anyway, sorry, the swatting, yeah, that 100% happened. All right, so, and I'm not making any definitive statements, but I was under the impression, so when it was first reported, right, the gun pointed at Keffals' head was part of the story, right? Later, the police report was released, which didn't include that, right? And you might say, well, cops are liars. Yeah, cops are often liars, right? But I thought that Keffals had confirmed that they came to her door, they came armed, but she wasn't like woken up at gunpoint. I thought we can check on that. We could do a fact check, right? But that's one of the things that, like, you know, if you misspeak or something and you imply something and people get the idea that you were in more danger than you actually were, but then you later correct it, you know, and say, actually, no, that, you know, gun wasn't, but like to hear her say that, right? I thought that was something that she had, police did, yeah. I don't want to diminish what happened to her at all. And like the people that did this to her, like from all accounts, the people that were obsessed with her were some of the worst people on the internet, right? That's why I was glad to find out that our friend, wait, is our friend still in chat? What is their name again? Something Smith. Oh my God, Agent Smith. Is Agent Smith still here? That's why I was glad to find out that Agent Smith did not know who Keffals was, right, and wasn't in here for anything like that. Because some of the Keffals haters originally were really, really bad people. I can't remember what their name is now. I totally forgot. They were all not even the bottom of the barrel below that. Wait, what? She wasn't, okay, so Zara's got the facts for me, maybe. She wasn't awakened at gunpoint, but police knocked on the door. Yeah, they were armed. Yeah, they were armed, but like, I thought that was one of the parts of the story that was debunked and that she later admitted to. Regardless, what happened to Danny Smith? Sorry, I was like, Dave Smith? I can't remember. I can't remember Agent Smith. He's missing in action for this one. Yeah, but I was glad to know that, you know, like, because, you know, it's like, yeah, I know who Keffals is, and like, you know, then you know that you're dealing with somebody that's, yeah. So like, as much as I don't like Keffals for completely different reasons, I have a lot of, you know, I've seen Keffals do a lot of bad things, right? The people, the internet obsessives that hate Keffals guts are like some of the scariest people. Oh, I did. Yeah, Mr. Anderson, aka Neo. There we go. We'll never forget you, chatter. I mean, I did, but also thank you, MIDI Doctors. Thank you for joining up and becoming a weird champ. You know, it's funny when people member up, I can actually see their avatars. Like usually the avatars are really small, and all I see, I'm like just vaguely can see them, but now I can see it, like it shows it to me bigger. Okay, so Zara's got some more. So she likely did have guns pointed at her, but people in the USA may not understand that Canada doesn't allow no-knock raids like the US does. So it wasn't a no-knock raid. Imagine imagery was quite different when many people picture the story. Okay, so I didn't want to jump to conclusions on that, but I just know that this is like, there's different versions of that story that have been told at different times, and I didn't want to either like let somebody get away with you know, changing the story of what actually happened, nor did I want to dispute you know, what actually happened without knowing that for sure. So that's good to know. Yeah, so during some of the process she might have had I guess we don't know for sure that she didn't have a gun pointed at her, although it wasn't a no-knock raid, right? And it wasn't, you know, the anyway. Does an LDS lore deep dive stream? Sandy is thinking about what, like a wait, what are the quizzes? MIDI Doctors, can you explain to me? What is a quiz? Are you talking about like it's like a poll, but you do a quiz? And like, I think I do have that option. So it'd be like if I know something and I'm not sure if chat knows, I go start a poll, start a Q&A. Oh no, you're talking about in community posts, right? Is that what you mean? Is Joseph Smith in YouTube chat? I don't think so. Maybe Brigham Young, but it's like a YouTube poll, but it's a quiz instead. Wait, I don't see that I have the ability to do that in YouTube chat. It's like a trivia night. Wait, so what would I do? I'd do like I get trivia questions and I'd have people vote on them, or would I like, I'm definitely open to this. We need to do something, especially like for the members, because I appreciate you members a lot. No knock warrants are effed up in the US. Yeah. So it wasn't a no-knock warrant, and you know, like my understanding is that she was like awakened maybe by her significant other rather than by the cops themselves. But you know, that being said, like it's a scary situation that she was put into, and I don't want to take away at all from that. I just like I know this had been a subject of controversy. This was part of the controversy on Keffals as to, you know, the initial reporting, the initial description of what happened to her turned out to not be completely true, and I think she clarified later. So I just wanted to make sure she wasn't going back on any of that clarification. Clarification. Oh my God. My friend Billy used to make trivia nights about the former U.S. president, so he would ask stuff. Who was the shortest president? Chat would have to give the answer. But wait, does chat like answer and like the first person to say the right answer wins, or does chat take a poll and I see like how much of chat is like knowledgeable about this subject? But yeah, either way, welcome to the Weird Champs, Mini Doctors. That's a good. I'm open to that idea. That sounds like fun.
Are saying that that was a lie and it never happened, who are making hundreds of thousands of views off the situation. And I'm still friendly with the streamers who are friends with him, you know? That
Sure.
situation
Yeah, like,
is far worse. I don't know why you're not willing to
Yeah, I just want to let you know if we're getting into a question, like a controversial, the question that's been a controversy. And as far as this, I don't know. I've heard various descriptions of what happened.
extend grace to someone who's had your back and who has been by your side.
Yeah, Yolkio says it's like a community post. I know that, yeah. So on community posts, I can do a poll or I can do a quiz. I have seen those, but I think MIDI Doctors is talking about like a streaming event.
Because I definitely went to bat for you through all the Sasha stuff.
I definitely appreciate that, but like,
so who is Sasha? I went to bat with you through all the Sasha stuff. This was a friend of Keffals, somebody who is part of Keffals' Mean Girl group chat on Twitter. So if you don't know, Keffals used to have a group chat that she would invite people she trusted into, and they would just kind of like dish on people on Twitter and who knows what else, right? So this is like, you know, kind of like the inner circle, the inner Keffals circle is what the group chat was. Sasha, aka Mommy Big D, and you can guess what D stands for, was a member of that group chat, was a friend of Keffals, and you know, like, I don't know what to call it other than just they were going around doing mean girl stuff, right? They were going around doing mean girl stuff, but at some point they had a falling out, and this Sasha person started to expose thing. I can't even remember what it was, but it like started to talk about Keffals, started to expose, you know, things that Keffals would have rather stayed private. And then Keffals goes onto her subreddit and says, okay, get me dirt, somebody get me dirt on Mommy Big D. Like, right, like we're gonna like, so in other words, like she's doing similar stuff to what Kiwi Farms, which, you know, was the organization that harassed or at least was part of the harassment against Keffals, you know, did for a long time. And you know, that was when she like left the internet, right? And so, you know, this is now I don't think that Mommy Big D or Sasha is necessarily like a good person. From what I can tell, there was, you know, she was in that Mean Girls chat, and I can't adjudicate the conflict between Keffals and Mommy Big D. I don't know, honestly, but I do know that it sounded like she was targeting harassment against this person. And then when Keffals came back, she did an expose on some stuff that that Sasha had done. And I think Xander Hall must have like reported on it, or reported. Like I'm giving him journals cred. No, he must have talked about it. I think Xander Hall talked about it, and Sasha, aka Mommy Big D, threatened to take Xander Hall to court. Maybe even did take, yeah, I think did actually take Xander Hall to court, and Keffals did a fundraiser to help Xan hire. Okay, so Yolkio's got it for me. Mommy Big D outed Keffals as a problem for outed the drug use. I thought that was somebody else. I remember there's like a Twitter account that that brought that up and was out of like concern for Keffals' state, state of being. I don't know. Guess what the D stands for, right? From what I know, Sasha did tell me in IG DMs about taking legal action, yeah, against Xanderhall, right? I don't. Do you know anything more about what it's from? Again, chat. Like, I'm not super steeped in this controversy. This is like a minor little niche drama, but I know that there was legal action from the Sasha person against Xanderhall for I think covering the stuff that Keffals exposed of like Sasha doing in response to the falling out that they had, right? So this is just messy. This is just messy. They're both kind of, exposing each other. Xanderhall got caught in the crossfire, and apparently Keffals was at least there to raise funds for Xanderhall's legal defense. And I think that his legal action in England would mean Xanderhall would have to prove that he did not defame Sasha. I don't know where the legal action took place, but I do know that what Keffals is talking about is raising money for Xanderhall's legal defense. So Xanderhall went to bat for Keffals, got in trouble with this person, maybe got, some kind of a defamation case, and Keffals helped out with the legal cost through holding a fundraiser. That's what we're talking about. I think she was also looking to take action against Keffals.
I don't feel like something that, maybe I just think about it as more severe, but like, I mean, because of Shoe on Head, I get constantly called a pedo and death threats. I'm pretty upset about it. I can't really like let that go and like grit my teeth and bear it. And the fact that she like actively planned on making a video to try to take me down and like stopped because I found out she was doing it, because it relied on like dropping a video by surprise and not giving me time to respond. Like, it was an active attempt at like career assassination, obviously. She called it the Slander Hall video, but I know you tried to defend that as calling me Slander Hall. I don't know. I think that's like, I personally wouldn't be able to feel comfortable with like hanging out with you or trusting you with stuff. Like, that's a big part of it. Like, at a certain point, like, okay, but this person's also friends with someone who hates me and wants to see my career end. Can I really trust this person with anything? Like,
Chat,
like
I need to
anything?
pee so bad, but like
Like, can I be friends with somebody who is also friends with someone who wants to see me burn? Like, what if she decides that she's more friends with Shu one day? You understand how that?
I know
like,
that if I miss
how that
anything,
thought process is, right?
like if I leave
don't
right now, I'm
feel
gonna
like
miss
it's
something.
that crazy, but I understand
We need to get through this.
that if you're not someone who really feels that way, why it
If
might
you want to
seem
come
that
on,
I'm
Zara.
just jumping the gun. I think people have a tendency to dehumanize content creators a bit too much. People are telling me like touch grass and stuff, and it's like, dog.
Look, I mean, you're right. You're right. People do, especially other streamers, dehumanize streamers too much, and the signal boosting rumors, signal boosting lies, trying to get dirt on people, like Keffals was, trying to get dirt on people in her subreddit, right? All that stuff.
Meow?
Don't do online. Hey Zara, what's up? Now, one thing I will tell you, right, is that, since people are interested in this whole question of this legal case that we have here, is if you answer any legal questions or any questions about that case, anything to do with the Keffals, the swatting, or with Sasha / MBD or anything like that, just remember that, you're not making any legal claims, and that all things that you are saying are your opinion, and not necessarily anything that you're stating as a fact. But I just wanted to make sure.
I was
that.
very
Oh God, I
excited
don't have to tell you that stuff.
because on Twitch and YouTube, we are not lawyers, and we are not providing legal counsel or legal advice. Anyway, we are more
We're
than
not
happy
lawyers.
to discuss.
We're not doctors, right?
Yeah,
Everything that we
we're
say
not
should be
doctors
taken
or
with a
lawyers.
grain of salt. Everything is our opinion. Everything is under the rubric of allegedly, right? Allegedly is the magic word, and it's important that we don't, transmit anything that we're not certain of as facts. and you're always the one to remind me of it. So this time, I reminded you of it, forgetting that you know all about this stuff. Of
No, it's
course.
okay. I'm so glad for the reminder. Go pee,
Okay, I'm
girl.
gonna go pee, girl, and you're gonna talk to Zara about
I'm gonna
any number
just
of
see what
things,
chat's
right?
saying.
Yeah,
I feel
just see,
like
go with
chat
chat.
has
I don't
things to
know. They
say.
might have some good questions for you. All right.
So like, all right, so I'm looking here and I'm like, is this when Xander Hall had his money stolen? I don't believe that that is part of the timeline. I believe that Xander Hall having his money issues going down took place long before there was an issue with the, him and Keffals person wanting to file suit or talk of such a thing. Um, Also, welcome back, B Cat. Yay, you use the baby oil? I never say touch grass. I always say touch ass because honestly, a lot of people just need to get laid, you know? I think a lot of people that would be good for them. Um, it's hard to think of how it would be bad for someone unless they would rather do something else. And in that case, there are candles and bubble baths. There are puppies and kittens. There is food that is delicious. There are walks indoors and out that can be pleasant. Um, Go piss, girl. Hell yeah, it's ridiculous. Congress should ban them. Oh my god. Hey guys, I'm multitasking between here and Lance. I'm feeling a little bit better. I felt like shit this morning and stayed home from work today. I'm so sorry to hear that. Like my Hanukkah tamales right now. Well, Shakespeare, who can say that Hanukkah tamales are not a gift? Zara ASMR channel when? I don't know. I don't know if I'm confident enough to do an ASMR channel. All I ever do is talk. Like, I don't know. Would people watch that? I don't know. Maybe if I could get Irene on the ASMR channel, we could do like real tag team stereo where I come through on the left channel and Irene comes through on the right channel. Is Xander Hall a Nephilim, Sarah? You know, uh, I think that he definitely shows many signs of clownery, but I can't say for sure whether he's a Nephilim or not because I still have like a ton of research to do on all of the criteria to determine this. Yeah, apparently it's more than just clownery. Zara, your voice would make hell of an ASMR channel. Oh, thank you, B Cat. Your voice is so relaxing. Oh, I'm not trying to put you to sleep, Autumn Leaves. Oh my god, this is a great idea. I totally watched that, Zara. Binaural cat. That's it. That's it. That's it. That's perfect. Binaural cats. Zan has mummy issues. You know, I feel like it's almost like not worth going into like the personal issues he might have with like his family or like partners or things like that when like he's got so much mess on the table right now that like I don't know, like he's definitely done some terrible things and he's really impulsive, like incredibly impulsive. No. Um Your voice really is the most soothing. Oh, thank you so much, Mage. No, you. Um, Buffy, I see you laughing about the Nephilim. You know what's up. You know what's up with that. Um, I think that it's very interesting to see. Wait, who said mommy issues were a problem? I say it's an opportunity. Well, Paul Squall, I think that when you're critiquing like online personalities, like there are some things that should stay off limits or off the table until they invoke them themselves. Um, I think that it's better for people to like focus on the things that he said and done and not so much like life or personal issues. Boobs. I was watching Lance live, but then I switched to this because there wasn't really any engagement. But both of the two, Lance would be the Surf Times Raid incoming, one that I would usually watch live because he talks faster, so I can't speed through the minutes 2 times, you know? Christy's going to be sad she missed a live with a Zero feature. Surf's mini raid incoming. Welcome, mini raid Surfs. You activated my daddy card. Is he still with PayPal National Bank?
Oh no.
You know, I could see a lot of people being with PayPal. I just say it's more rare for people to exclusively bank with PayPal, but I'm sure some people have their reasons. However, you know, um, that is in the past. I'm sure he has at least a credit union account by now somewhere. Um, everyone was here. What does everyone was here mean? Are they still here? Sound off, chat. I see that you're back, Irene. Welcome back.
We are back indeed. And yeah, Zara's like, I agree with you on other streamers' personal lives. I like to keep those personal. And like, I understand the impulse, especially when somebody's done a lot of bad things. Zan's done a lot of bad things to me, right? Zan absolutely, he's calling Keffals a snake. He was a snake to me, right? And he's been a snake to a lot of people. There's probably even some people in chat that have, been on the other end of some Xander Hall harassment, but that's no reason to like not respect those boundaries. That's a difference between my stream, streamers like Zara and other people out there, is that like we don't necessarily go for the jugular when the jugular is on the opposite side of the glass of somebody's personal life, right? Just like not something that we need to do. So but yeah,
I
welcome
see.
back everybody, and also welcome back Twitch. I see that you just got you got another ad break that I was not there to warn you about when it happened, but it happened anyway. If you are one of those people that got sucked away in that ad break and maybe missed out some awesome cat chat with Zara, you can get out of that ad break with a Twitch Prime sub. You can get out of that ad break by paying $5 to Twitch on desktop, $6 on mobile. Or if you're lucky enough, you might just be able to get out of that ad break through the generous gifts of somebody gifting subs, although that kind of thing more likely to happen if you're active in chat. I think somebody even said that earlier. There's nobody in chat that they see without a gift sub. So better luck when you're active in chat.
No, there's no good
welcome
reasons.
everybody.
I only watched Lance on Leftist Mafia. I saw on the Saturday stream that you got invited to be on the letter hack. What's going on? Let's go, Army.
Wait, is somebody saying?
I
Are
just
you
wanted
saying
to
that,
catch.
or oh, you're reading chat? Sorry.
I'm reading. I wanted to get caught up on chat real quick. 60 viewers, please consensually nuzzle the thumbs up button. Make sure you hit that like. I'll say it nice and slow for you if you really want. While we practice for our binaural cat chat. But like, please smooch that like button, please.
We should
Everyone
get those
here
fuzzy
was
things.
responsible.
Do you have one of those fuzzy things for your mic, Sarah?
I need fuzzy things for my mic. Like, I feel like that would make the mic sound nicer. Cause like I don't know. It's really fun if I get the fuzzy things and they like prickle up against my face when I talk. That would be like really. That would feel good, right? Would that feel good? Like a fuzzy, furry like cover for your microphone. Anyway, I was very excited that that there was a surf raid.
Little mini raid
in
from Lance.
YouTube.
Thank you so much, and
I
thank
know.
you chatters. Welcome into the chat. Yeah, we're in the middle of dealing. Yeah, if you're in here from the surfs, you probably know about Xander Hall. You know how he likes to start up drama. This is maybe a little bit more of that from what I can tell. I don't think Keffals is completely guiltless here because we're talking about shoe on head. And honestly, like, why stand shoe in the first place, right? If you're a intersectional leftist, right, it should be really obvious to you, what's wrong with shoe on head and her content. But these are people that I guess are victims of the leopard eating face party. The leopard eating face party? No, the face eating leopard party. I'm sorry, I scratched that, reverse it, right? Their shoe is fine as long as she's eating somebody else's face, but when she eats your face, it doesn't feel good, right? It's not nice to get your face eaten by the face eating leopard party, and Xander Hall and Demon Mama found that out the hard way, and he's trying to convince Keffals of the same thing. Now look, there's a lot I have to say, like, about shoe on head, but in this case, this is some shit that Xander Hall and Demon Mama started up with shoe on head. In terms of where it got nasty, in terms of where it got, borderline defamatory, it was them that fired first, despite, Shoe on Head being a sussy baka herself, right? So I can't really feel that much, sympathy. Like I said, I've been attacked by Xander Hall. Lance has been attacked by Xander Hall. And so there's like a little bit of Schadenfreude here, but, still a recognition that at the end of the day, these are streamers, but they're all human beings, including myself, including Xander Hall, including Keffals and Shoe on Head and everybody else. So, we're going to leave, like, there's sort of a certain line that I don't want to go beyond when it comes to people's personal life and stuff like that. So if we could keep that kind of speculation to a minimum in the chat, that would mean a lot to me. And like you said, Zara, hitting that like button also means a lot to me. It's more powerful than people realize. People don't realize how much YouTube responds to the amount of likes, the amount of comments. That's all engagement. That shows that you care about what you're watching. You're not just like mindlessly watching it, right? And it helps me out more than you could imagine. Sam Cedar Army is here. What do you think about
Oh,
Zara?
wow.
Chat, like we've been talking about doing a podcast, haven't we? And like
I
trying to
think it
figure
would
out
be
how it might
wonderful.
happen. I'm
I mean,
kind of.
I would
Go ahead.
be so excited to do a podcast. I feel like it's great energy. I feel like people could have some very fun conversations to listen to. It's all pretty wild. I didn't mean to jump over top of it while you were saying it.
No, I mean it could be very, very wholesome, and like I think we're both inspired by creators like Kaylin Conrad, who and the leftist cooks, right? If you watch videos, if you watch creators like that, you know that there are different ways to create videos than the just like let's dive right into it, right? You don't necessarily have to dive right into it. Sometimes you can enjoy the process of getting there, and I feel like that's the kind of thing that we could definitely offer to the chat.
Yeah.
If we ever get
See,
it together to make that happen.
I bet chat could probably convince us to do it. What if we did it where, like we had some sort of goal or competition for chat? And if they can get to that goal, then we'll have to do an episode. Like a pilot just for them. What if we just did a pilot?
Wait, a pilot?
Chat.
Like
Yeah,
so,
like a
pilot
podcast
season?
pilot.
Like pilot season?
Like a first episode of the podcast, but it's for chat. It's just for the community. Maybe like a secret drop.
Oh, like a like members getting access to that sort of thing before other people, maybe even.
Right. So like we could drop that and then have the new year start out with the podcast
That's
for
pretty good
everybody
timing.
after
That's about how
everybody
long it would
gets
take to
hold of
get
it
something
early.
like this going to get it to get it all the details hammered out. That's a pretty good timeline, I'd say. That could be a really cool. So as you know, or you may not know, right? I always do a year in review, or sometimes like 3 year in review streams because a lot happens during a year, and it's hard for me to cover it all, and catch you up on all of that. But I always do something like that. But yeah, something that like comes out during the new year, right? Because I get the year in review done before the new year, and then release something on that day that you can enjoy at your leisure. Kind of like a longer stream, a very wholesome stream. I don't know, maybe some aspects of ASMR, maybe not.
Ooh,
But yeah.
I have an idea. What if there were call-ins where chat could
Oh my
call
god, you
and
scared
leave
me.
a voice?
You scared me so bad when you said Collins.
No. What if we had call-ins where chat could call and leave a message, and we would answer the message and respond to it on the podcast for like a little short segment? Would that be fun?
Are we
Would
still
other
here?
people be down for
100%.
that?
Yeah.
I'm still here. Can anyone hear me? Am I muted?
We're just taking a little break. This is taking longer to get through than I thought. That being said, we're not gonna there is more of this Xander Hall like Keffals stuff on Xander Hall's side of the streaming thing. I don't know if we're gonna cover that though, because we really do need to get to Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Soave. I think that exchange actually it's kind of inspiring. It's kind of inspiring to see Brianna Joy Gray just expertly debate against libertarian IDF fan like Robbie Soave.
Well, let me let you get back to like diving into the content. I'll be happy to fact check anything that I'm familiar enough with. Let's see. It's weird feeling like I'm taking like the high road, considering the last time I thought about Xan, he was talking shit about me while he was watching a Keffals video. So
Oh shit. So like yeah, so what Sarah's talking about is Keffel, was this when Keffels brought up like something that you'd said on Discord and then
Keffals had some sort of like weird. She thought she had a gotcha during her like
the
during
most
her
innocuous
debate with
thing in the
Holly,
world is what Zara said. And
as if
somehow
she was
Keffels
like
tries to turn this into like, oh, I guess Zara is like anti what femboy or something like that, anti gender
uh,
non-conforming.
anti anti GNC people for some reason. I don't know.
Super weird, super weird.
It was a super weird gotcha. Like
But
it
that's what she does. She's a bully,
it didn't
right? So
land.
so so nobody really comes out of the situation clean. I mean, Keffels is an absolute bully. Like trying to attack a streamer at the very inception of her career, I think is doing somebody dirty. You know, we talked before about like even Shoe on Head was deleting what was obscuring most of the names when she responded to what Xan and Demon Mama said. Demon Mama was the name that didn't get obscured, since Demon Mama was one that made the weird accusation about Shu. But yeah, like Keffels has no compunction about that. Like, right? She just wants to burn. Like I don't know, burn her enemies or perceived enemies to the ground. Attack smaller streamers before they can
I guess
even
it's
get
just
their
business to her. Like she said to
the cost of
Xandercall
doing
earlier,
business. Yeah.
we're like coworkers in an office, and and to her it's all
I
business.
keep hearing
I
that.
think
I
it's
heard that
funny
from
that
Chud Logic the other day. Yeah, the Chud Logic actually said that on his stream, going over the same thing, that we're all co-workers at the end of the day. Maybe that's where I ran afoul, right? Because I thought that I was here for something meaningful, right? I thought this was more than just the office water cooler. I thought that when we say trans rights, we actually mean something, right? I thought that when we talk about people's liberatory struggle, that we actually care about people's liberatory struggle. But apparently, it's all just the cost of doing business to these people. So, oh well. Well, yeah, thank you so much, Zara, for filling in for me while I go pee girl, and you made it possible for me to go pee girl. Everybody, check out, give Zara a follow on YouTube and also on Twitch, right? Same name on Twitch. Did you leave already? Okay. Anyway, follow Zara Zarax.
I barely post on Twitter compared to how much other content creators do. I'm basically always touching grass. The reason why I come into this space and I get so upset about this shit is because I'm not used to the kind of shit that goes down online.
I find that
feel
weird
like it's
because
very...
you've been at this longer than I have.
Yeah, but I don't... Like, I stream and I hop on Twitter every once in a while, but mostly I'm just, like, hanging out with my friends. Or, like, maybe I'll watch, like, YouTube and movies and stuff. I don't really spend a lot of time engaging online when I don't have to. I try not to, at least, especially after I got banned from Twitter and I got exposed to how fucking nice it is to not be on there. But yeah, I mean, I don't know. It just feels as though it almost feels more terminally online to say you have to look past.
We got to get through this. This has got to be.
If I feel like if I
need to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Real life friend, and one of them accused falsely my other real life friend.
We got some femboys in chat
of being a pedophile, an attempt, or like being a pedo enabler, in an attempt to retaliatorily like spread misinfo and rumors about them to destroy them. I feel like I would be under a moral obligation to pick at that point. Like, there's no way I would feel that I could continue being friends with both of them. Clearly, somebody was in the wrong in all of this.
Okay, that's not my alert. That's Keffals' alert. Right? That's what happens when a Twitch streamer leaves their charity event on, and it makes that sound, I guess. You're building a desk. Wait, a standing desk, Monope?
And I don't want to be associated with the person who is in the wrong. And that's just how I go about things.
Right. I don't think that it's a.
Femboy and butch girl love is superior.
I'm just confused. I'm confused by the whole thing. Because if this
Yeah,
was a situation,
I don't think.
Here comes Tipster again. Sorry, Tipster, but I feel like you haven't really been moderating the conversation very much.
I'm very
I don't think
familiar.
anybody has a problem with the way that you feel about Shu. Like, she did you dirty. I mean,
This is why Keffals can't go piss girl, right? When I need to go piss girl, like Zara is there, but I think Tipster would just sit there idle. Tipster would be like playing a video game while Keffals tried to pee.
everybody in this call has faced like harassment campaigns and been
He just got high and listened. That's the kind of moderator I used to be.
under attack
But I've
by
learned.
larger creators. It's happened
I've grown. I've changed, chat.
to all of us, so we can definitely empathize with the way you feel about Shu.
No, there was one debate that I quote unquote moderated when I was literally just bitch eating crackers.
I just don't think. I just don't think pulling a guilt by association with Keffals. I don't think that's the move. But that's just how I feel about it.
I don't know. I just think it's funny that I got like literally years of harassment for being friends with Shu on Head, and then when I finally like called her out because what she was doing was so clearly a pattern that not even I, after years of being friends with her, could make excuses for it anymore. Now I get shit for holding other people to that same standard. I think that aspect of it's a little funny too. But like, yeah.
But Xan, if you look at it another way, right? You, Vaush, the whole network benefited from the perception of friendliness with Shu on Head until Shu on Head became a brand risk, right? You didn't have any problem. You assured us. I'm sorry, when I say you, I mean like the Vaush Network, like writ large, right? But you know, really through your friendship with Shu, you know, through your association with Shu, right? You're giving people the signal that whatever kind of right-wing shit she did back in the day, she's changed, she's grown, she's different now, right? She didn't even take down her videos. She continues to make money from like the fucking, you know, anti-SJW cringe content, which a lot of times just amounts to bullying a smaller account. And yeah, you had no problem as long as the leopard eating the face eating leopard party was eating other people's faces. Shark Zero is also part of the Vaush Network. That's another streamer who needs to be investigated. I don't know about that. I feel like Shark was one of these people that was on the anti-NCC train back in the day, right? Until that shit got discredited and they all backed away from it like Homer Simpson into the bushes.
Yeah, no, I genuinely do feel betrayed, and
no, like Shark was a friend of mine back in the day. Like, you know, talk about fucking betrayal, right? And then we caught him literally lying about Bad Empanada. And look, I get it. Bad Empanada can be an absolute jerk, right? He is not an easy person to get along with. But I don't know what, like, accusing him of moving to a different country to escape a sex crime. I don't think that's the answer either, Shark. That was when that was another.
Could never trust somebody who continued being friends with somebody who is.
I can't admit that SJWs are cringe. Well, first of all, Danny Smith, and I'm glad you're back. What is an SJW? What is wokeness? Please explain wokeness to me, because I don't think we can properly understand SJWs without understanding their dark magic of wokeness and what the danger really is. So I would love for you to expound upon that.
It's that willing to try to take me down.
Vaush is still friends.
You're coming at me with these weird, like, hyper online terms from 2015. Please explain. Please explain.
With Shu.
And disagrees with what she did so much.
We got some entertainment back in chat.
Called her a stupid bitch multiple times in the video, refuses to platform her, talk about her positively publicly at all, like literally only maintains like friendliness contact through like.
And this is some cope too, right? Like this whole thing about like Keffals hasn't distanced herself from Shu when Vaush hasn't really done it, but the truth of the matter is Xander Hall knows what side of the bread his bread is buttered on, right? Xander Hall knows where his clout is coming from. He knows where his career came from. And of course, he's going to give Vaush like a wider berth than he does to Keffals.
DMs probably. I don't think they hang out in real
So
life.
wait, it's actually better for you that
Wokeness is a nonsense word. True.
Vaush got pushed
That's the best thing you've said so far.
by his audience to only have it as a private
Pushed
friendship.
by his audience. I talked to him about what she did, and he agreed it was fucking awful.
So do you think that Keffals agrees that
Vaush
what
is
she
stubborn.
did to you
He
was
doesn't-
okay?
It really does seem that way, yeah.
What? I never said that. That's not true.
Well, I mean, you said that she like reached out and wanted to apologize because she's genuinely sorry about pedo-jacketing the trans community. Then after that,
she
she
didn't
pedo-jacketed me for calling out her pedo-jacketing the trans
She
community.
didn't pedo jacket the trans community. That is a
Oh,
very broad
can-
generalization.
Can you make it so I can post the screenshots in this chat, please? Because I can't post them right now for some reason. Can you make it so I can?
in the case? Hold on a second. What is the screenshot?
So the first one is her responding to a neo-Nazi
At first I thought she was like, what is a screenshot? What does that mean? I don't know. I don't know how technology works, Xan. I'm not sure if I can help you here.
named Pedro Gonzalez, who they're like big oomfies.
So Xan has apparently got receipts.
They talk all the time. He is a pro Proud Boys, like he's like you know that Wojak
Danny Smith, can you help us out here? Pedro Gonzalez. Who is Pedro Gonzalez?
meme where it's like the Hispanic guy saying
You're
"Go
so late to
Hispanic
the
guy,
party.
get out of
That's
our
okay. We love
country.
you anyway.
You don't belong here or whatever. Like, he's like one of those dudes. He's like he's a Nazi dude. And here, let me see if I can just bring up the what he tweeted, quote tweeting Libertarian Party of Texas. They said, "Is this really your only defense when libertarians call you out? You seem really obsessed." He quote tweets it, Pedro L. Gonzalez saying, "Totally unsurprising that the Libertarian Party's response here is, what's all the fuss about pedophilia? Taking bets on how long before the party does map outreach explicitly." If you reply, this guy's a neo-Nazi, by the way. He doesn't like libertarians because he is authoritarian, right?
So, like, again, like, I don't know. I don't know how to judge this. Keffals is not giving Xander Hall whatever permissions he needs to post that. I don't know if he's trying to post it into, so it would make sense, right, to maybe post it into Keffals Discord, right, if you want, you know, to show a receipt, right, to the audience, right. Maybe she's letting him post it in. Did anybody see Xander Hall post it? So this is Keffals website chat. Oh my god. What is up? Anyway, sorry chat, something just distracted me. We don't have Danny Smith. Do you know who Pedro Gonzalez is? Do you know what Xander Hall's talking about? Oh god, I'm giving you I've asked you too many questions, haven't I? It's my fault. It's my fault, Danny Smith. And you're still on the time delay too. People that are perpetually looking for things to be offended by, to the point. Look, I don't have to look for things to be offended by. I don't know what kind of nexus of privilege you exist at, right? But if you're from my standpoint, there's enough bullshit to go around. You don't know who Pedro is. Yeah, see, I don't know this person either. I think that maybe, because I've heard people, is it like Danny Smith, is this maybe Shu's like boyfriend? Because I know that like people have brought up Shu's boyfriend. Like in general, I don't like to bring up like, you know, people's real life stuff, boyfriend, girlfriend, family, like, you know, medical emergencies, you know, struggles. Like I like to leave that, you know, if we can, like, you know, offline. But I know that people have had some things to say about Shu's boyfriend. Is a trad cat? Is that who we're talking about? Because, like, I mean, either, and I don't even know. I don't know if, like, what Xan is saying, you know, it sounds kind of ridiculous. Also, though, Keffals is in no hurry to, like, you know, let him post his receipts. Like, he's not going to get to post anything on her stream. Right? She's already had something go really bad with recently with Karl Max. She's not about to you know, take the chance that Xander Hall might actually have some kind of receipts, but I don't know. It sounds like more guilt by association. I can't tell. Oh no. We opened a can of worms, didn't we, with the with the woke SJWs.
Replies, why are you, as a father, so obsessed with the concerning growth and normalization of pedophilia? Where is this concerning growing normalization of pedophilia that she's talking about?
Ooh, Christy Z, is this happening right now? SCOTUS considering granting or denying Trump's claim of presidential immunity? Yo, that's so bad. That's so... I don't know if that case is, like, before them or, like, likely to be before them, right? But here's what this would do, right? If SCOTUS said, and, like, look, Nixon has asserted this, has asserted a presidential immunity, that the president, because the president is doing something, it is therefore not a crime. But if they were to give Trump what he wants, this would, check this out. Check out what could happen. Okay? The president could take office and literally do what Trump said, shoot somebody on Fifth Avenue. And because it was the president doing it, that shooting, that homicide, is not a crime. Nothing happens to the president, right? Congress might have a problem. Congress might, Pedro Gonzalez is followed by, some kind of tradcath, but is this like Shu's boyfriend? Like, why is Pedro Gonzalez connected to Shu? Is this real? Is this real, or is Xan onto something, or is Xan just like, I can't tell. But yeah, so yeah, this would that kind of presidential immunity would be ridiculous for the Supreme Court to grant to the president. Right now, check this out though. This is even worse. This is even worse, right? The vice president someday could walk into the Oval Office, shoot the president, become president, and assert immunity. Right? Like, we could literally turn it into, like, Trump wants to be king. He talks about being king. His supporters want a king, right? They could literally do this, like where it's like literally like the Highlander. Like, the president is now the Highland. Like, you know, it's like, you know, there could only be one. Pence comes in and he's like, with a sword. Trump's got like an old-fashioned gun. Like, this could get really messy really fast. I don't know if we want to do this. And I don't know how bad the Supreme Court is at this point. Woke Scold Tankies. Yeah, Woke Scold, Tenderqueer, Tanky. I think the mods are the mods cock blocking you? I'm sorry.
Like, because I'm pretty sure, especially because the tweets that were happening at this time that I was responding to, the person I responded to, Pedro Gonzalez, was talking about the Balenciaga thing. This was during the gay groomer Balenciaga discourse. That's what I called out, is her responding to a Nazi.
But do we have a sense of what the connection between Shu and this Pedro Gonzalez person is? So I'm getting from Shakespeare, they're like a tradcath. So if you don't know, this version of the I want to say this right, that I'm not saying bad things about people that are Catholic, right? You know, I would not do that, right? It's a branch of a Catholicism that I think diverted from the rest of Catholicism during Vatican II, was it? So if you don't know, the Catholic Church used to have a very, like, anti-Semitic like belief, right? It was called blood guilt, right? It was holding Jewish people responsible for what happened to Jesus, right? It's a really disturbing doctrine that they had. I think at Vatican II they got rid of that because obviously, you know, that's like that's messed up. And there are people who have formed kind of a splinter off of the Catholic Church that you know, don't agree. So if you know Mel Gibson, right? We all know about Mel Gibson, his racist tirades, his anti-Semitic tirades, and such, right? It's like that kind of you almost don't want to call it Catholic, right? But yeah, is that what we're talking about? I don't see anything tying this person to Shoe on Head, but I might just not have the information.
That she is friends with. Agreeing with the gay groomer shit, her pushing of the Balenciaga thing, Hell, it even got to the point where people were spray painting shit on the side of Balenciaga
Wait, Vatican II, the Vatican returns.
stores.
See,
about
my
how
point
it
of
was full
contention isn't because
pedophiles.
I disagreed with her during the Balenciaga.
But yeah, you know about Mel Gibson and how he's like a particular like offshoot of Catholicism, where like he wants to, you know, he and his dad want to keep alive some of the bad some of the worst beliefs of the Catholic Church. They are Twitter mutuals who interacted with you. So this is somebody that's followed by Shu. Shu follows, and they've talked on Twitter. Is that really the extent of the connection then? Look, there's a lot more. I don't know. I feel like Xander Hall, like there's
Stuff. My contention, the contention that I have with this is that you saying she pedo jacketed the entirety of the trans community.
I mean, oh, here's a good meme.
Because like this is a thing
so
that
here's
you do,
here's a clip.
Xan.
No, it's all good. No, let me say this. So here's Pedro L. Gonzalez. I can't copy paste these screenshots here, unfortunately. I don't know why, but I'll just read the tweets. So here is Shu quote tweeting, "Hey, it's Vadim." Vadim said, "It's interesting to see Kyle turn into Jimmy Dore while Jimmy Dore turns into Dave Rubin, and Shu remains as clueless and useless to the left as she's always
so Vadim's talking about Kyle Kalinske.
been." Shu quote tweets it saying, I love when these guys use such telling language like this, useless to the left. Like I have an obligation to be a tool for whatever they think the left is, weirdo behavior. He replies, this is the Nazi guy she's oomfies with, if you're not helping normalize pedophilia, you are a traitor to the left, Shu. And then literally a day later, she replies to that guy, who she is oomfies with, why are you as a father so obsessed with the concerning growth and normalization of pedophilia? What do you think they're talking about, Shu?
Do you think that it might be
Keffals?
a bit of a bad idea to try and frame these tweets during an incredibly heated drama cycle as her definitive opinions on all of these issues? Like, who here has tweeted while they're heated as fuck and immediately regretted it before? I know I have.
Oh, by the way, the Pedro... oh, yeah, sorry. I'm just going through the screenshot.
So what do you think, chat? Is Xan spitting here? One in chat if you think Xan is spitting. Two in chat if you think that Xan is circling the drain. What do you think? Has he got a point here? Shu and Pedro did have some Islamophobic replies to Twitter going back 2 years ago. I mean, like, I'm not contending that, like I said, like Shu on head is socially conservative populist, right? That's what I'd call her. And wait, an Animaniacs reference? I know the theme song. I don't know much more about Animaniacs. How about 1.5? Wait, you mean making it go fast? Oh, 1.5 is like both. So they're both kind of full of shit? Is that the point? He's got a point. He sucks at making it. I think so too, right? I think there's a lot of better ways to make the argument that he's trying to make here. And look, I don't have to be I was never convinced that Shu was taking a what do you call it, like a face turn? Is that what you call? Is that what it's called in wrestling? Right, chat. The heel turn is like what Keffals did, like, right, going from defending trans people against anti-trans legislation to whatever the hell this is that she's doing now, right? That's a heel turn. What is the opposite called a face turn? I never bought into Shu's face turn in the first place. It was so easy to see that there was no real change that happened. There was no reason to trust her in the first place, right? That's where I think they went wrong. When Vaush put his arm around Shu and said, she's okay now. She's different. She's been de-radicalized. I never bought that in the first place. So I'm not really, like, you don't really have to sell me anything. You don't have to convince me of anything to get me to say that I think that, you know, Shu's socially conservative mask slips quite a bit. And that she might be a little bit less aware or a little bit less willing to call out, you know, some right-wing groomer narrative type shit, a little bit more likely to, you know, signal boost that kind of thing. Right? And like, that's why I call her Shuanon. That's why I call her Shuanon. Whether on purpose or by accident, she slips right into those narratives that are convenient to the right wing. Here,
I wanted to post them all in like a big dump so you could go over them, but yeah, sorry. little ADHD. It's hard to scroll through screenshots.
I don't think that Keffals wants you to take a big dump on her stream, Zan.
But yeah, it's
And-
just like,
and
what
listen at
does
the
it
same
have to
time.
do with me again? Why
Yeah,
are you
like
willing
I
to
said,
burn
like I
bridges
s-
over
like-
this?
Yeah. Sorry. You go ahead.
That's
I
right, City of Doors. Big dumps, massive dumps.
have been harassed far worse, and I'm willing to bury the hatchet and move on with.
So Pedro Gonzalez quote tweeted Shoes Balenciaga a tweet saying in the quote, "We are up against demons. Groomer problem is real." Yeah, I mean, like that's not something that you can deny as transphobic. So maybe Zan's got a point here. I think whoever said that Zan's got a point, but he's just not presenting it very well here, I think you hit the nail on the head from what I can tell. Now, to really know about this stuff, like, I would have to dig a little bit deeper. All right, a little bit deeper than we have time for today. If I'm going to get to the raw, yeah, we're almost halfway done with how long the stream could be, even with with hitting the sub goal, which I'm not entirely convinced is going to happen today. It may still happen. You know, we've definitely had some early progress. We've got one of those member goal. The member goal is pretty close on YouTube, but not so much on Twitch. But regardless, right? I don't want to spend too much time covering this. However, it does seem like there's more to look at to you know, truly adjudicate what's going on here.
with my life, and I don't understand why you're not willing to do the same.
I guess I'm just a sensitive, like, left.
Danny Smith, show me the PDF. Show me the PDFs, right? I just don't see them. I see a weird ad campaign. Please elucidate what your conspiracy theory is to what a weird Balenciaga like photo shoot has to do with files of any kinds, PDF or otherwise.
FDSJW. I'm too woke.
Are you voting for Biden?
Oh God.
Oh, hell yeah.
And you know that Biden's government has given billions to Israel, helping to perpetuate a genocide, right?
Very good memes.
How is
Oh
that
yeah,
a
I saw
meme?
people in your chat were giving me shit for being against the U.S. pulling out of Afghanistan.
No.
saying Zan is in favor of
Don't
US
pivot to my
imperialism as
chat.
long
I'm
as it's
making a
pro-women.
point. It's not a meme. How
No,
is
I
that
mean
a
you're
meme?
unironically you're trying to do some weird like debate bro shit when I'm actually having a conversation with you that's been completely good faith. I haven't even
I'm not
I haven't
doing
even
weird
tried to
debate
get
bro
gotchas.
shit. There's a point.
I've let you
This
talk.
isn't a
and
gotcha.
You're gonna try to get...
This isn't a gotcha.
Okay, why? How am I hypocritical? Explain.
The point is, if you're willing to understand that, if you're still willing to vote for Biden with that, you're willing to look at the situation with nuance. But I don't think you're willing to look at the situation in front of us with nuance.
Yeah, I don't expect to ever have Joe Biden come to my house. Like, if
What?
I'm ever gonna hang out with like a content creator friend, like would you ever let somebody who's good buddies with Destiny come to your house, or like hang out with you in real
Yes,
life?
I've actually
God.
invited one to my house.
He just stepped in it.
Bucks.
Jesus. Well,
Like, look, Keffals does not care. Keffals would invite Destiny. I swear to God, if she could get him on stream, Keffals would have Destiny on stream. Right? She's been friendly with him. She's suggested content to him. She has DM'd him for, like, I don't know how long now. Like, right? Even when they were at their worst, even when they were at each other's throats, Keffals was DMing Destiny saying, you and I are not so different, right? So this is, oh my God, she's so disingenuous.
I don't have that kind of trust for any content creator. I've been burned many times in this space, and maybe I'm too overcautious. So, like, there was the thought slime thing that I got so much shit for despite being right. Like, my literal meme about me has been, there's a drama, I'm correct, I get endless amounts of shit for it, and then people realize I was right in hindsight. That's
Anybody else feel like Xander Hall is living fully up his own butt in a way that defies physics? Anybody else feel like Xander Hall himself is some kind of like possible in real life object, like a Mobius, Morbius, what is it called, a Mobius strip, or a, oh God, what is the bottle called? Oh my God, you know what I'm talking about? It's that bottle that goes back up into itself. Like, that's Xander Hall right now. He's defying physics, chat. He's defying physics as we speak. He's implying a multi-dimensional universe by his very existence. I don't know how anybody's up his own butt this much.
The literal entire meme behind me, and yet the same pattern
I am
repeats
trying. I'm
every
looking
time.
at a
People
tweet.
just
This
assume
tweet
I must
about
be
Pedro
crazy or wrong
Gonzalez.
before they even give me the chance to hear out what I have to say. Every time.
I was willing to have this conversation with you, but it really seems more like you are the person who instigates burning the bridge. I saw you do this with Merrick. I had to actually step in because I thought you were being pretty unfair to her.
To be fair, yeah, I was coming off of COVID, and to be fair, I am right now.
I'm
as
trying to
well.
make sense of this tweet.
I got reinfected about a week ago, and that scrambled my brain a bit. I was pretty quick to jump to like assuming that Merrick must have been in favor of the video that was made shitting on me. I think it was me, Vaush. I think it might have been shitting on Demon Mama too. Shark, I know, got some shit from that video. Yeah. Anyway, Merrick had no idea what that video was being made for, and after we talked it out, I was like, okay, I jumped the gun. But here, I'm like, we've talked it out, and I'm still very much like disagreeing with what you're telling me here. I guess I think there's a big difference between being able to like suck it up and fight for a political cause and being able to suck it up and continue being friends with somebody that you feel like fundamentally doesn't respect you as much as you respect.
Can somebody explain this tweet to me? Like it's like it starts off with somebody being like, so let me just like see if I can grab the like right, it starts off with a claim like right-wing populists are just socially conservative socialists, and then Shu is like disagreeing, and then Pedro comes in and Shu with some weird like what looks like a I don't know, I can't tell. Looks like some anti-Muslim shit, and then Shu is, says something back to Pedro. I'm trying to make sense of this. Xan still thinks all these people are friends. Keffals is trying to tell him that it's just a gig. Well, yeah, I mean, like, it's I mean, look, there's like, if you're signal boosting Jackson Hinkle, right? Like, that's one thing. But if you are in a thread and you don't know who Jackson Hinkle is and he says something and you reply to him, right, that's like another... I shouldn't even say that because Jackson Hinkle's got a huge amount of reach on. Jackson Hinkle's probably a bad example of this, but it goes back to 2021, them being on speaking terms. Danny Smith is just... Okay, sorry, that's like, oh my god. A moment of silence. Jackson Smith, yeah, outright anti-Semitic. But I don't know what's going on between... I can't make heads or tails of this Twitter thread. But it sounds like, Pedro Gonzalez is like a trad cath right-wing weirdo.
Them, if that makes sense.
I was willing to fundraise a legal fund for you when you were in a drama with Sasha. I can't
Back to Mommy Big D.
name on more than one
And the D does not stand for destiny.
hand the amount of content creators I would go to bat for like that.
Yeah, and while you were getting massively harassed by Karl Max's community sending you death threats and shit because that dude's
just for perspective, Karl Max is like tiny compared to either of these two, right? Karl Max is a fairly new streamer.
Piece of shit. I literally...
In other words, Karl Max is not directing harassment at anyone.
Just here, let me check when it was on my channel.
Okay, for the record, his community never sent me death threats.
They were sending you the falling anvil emote. Like, isn't that like a reference at... I know it's like a thing with his like branding, but that's implying... I swear I... Anyway, whatever, sorry. Anyway, like, I'm pretty sure... Yeah, it's not even up yet. Like, I'll still have it put out. I did a video in a stream. I'm back, COVID again, Soyboy Discourse, Ben Shapiro, Candace Owens. Yeah, it was literally in my stream from 3 days ago when I got back and I had COVID and I was like coughing my fucking lungs out the whole time. But I literally like defended you because you were getting harassed by Karl Max's community trying to like strawman you.
So I'm reading the tweet that people sent me, and it's like I can't. I'm not sure if I can establish like they're mutuals. It sounds like somebody is accusing Pedro Gonzalez as of being a socialist, pejorative, right? You know, a socialist like in a bad way, and that Shuan Head, I can't tell, is Shuan Head defending Pedro against being called a socialist? Is that what's going on here?
And call you a true scum and a transphobe. Like, I appreciate what you did for me and what you were willing to do for me with the whole Sasha thing. But, like, I don't feel like having done a nice thing for somebody that you're friends with means that, like, they've earned some kind of, like, buff. Like, whenever you give, like, a bubble shield to somebody as a paladin in WoW, like, I don't feel like that gives them, like, a buff where if they do a really bad thing, the really bad...
Amy B, the OG, says they're playing who's the better friend. Yeah, basically.
What was the really
mostly
bad
gets
thing
absorbed
that I did?
by the bubble shield. It's not so much that you did a really bad thing, it's more so that you're willing to look past a really bad thing in a way that makes it feel like you endorse it.
I don't endorse it. I think that she fucked up during the Balenciaga drama.
Do you think she fucked up by pedo-jacketing me and Demon Mama?
Yeah. I don't know what the extent of it is, and when I look into it, it seems like Demon Mama definitely got the short end of the stick, and I don't know how exactly she explicitly pedo-jacketed you, but I think that she hurt you. It's obvious she did.
Yeah, and she wanted to vindictively, like...
Do you see how Keffals says that, though?
A month later, after the whole drama happened.
So for the record, Keffals agrees that the Balenciaga nonsense was bad. She hasn't really specified like what was bad about it, and you know, I don't know. See, but she's unwilling to burn the bridge, and for that Xander Hall has to burn the bridge, because if he said you got to stop being friends or else I will burn the bridge, that would be an ultimatum, and he wants to deliver a bridge burning instead of an ultimatum, because bridge burnings are okay but ultimatums are bad. Oh my god, chat, I feel like I'm back in like some Final Fantasy like RPG from the 90s, right? Ultimecia, and like we gotta go forward into the future to fight her or something like that, but we all grew up in the same orphanage and she was our matron at the orphan. I'm so confused, chat. This is like a Final Fantasy plot. What is even going on here? I can't make heads or tails of this.
Tweeted about how she was making...
I told you I was going to get to the bottom of this, but I'm more confused than ever. Keffals just doesn't care as long as it's not her, yeah.
An extra video.
I mean, like, again, my solution for this would have been never to vouch for Shuan Head in the first place, right? It seems simple enough, but I guess if you're Vaush and you see Shu and the value that she can provide by bringing on another quote-unquote edgy lefty, which is all this guy does, right? He gets on the, you know, he comes out as a leftist content creator. Why does he do that? Because Destiny fumbles the ball. Destiny is smashing all the alt-right, smashing all the right-wingers, smashing Lauren Southern, smashing a bunch of people, right? Vaush is in that community, and then Destiny burns the bridge with Hassan. Hassan and Destiny are no longer friends. Destiny purges his community of all the lefties, and Vaush says, haha, here's my in, right? Destiny just burned half of his community. I will take those, please, right? That's how Vaush became a big streamer, right? That's the origin stories, the origin story, if you will, of Vaush, right? But he is more, the apple doesn't fall far from the tree. Vaush is the apple, Destiny is the tree, right? And so because of this, Vaush doesn't really fit on the left. Vaush is in conflict with other lefty creators. Vaush has got a lot to unpack, and he's unwilling to unpack it. And because he's got all these, you know, weird, you know, edgelord, you know, Destiny people in his community, he doesn't have to unpack that. And then, you know, Vaush is feeling pretty alone, pretty vulnerable. Like, I'm always getting canceled. People always have a problem with this or that I did. The fucked up shit that I said to, like, to somebody in Discord, you know, like the unwanted sexual advances that I made. People have a problem with that. What am I going to do? Oh, I know. If I bring more people onto the left that don't have a problem with that, if I act as their confessor, then maybe I'll be all right. Let's just bring more. That's where the de-radicalization comes from, right? That's what we're dealing with here. That's what's going on. And he gets, you know, I don't want to say in bed with Shu. I was about to say in bed with Shu, but, you know, metaphorically, let's just say in bed with Shu on head, right? Shu becomes convenient for him. Shu is very useful. Shu is the exact kind of person that Vaush is looking for to bring onto the left. This is useful for Shu too, because her anti-SJW grift is done. It's over. It's gone, right? She can't do it anymore. That doesn't pop anymore. It's not the time for the anti-SJWs. It's the time for BreadTube. Shu wants a piece of BreadTube. Vaush gives Shu a piece of BreadTube. Shu gives Vaush the credibility that he's needing, backing him up, that, you know, supporting him on all the fucked up stuff that he does, right? It works out for both of them, but it doesn't work out for the left. It doesn't work out for marginalized people. It doesn't work out for the groups that Vaush says that he's trying to help and protect, because he's basically brought like he's brought a fox into the hen house. I don't know how else to say that. And that fox is going to eat some hens. And when it does, you know, at first they ignore it and they're just like, well, you know, those hens kind of got in the fox's mouth anyway. It's not really, you know, but at some point it becomes a brand risk. They cannot keep on like supporting this fox in the hen house when it's running wild and spreading, you know, Shua nonsense all over the place, right? And they're in a bit of a conundrum. That's wild. That's wild. The thing that was supposed to protect Vaush, the thing that was supposed to help Vaush, right? The thing that was supposed to help Vaush build an ironic, irreverent, edgelord, lefty sphere for de-radicalization, if that's what you want to call it, right? It became their undoing. How fucking ironic is this? How ironic is this? What number am I on? Number crunching is to see if the future... Wait. Danny has more accounts. Danny has all the accounts. You got to understand this. Danny's got all the accounts in the world, I guess. Oh, I see. That's not Danny. What's up, not Danny? Good to see you.
To try to get me, and the only reason
everybody in chat understand that's totally not Danny.
He didn't is because I found out about it because somebody knew what she was doing, knew it was wrong, and leaked it to me. Despite being so close to Shu, they were on her private Twitter. So yeah, I genuinely think that you being friends with somebody who would like nothing more than to see me destitute, homeless, and my YouTube channel banned.
And here we go. Xander Hall ends his career, I suppose, as a SoundCloud rapper. Look, I got all these haters. I guess I made too many enemies. I'm sitting here in my Murphy chair, wide awake as I can be. They all want me dead. They all want me destitute. They all want to see me fail. I got all these haters, right? This is like, is Tipster? Tipster hasn't been talking. Xan is a SoundCloud rapper. Xan is a literal parody of a SoundCloud rapper. What the fuck? They all want me dead. Fighting Gale, thank you for becoming a sponsor. Callie A, thank you for becoming a sponsor. I can't tell if these are like real sponsorships or it's just like an echo from being sponsors a month ago. But you know, potentially, thank you very much. Yeah, Xan's sitting in his Murphy chair, right? It's like a Murphy. You know what a Murphy bed is, right? Right. So just like imagine that, but a chair. Like Xan's, you know, he's a SoundCloud rapper, right? He wishes that the money changed him, right? NCC is a better rapper than Vivek. Oh, nice. Not Danny. Sometime we got to go through and get your whole story, right? Because I think you have a good origin story. Can you just tell me, does your origin story have to do with my reaction stream to the DFF, like Vaush versus DFF? Is that where you found my channel? Wait, what guy called Shu a Nazi? Are you talking about Xander Hall? Anyway, yeah, that's what we got. We got Xander Hall, the SoundCloud rapper. His haters want him dead. Like, he is the most... I don't even know what to say.
I do think that's pretty fucked up.
I think
if you
that
said
you're
that-
very selective, especially because once again, Vaush is still friends with Shu. It doesn't.
He's got too many haters.
I
Yeah.
feel like I've
sense.
already...
Yeah, because you wouldn't do this to Vaush.
I literally have. I literally was in his chat when the video that he was making responding to Shu was happening, like saying,
No,
I
because
will
they're
burn the
still
bridge
friends,
with Vaush.
Can somebody talk to Chapo for me? I need permission to play some of their episode 1 content, right? I feel like this would really help us understand Xander Hall. I feel like we really need to listen to a certain song by a parody SoundCloud rapper in order to truly understand who Xander Hall is, who Xander Hall was.
And you're
He does
not
not
willing to
respond
burn
to
the
this.
bridge.
Did you hear that Vivek live streamed himself? What? Shakespeare, is that true? Shakespeare is telling me that Vivek Ramaswamy did a Go Pee Girl on his Twitter live with Elon? Are they not friends anymore? There's another thing that I need to cover. Will I ever get a day to myself to actually work on videos? Chat, I don't know what I'm going to do. Look, we need to get a hold of Chapo. I need to hire their editor because I need somebody to pump out these videos for me. I also need to show you, like, you know, the true nature of Xander Hall. Oh my God. Like I have... Not Danny, I haven't even put out any merch yet, right? I haven't even put out any merch, and if I did, it would probably be more like a coffee cup or something, right? I don't know.
No,
There's
wait, I don't-
obviously a difference in how you treat me and how you treat Vaush in
Oh, Autumn Leaves is telling me that Vivek did a Psychic Natalia. Do you all know my friend from TikTok, Psychic Natalia? This is the article. Ramaswamy, yeah. Okay. I thought you were saying that Ramaswamy was like, I don't know, going he went pee girl on his phone or something to own Elon, but you're saying like he just forgot to mute himself. Oh my God, that's so beautiful. He thought that the noise gate would save him. But it didn't do its job. Oh my God. That really happened. Do you all know about Psychic Natalia? God damn, are we done with this Xander Hall shit yet? Do we need to like look? I'm gonna put this back on. I'm gonna look for Psychic Natalia.
situation.
Ramaswamy did a Psychic Natalia
to like burn the bridge with.
Wait, is it
Vaush
legal for
over
us to listen
him
to that?
agreeing that what Shu did was wrong and not wanting to platform her or like normalize her on the left because of it?
Vaush has platformed Shu to a way more significant degree than I ever have. It doesn't make sense that you're holding
Not
me
since
to
what
account.
she did.
I haven't had her on my stream since February. I reacted to the same video you did.
You the whole thing started because you were responding to somebody negatively, referencing what
They
Demon
weren't
Mama,
referencing
or what
it.
happened to me.
I can go back and
They
show
were
you the
referencing
chatter
it,
message,
though.
and the chatter message did not have your name or Demon Mama's name. I was talking
You
to
understand? It doesn't have to mention me or her name to be referencing the event. It is very obvious when they say she will pedo jacket you for disagreeing with
It's
her.
not
that the
obvious
instant-
because not everyone knows everything that you know. I don't know
Okay.
all of the stuff that has gone on with you.
Okay, I'm seeing a David Pacman video
Okay.
about this.
Maybe I'm too woke. Alrighty. I don't know if this conversation's really going anywhere productive. So I guess I'll dip out. Fortnite Lego is really
Really?
good though. If none of you have tried it, I highly recommend. What? I mean,
I'm just
it just-
disappointed.
It does. I don't want to. But like you said before, like where else can this conversation go? But like an ultimatum that I don't want to give. Like I said, I don't want to give ultimatums, and I refuse to do so. Like I'm literally
Like
just
I stick
explaining
my
my
neck
feelings.
out
You
for
need to
and
get
I
out
act
of the
like a real
debate,
friend when
bro.
you need
Like
help,
rabbit
and then
hole that you're
willing
stuck
to
in, Xander
burn me
Hall.
over this.
How am I burning you? I literally am not burning you. All I'm going to do is respond.
Oh
Like
my
all I planned
God.
to do before I came on here today is make a video segment where I explain why I burnt the bridge, explain my feelings. It feels like you were
You
kind of
called
trying to
me
make
a
me sound
snake
insane
and a
and
dick
crazy.
rider.
Like I said, I felt bad for saying that.
And
'Cause
I know
jumped.
that now. And I don't even think that you do. I think that you feel the same way.
I was emotional. I honestly feel a little bit like how I said that what I said in that tweet. The more that we talk, because it feels like you just want to continue to defend what she did to a degree. It feels like you're defending what she did.
I'm not. She was wrong in that situation, but I don't understand. So you're doubling down. I'm a snake and a dick rider?
If that's how you want to interpret it, I guess. I listen. I really don't care to dig and burrow here. I know that everybody wants to make me sound like some crazy debate bro who just wants to drama farm. I just wanted to explain how I feel. I don't want to like drama milk it or whatever. I'll do my
You
segment
instigated
and I'll
all of
explain.
this. You started by doing this on stream. You could have talked to me privately.
I found out about it on stream and I felt betrayed on stream. I'm sorry.
He has a SoundCloud rapper.
But I'm gonna.
He's an emotional rapper, chat. He's an emotional rapper.
I mean, if where can this conversation go?
Indeed.
I think that if you
I'm not
continue
here
down
to-
this path, you're going to find yourself completely alone because this isn't fair.
Okay, so this is what Xander Hall says where Keffals was mean. Like, you're not gonna have any friends.
Like, if you're willing
I
to
feel like
treat
that's
me,
Did she say you don't have friends yet? Because that's how he characterized it. Maybe he's spinning a little bit, right? But on his side of things, we're not going to watch this because we don't have time. I don't know when we'll have time. There's so much content, chat. I try to catch it, but it slips right through these hands. I thought they were big, strong hands. I thought they were big, strong hands, but apparently not, because everything slips right through them like sand. There's too much content. Chat, I'm drinking out of a fire hose. Oh my God.
when I have
And
done
we got Psychic Natalia knocking at the door.
so much to go to bat for you like this, you're not going to find people who are going to be that charitable.
Did she say you don't have any friends? I think she just said if you keep going this way, you're not going to have friends. Right? That's a lot more understandable than the way that Xander Hall characterizes it. So if that's all she said, then here's another issue of Xander Hall being a snake. Obviously, Keffals is a snake. We already know that. Obviously, Shu is shoeing on. You know, we already know that. Like, none of these people are good. None of these people are looking good. This was a bad idea by Vaush to invite Shu into your hen house. Now she's eating the hens, and now the hens are eating each other. I don't know what to say. It's like Jurassic Park in here.
Especially when they see
Your hens are converting into velociraptors and they're eating each other.
this bridge burning stuff.
Well, believe me, the friends that I have are pretty happy about how loyal I am to them.
Okay, so he does have friends. Good.
And they are just as.
But is that all she said? Is that all she said was you're not going to have friends
respectful
anymore,
towards me
right?
as I am towards them.
Am I right?
And that makes me quite
I am
happy, and that's what I'm
incredibly
used to.
respectful to you. I've gone out of my way to support you. And you're willing to burn the bridge over a chat message that didn't mention you and had nothing to do with you.
I feel like that's an oversimplification.
Oh my
I
God.
can bring it up right now what the chat message was.
No, I feel like trying to narrow it all down to just responding to a chat message is a pretty big oversimplification.
That is what you said started this in the first place.
I mean, it's what caused this to pop off. I've been under
Yeah,
the impression
Lexical's saying I hate it, but Keffals is coming off super reasonable in this conversation. I agree.
for like the last year that
I
you
agree.
were as disgusted by what Shuan had did to me as I was after I told you about it. And after I'd made that tweet because I was emotional and upset, I assumed that like you didn't give a fuck. I felt bad because the person in my chat told me that you weren't sober when I first told you about all this. And I was like, maybe she forgot. Like, when I'm drunk or I'm even stoned, I don't remember shit. So I figured, like, okay, maybe I jumped the gun. I DM'd you. I'll actually read the DMs out because they're just from me. This is from 12/06/2023
I feel like the responsible
at
thing would
3:45
have
PM.
been to just not react in the moment like you did. Like, you got this you got bad information from a chatter, and then you derailed your whole stream to turn it.
It wasn't bad information, but I think maybe
It
I'm
was bad
too
information. Like, I
sensitive.
can go back to the DM right now and read off what the chatter said to you.
Is it alright if first I read the messages that I'd sent you after my stream? Or during my stream and after?
Why do you want to make this? I don't think
I'm
you
not...
have friends, Xan.
Okay, I'm wrong. Chat, I am wrong. How does that crow taste? No comment shit. It tastes pretty good. It tastes like a shit sandwich, actually. No, it's horrible. Oh my god. Okay, I don't think you do have friends, Xan. Okay, she did. Xander Hall didn't make that part up. I was assuming that was all that was going to happen. I was assuming that was the last drop. But apparently, yeah, she went there. She went there, right? And he's so self-centered and irrational, despite years of streaming. Yeah, I don't know. I don't think he's in a good place. I don't think he's absolutely getting drama farmed. He came to drama farm. He's getting drama farmed, right? This is wild. He's hoisted by his own petard, okay?
I've got plenty.
But like, look, neither of them want each other showing the receipts because it all looks bad, right? That's what I'm getting. Xanderhall wants to show something. Keffals wants to show something. Neither of them, really want to see what the other one's got.
Of friends. So
the fact that you're willing to immediately go into drama content about this with...
I literally just said I'm not doing drama Okay, is it alright if I just read the messages that I sent to you?
Yeah, go ahead.
Like during okay. So this is what I messaged you during the stream to try to see if like we could have a conversation either on or off. Just either way, I'd prefer to do it in voice because I'm not good at typing. I messaged you. Shu called me in DM. Pedo creeps after we called her out for saying
autumn leaves. The farmer has become the farmed. Exactly. Hoist the mainsail.
Balenciaga was doing weird groomer shit. She was also retweeting Nazis saying gay groomer shit, and she just married an actual Nazi. Oh yeah, I forgot that little detail. I thought I told you all this a while ago when I...
So, okay, she married an actual Nazi? We're not talking about Pedro, are we? Like, who are we talking about?
Almost burned the bridge with you over the same thing. I was under the impression you weren't friendly with her anymore after that. But she literally wants to see me burn, so like, how can I be comfortable with you being friends with her after I told you that? I jumped to burning the bridge immediately because the only way it could be worked out is if I give you an ultimatum to...
Somebody help me, does that say no comment chick in Russian?
Stop being friends with her.
I think that's what that says.
But I hate doing that, and I don't want to.
It's a cat, and it says no comment chick in Russian.
If you'd like to talk about it privately, I'll be free. This is at 12. This is the same day, but at 5 after I'd finished stream. Like, I was done with stream. This is days ago. If you'd like to talk about it privately, I'll be free tonight, but I'm really hurt finding out you're friends with someone who had countless death threats and pedo claims thrown my way. And you never responded to those messages, and the most, like, after that you sent me the thing to join this call. And I was really surprised that you made a stream that was going to be, like, about me, because I was like, wait, I thought we were going to work it out in private. I'd hoped we were.
That's right, and yet comment chick.
But, I mean...
Well, when you immediately went to
really
posting on Twitter and tagging Demon Mama, it was very evident that you wanted to escalate this into public drama, and you were trying to make it so other people got involved and put pressure on me. If you wanted to work...
Why is Gayfesh saying my name in Russian? Why is everybody saying my name in Russian in their chat? What the fuck?
Then in private, you could have...
That's clearly no comment chick in Russian.
You started off by addressing this
Don't think that you can fool me by changing the letters to Cyrillic, okay? I'm aware. I've...
Your audience in a public forum.
Yeah, no, I definitely agreed to that to some extent. I was emotional and angry because I felt betrayed by a friend. I don't feel like that's immoral, especially not when the thing that I feel betrayed about is as heinous as, like, pedo-jacketing someone because they called you out for like, playing into the pedo-jacketing of trans people by the Nazi oomfies she had, and the popularizing of a conspiracy theory that heavily blew up the whole gay groomer thing.
Okay, are we fucking done?
Even more so than it already was. I feel like, I don't know. I maybe I am too emotional of a person. I don't feel like it's abusive or wrong to cut somebody out of your life if you feel like if you don't feel comfortable with them anymore. Like I really don't like the idea
Oh, you're right,
of
Lexical,
telling
because my
people.
name is probably banned by White Forest. Yeah, yeah, all their sites, all their site chats, right? You can't say my name. You got to say it in Russian.
That it's
That's
like you're
it.
not going to have any friends and you're going to be lonely if you have boundaries or standards, or like
Look, what did I do to get banned by White Leaf? Oh, I know, I embarrassed Vaush's sysadmin.
whatever. I think that's a dangerous idea.
Look, it's not like I'm Psychic Natalia. I'm not sitting here farting on TikTok. Come on.
I think more people need to be willing to just say, you know what, this person maybe isn't best to associate with, and I should cut them out of my
Okay,
life.
we don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure. We don't know that for sure. But we do know that I embarrassed Vaush's sysadmin to the point where she was like hiding tweet replies and banning people, right? And we do also know that my name is banned in Demon Mama's chat, right? So I strongly suspect, that being like a White Forest administered chat, that my name might also be banned in the other the other ones too.
In what
It's
way did I
something that
associate with Shu that made you uncomfortable?
Mostly the positive defense of her. Even if you were privately friends with her and you just completely kept it on the down low, I would feel a lot more comfortable with that, because it would imply that while you're not willing to, I don't expect you to like go to war against her, right? I don't expect Vaush to go to war against her. The least I expect, or like the most I expect, the least, I don't know. The least I expect is like at the very least,
But
not to make a habit out of defending her to make her sound good to the shared audience
But
that we
Thought
have
Slime
here in
was
this
wrong.
space. Thought Slime and Shu were both wrong.
how was Shu wrong in the
That's how he
argument?
groks it. He hates Thought Slime. He hates Shu. They're disagreeing, right? So you'd think maybe one is wrong and the other one is right. No, they're both wrong. They gotta be both wrong, because we hate them. We hates it. He's going, Xanderhall's going Gollum mode.
Against Thought Slime.
So Shuonhead has a tendency
Xanderhall's all like, Baggins.
to essentially go full pick-me mode with the whole like, yes, the left doesn't speak to men thing. The left does have a
He
problem
doesn't know if he's talking about Frodo or Bilbo. He just knows that we hates it,
when it
right?
comes to acknowledging
We
the
hates it.
reasons why men are in the position that they are. Like, there's this whole discussion about straight white men, why they feel the way they do. I've talked about it a fair amount. Shuonhead's talking about it really strikes me the wrong way. My analysis of the situation, as a straight white man myself, is that I think that for a lot of people,
Wait, that's my name.
there's a
and
lot of feelings. Like,
that's what my name looks like in Russian. Okay, maybe they weren't saying my name. It looked like my name though.
for a lot of these straight white dudes she's referring to, there's a lot of
I don't really know Russian chat, but I've eaten a lot of Mongolian candies, and they are that stuff is written in Cyrillic. So
feelings that while they themselves are valid, whether they be from negative experiences in the dating world, negative experiences working and going to school.
wait, I just had a thought. What if Danny Smith is actually Pedro? What if that's the person? That's the
that have led to this sort of disconnection and lack of participation in society. And I've noticed that
wait. My name is Biz. Oh wait, no, I shouldn't pronounce it. I shouldn't pronounce it right, because these are Russian things, and like I don't know how to pronounce them. I do know what they look like on a candy wrapper, though. The chick or girl part can be different. You can't just make it chick like Aparachnik or.
comes to lefties, there's this desire to discredit
Aparach.
the feelings these dudes have
No, Stop!
As,
Stop! I gotta stop it. I gotta stop it.
as like completely
ridiculous.
unfounded. As like, oh, they don't like the
Ridiculous?
fact that they feel that way makes them a bad person. That is what they're doing wrong, is that they allow themselves to be upset about the problems that they have, which, are framed as not being real problems.
So could
While
you
what
give me
people
like a
on the right
specific
do, and
example?
Shuonhead does, that's what I'm doing right here.
What happened to your
and what people on the left and what
Elgato?
Shuonhead does and did in that video
Also-
is they get it
Also, Keffals, fellow Elgato user. Hey, you and I are not so different.
right in that they understand the feelings that
Elgato
these
gal.
people have are valid, but they extrapolate it to say, here are the problems that are causing it. And Shuonhead has a tendency to, so for example, she is in favor of banning porn,
Right, but that was not
recently.
related at all
Mhm.
to the video I was reacting to. You're talking in generalizations.
Wait, is this
Okay.
true? She's in favor of banning porn?
Okay, I don't know if like
God, she's more trad pilled than I thought. What is she gonna be on? Is she gonna be on Red Scare soon? Is she gonna be on with? Is she a friend of Dasha?
you think that
It seems like her and Dasha would like. No, they would fight somehow. Somehow they're too similar. They would fight each other. They would fight each other to the death like beta fish. They'd be like beta fish.
once someone makes
Wait, support the. I can't say it, Shakespeare. Help me pronounce it. And also, chat. Okay, I've got an idea. I'm not sure if this will work. I'm not sure if this is smart at all. But I don't understand the Danny Gonzalez thing. I don't understand a few things about this controversy. What say you to bringing on an expert on these things, an expert on drama in general, somebody who has watched a hell of a lot of Columbo, President Sunday. What do you think about that? Would chat like that? Would chat not like that?
video that like separates all of their
'Cause
values
I know he
from
can
what they
explain
talk
it.
about in the video, but I feel like we're talking about a person here and not the video itself, right?
It just also
Or are
sounds
we
like
just
bad,
talking about the video?
bad commentary. Like if Hitler made a video about how good it is to drink water, and would you just like react to it, and the entire time you're like, well, he's right, but he
Are
sucks.
you literally what? Wait, no. What was that argument? Was that the Hitler drank water argument too? Or was she making fun of the Hitler drank water? I'm so like confused. I feel like a bimbo cat girl.
Right, but that was not
recently-
But I
related
only play one on TV.
at all
Mhm.
to the video I was reacting to. You're talking in generalizations.
Okay, I don't know if like you think that once someone makes a video that like separates all of their values from what they talk about in the video, but I feel like we're talking about a person here and not the video itself, right?
It just also
Or are
sounds
we
like
just
bad,
talking about the video?
bad commentary.
Oh
like,
my god.
If
That's me
Hitler
bad
made
commentary
a video
chick.
about how good it is to drink water, and would you just like react to it, and the entire time you're like, well, he's right, but he sucks every single time.
head
Like
is
you can't say
wrong
it once,
because-
and then it's a given for the rest of the video.
Oh wait, what? Are we
You
talking about Thought Slime still? Oh my
And
god.
Thought Slime are wrong for different
Yeah, we're talking about Thought Slime.
reasons on different parts of the issue is the point that I'm making. Thought Slime
He is trying to square a circle here. He's trying to circle does not get a square.
and many other people on the left, and this is the criticism that Shu had right in
I
that
wish it was Thought Slurm though.
video, are very
Slurm is
willing to
delicious.
discredit the emotions and feelings of the demographic
Can somebody get me some Slurm?
group, the straight white Gen Z men or whatever, that the conversation was about. While the problem with Shu on Head is that she is willing to attribute these things to societal changes that are heavily conservative based. She blames porn for a lot of this shit. She is in favor of
Now I'm imagining Xander Hall's in some kind of like a hypothetical situation that a debate bozo would come up with in order to make an argument, but it's in real life, and his life depends on saying one good thing about Thought Slime, one really good, very true, very obvious thing about Thought Slime. Like, I agree, Thought Slime is right about X, right? And he can't fucking do it. And he's sitting there and you're like, Xander Hall, you're gonna fall down in the pit of vipers and snakes and spikes and like, you know, some kind of a caustic chemical, like Breaking Bad is in there too. Like, you're in danger. You're in danger, and all you got to do to get out of danger is admit the obvious that about this one thing, this one little thing, Thought Slime is actually right, and you can't do it. He can't do it, Chad. I'm getting nervous.
the bans on porn that make it so you have to give your ID in order to access online internet porn. She's also an anti-vaxxer. I could go on.
Right,
but, like,
but I talked
my
to you
point
about
overall,
the video. I wasn't
Wait,
reacting
is she an
to the entirety
anti-vaxxer?
of Shu's
Sure.
positions.
So
and
some
I
of this, like, I need to
publicly
like
and privately
confirm.
disagreed with many of her
Are we gonna get
positions.
President Sunday?
I don't understand
Okay.
the characterization of me being a dick rider.
I'm not sure if I'm ready to talk to President
So if
Sunday.
you
Oh my
disagree
god.
with like,
Oh my
if you
god.
disagree with somebody's like
This is so
ideology
bad,
at large,
Chad. Should I do this?
and but they make a point that you
Oh my god, Chad,
do
I'm feeling
agree with, is
impulsive.
it completely
Are you
off
ready?
limits to agree with that person in that particular instance?
Ah!
I don't think
Oh
so,
my
but that's not really what the
God!
conversation
Look
is
at what
about.
someone sent me.
Not Keffals. Shu.
Look at what one of you sent me.
The reason why I was upset
This
at
is so
Keffals
bad, I
wasn't because
disavow.
She was
I
agreeing with
disavow.
something that Shu said. I've agreed with things that Shu said. I did it in this call just
Oh
now.
my god.
My issue with what Keffals did was the fact that she was, from my perspective, blowing up at a chatter that was referencing, from my perspective, what Shoeonhead did
Bring on the
to
press.
me in DM. And
Some
was
people are saying no.
discrediting it,
Some
saying,
people do not want.
that's not the kind of thing she does, you terminally online weirdo.
That's
what it felt
chatter
like to
wasn't
me.
referencing
And that
either
feel-
of you. I'm gonna bring it up just
Goth is right. What does Goth
for
say?
clarity's sake, because this is not good faith. You know it isn't
Them
referencing you. Because
Oh shit, Shakespeare's got stuff about the SW
Okay.
see.
take.
Yes, this okay right here.
And for the record, Danny Smith, not Danny Smith, whatever you're calling yourself these days, right? I am an SJW. If the SW stands for sex worker, that's right. That's me. Sex job worker. That's what it stands for. Okay. Respect me.
So the chatter said, genuinely sad to see another leftist community defend Shu. She's going to call Keffals a pedophile the second she disagrees with her. That doesn't mention either you
That's
or
such a
Demon
specific. That's such a specific claim too, right? Like, look, if Shu is this disingenuous monster, which I think she's, disingenuous, like, I wouldn't trust. Like, my issue with Shu is not that, like, I can't trust her as, like, a friend. I think if I was friends with her, she'd betray me. It's not I'm thinking about ideology, right? It's really easy question I ask myself, of is she, representing in any way the intersectional left? And the answer is obviously no. I think even Danny would admit that that's a no. That's a big no, right, Danny? That's a big no that's a big yikes from me, dog.
That
There is no way for-
literally what she did once. Like, I disagreed
Right.
with, we disagreed with Shu.
The
and
message
then
doesn't
she
mention
pedojacketed
either
us.
of you. How am I supposed to know
Lexical says it stands for super jump woman. Yeah, that too.
exactly what you're thinking and how you would
Trust Shu to be racist.
Who else has
Okay.
she done that to that you
She is an anti-vaxxer.
are aware of, Keffals? I mean, she's done.
Danny Smith, listen, I didn't know half the things about Shoeonhead. I just knew I didn't like her takes, right? That's all I knew. All I knew was I disagreed with her, but it turns out.
it to a lot of people.
Is this the Streisand effect at work? Did you engender the Streisand effect? Is that what, do we have Danny Smith is the powerful mage of the Streisand effect? Of saying, like, Shu did nothing wrong, and then it causes us to, like, look all into, actually, Shu's an anti-vaxxer, actually, she's, like, anti-sex work, she wants porn banned, etc., etc. I don't know which of this is true. All of this is under the rubric of allegedly, please don't sue me, etc.,
So
etc.
because
loves
I
doing
don't
it,
have
guys.
all
Like,
of the
You're wearing a Public Enemy shirt right now.
knowledge and I don't interpret something immediately how you interpret something, I'm at wrong?
Okay.
Wait, what was Goth right about?
Do you just want me to say that I was wrong and just like leave and we continue being friends? Is that like the point here? Like I was wrong for feeling betrayed and like I should just I should be.
Wait, is he gonna apologize? Is he feeling like apologizing? Is he making fun of the idea of apologizing? I'm a little lost here. I'm having trouble following this, and we haven't even gotten to Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Soave yet. Is he defeated? Because I would not recommend going like I would. Did he just show his belly to Keffals? I don't know, chat. Genuinely sad that another leftist community defends Shu. She's going to call Keffals a pedo as second she disagrees with her. I mean, yeah, like, will she burn you for clout? Sure. Is she like a liability that if you're any kind of a leftist streamer that you should not like take into your liability zone? Yeah. But like, is it specifically going to be pedo jacketing? That sounds like a prophecy. Is Xander Hall in the business of making prophecies? Has he been taking the spice?
Okay with it? Like, yeah, nah, Kevin, it's all good. Yeah, no, hey, yeah, you're friends with Shoeonhead and she wants to like completely like destroy me. Come on over to my house. Yeah, no, you can come have movie night with me and my friends. Absolutely. No, I totally trust you. Like, I don't know.
What is the sleepover movie night metaphor coming from?
Man, like,
No.
it feels.
If you're sincere and you want to apologize, I'll accept it, but at this point, I feel like.
But is he granting that, like, because what he was easily wrong about was that what the chatter said, right? That Keffals, in responding to the YouTube chatter, that's where Keffals said, "You parasocial weirdo," right? She wasn't saying Xander Hall is a parasocial weirdo. It wouldn't really make sense for her to say that. But this is like, I mean, that seems like but I know how these people work, right? If you're right about something, anything, right? And you have an argument with somebody and you realize that you're wrong about one thing, right? You can't, like, a la carte be like, okay, well, you're right about this, right? Because saying you're right about this, even if it's NCC was right about this, right? You know, we've had people who've essentially expressed the fact that they now agree with my point of view in a debate that we had a long time ago, Dylan, but you know, would not mention my name in saying that, you know, that I was the one who originally said that, right? So but yeah, there's these rules, right? If you're a debate bozo, you can never apologize. It's weakness. It's taking the L. Xan cannot afford to take an L. This is not. He's in a bind here, right? If he says I'm sorry, he's saying you were right about everything, Keffals.
I would be walking on eggshells around you, and you'd be willing to burn the bridge over something I can't even comprehend what it would be.
Yeah, like that's my overall point is, like, for me, it feels like there's not even a point to an ultimatum.
So wait, he was doing that to be, like, pitiful, right? He was like, pity me. Like, is that what he's doing?
Because I don't, like, either this is like what it feels like.
Oh my god, Lexical's quoting shoes. These WH something RES should be banned. As speaking of sex workers?
To me, there are 3 timelines that we can follow. There's the timeline where I just burn the bridge. Maybe I say, like, I get a little emotional and I make a mean tweet. But, like, we just kind of, like, say, ah, fuck it, and it's over. We're not friends.
Wait, that's... Okay, so Chat Alpha's pointing out that nobody in chat so far, unless Lexical, is that a quote? That's a quote, right? That's a Shuan had quote. But of course we've got, like, a delay, so maybe Chat Alpha couldn't see what Lexical was posting, and that's what happened.
Anymore, and we leave it at
about Booba. Oh yeah, about Booba streamers on Twitch. Didn't Keffals also? Are you sure? Wait, you're Shuan had. She's. It's that's who said it.
That, right? We never interact again.
That's in the tweet I sent you. Okay, wait. Did I not scroll down far enough?
And that's the end of it. There's the timeline where, like, I just grit my teeth and bear it and say, okay, Keffals, all right, you're correct. I was over-emotional. I'm sorry. I'm really sorry. Yep, it's fine if you're friends with Shu and you're cool with her and everything. That's fine with me. And I just go on, like, being friends with you, but I'm, like, secretly just, like, never trusting of you, and I'm always a little bit resentful. Or there's, like, the third timeline.
Oh, it's a different one.
Which is where, like, I give you this, like, abuser ultimatum, where it's like, you have to be friends with me, or you have to be friends with Shu.
You already gave me that ultimatum.
Like, I don't want to do, like, either of those, but I'd rather go with the one where it's just like, all right, we drop it and we never speak again.
You made the ultimatum, except you did it in a way where you took the choice from me, and then you made the choice and said, look what you made me do. I did this because of you, which is no better than just giving someone an ultimatum.
Okay. I mean, if that's how you want to interpret it.
Am I wrong?
I suppose. I think that you're wrong, but I'm literally just I feel I'm sorry for being too sensitive. I guess.
No. Did I pause them both? No, I didn't.
Your apology.
Alrighty. Well, have a good stream.
Was that wasn't really an apology, was it? What the fuck was that? I'm so distracted, chat. I'm so completely confused. I'm so distracted, chat. That's why I'm bound to lose. I'm so distracted, chat. It's like whatever I choose.
and all that good stuff.
Thank you.
Your chat seems to be very convinced that I'm awful. It's really sad to see that
The
like
chat hates you.
people on the left are really that like
The
willing
boar hates you, Xander Hall. The boar from Valheim. Boar hates you.
to just jump onto like right wing.
I'm so sorry. The boar has rejected you.
Like, oh, you're sensitive, pathetic SJW shit.
You kept
But,
calling yourself sensitive. I don't. What?
I mean, like you were literally implying that I was being overly sensitive.
He's a SoundCloud rapper. Of
taking
course
issue
he's
with it.
sensitive. What do you
Whatever,
expect?
Listen, have a good stream.
I gotta get back to SoundCloud.
Say what you want about me. I don't really care. Have a good one, okay?
All right.
I got some haters that want me dead. I gotta get back to write more SoundCloud raps.
Okay.
Oh my god, Chad, you just heard that noise. It kind of sounds... maybe you heard that
Well,
noise. Did
so
you hear that
was
noise?
that. Hey, Tipster, you still around?
Yeah, you still around,
Yeah.
Tipster? Let's have a little chat here.
I'm here.
What's your take?
He wasn't listening! That's his take! He zoned out.
I had help.
Did you hear that, Chad? Did you hear that noise? It kind of sounds like, yeah, something else was happening on stream. While I am sensitive equals you are a bully. He was fine with Shu, yeah, along with the Vaush and the rest of the network. Until the face-eating leopard party ate his face, right? My question is, why are they talking about this in public instead of talking it out between That's what they usually do. That's supposed to be the rules of engagement if you're in the White Leaf network. Look, there's like real problems here. They're contradictions, right? You got a contradiction between Xan, who wants something from Keffals that Keffals is not willing to give in terms of cutting ties with Shu, and Xan is actually not willing to ask, because according to Debate Bro rules of engagement, giving somebody an ultimatum means you're the villain, and Xan doesn't want to be the villain. That's how these things work. You try to be the face, you don't want to be the heel in these situations. Don't I know it, right? Especially when you're up against a streamer that's like obsessed with wrestling, especially then, right? You don't want to be the heel. But yeah, he ends up being the heel anyway, because he's like, it's like a embedded ultimatum. I don't know how to put this, right? Who is the elderly third person? That is Tipster. That's our friend Tipster. Wait, do we know Tipster, chat? We kind of know Tipster. Like, you might remember Tipster from such... moments on H3 as this.
Yeah, clowns.
I like my guy.
Clown, idiot savants, morons.
First of all, both of those guys are way shorter than me.
Second
of
that's
all.
actually true. That's actually true.
So that makes me already
You're the alpha.
the most viable alpha,
Yeah, you're the alpha of
dog
that
in
group
the pack.
for sure. Yeah, you're leading that pack.
Second
so we
of
know
all,
Tipster, chat. No. We don't know Tipster. Where did it go? Oh my god, I'm so bad at this, chat. Oh my god, are we on Psychic Natalia? Did we land on Psychic Natalia?
Do you ever go live and do readings? And how much do you charge for mediumship? How much do you charge? No, that's
Oh,
lovely. My
no.
dog just farted on live.
The dog. It was the dog, chat. It's okay, it was the dog. This is what Vivek Ramaswamy did today. This is what Vivek did.
Somebody's got their thing off the team.
No! I heard enough. I heard enough. Actually, maybe that was his sync. Maybe that was just his sync. Chat, I want to think that was his sync, right? And that was Psychic Natalia's dog. Don't think any different. And I'm gonna get you that Tipster clip that I promised you. Don't think that I'm so ADHD that I'd forget about
Mediumship. How much do you charge?
She even moves.
Charge for medium?
She even moves. She did one of these. Oh, that's perfect. That's perfect. Stop. She forced it out. Oh. Yo, that's quick thinking, though. That's quick. That's quick. That's quick thinking.
Yeah, there's lots of girls out there who are like, my specific type of guy is fat.
Shut.
The same
How
guy.
much you charge? Oh, that's lovely. My dog just farted on
No.
Until she said the next two.
Stop.
And then I almost jumped off a building.
No, don't jump off a building.
On a large with.
Wait, where is this? Where is the actual clip of Tipster? The origin of the Tipster. Cheers, my dude.
Add 3840. Bro, Ethan is so daddy. Why so many? Oh, how many of these guys?
Oh, here we go. We know Tipster. This is Tipster.
again.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
That's Tipster. That's Tipster. Enjoying a non-alcoholic beverage, I see. That's Psychic Natalia. I can't tell you what's in her beverage, but it's probably carbonated.
Yo, I could watch this for hours, dude. What
Go live and
How big is that dog? Anyway, so she said some like old school racist things.
What makes you think it's okay to call somebody?
Oh my god, I'm not watching the racist stuff that she said. That's gonna get my channel in trouble somehow.
I do. Wait, hold on. Do you understand that psychic reading?
Bro, what's she doing? Like, oh god, she's like trying to have a debate with like a farting racist psychic, dude. What?
See, we should have watched that debate, chat. A debate with a farting racist psychic. That's what we need. That's exactly what we need. I should ask President Sunday if he's got any debates with farting psychic.
What do you mean? Like, why are you trying to debate lord this person? This person is
Wait, so Vivek, like, is this real?
Somebody got their phone open in the bathroom.
Oh no, somebody got their phone open in the bathroom. It's Vivek Ramaswamy. I want to think, chat, that all we've heard so far is like the sound of a sink. I want to think that Vivek was washing his hands before using the bathroom. An entity identifying itself as, oh no, as from Yemeni Navy orders a ship to change course to Yemeni port from the British naval. Are you talking about like a British ship? He got caught washing his hands. That's all it is. That's what I want to think. But you know what this is, right? This is Elon brought Alex Jones back to X, and at first asked him a really tough question of like, Alex, if you really were, directing hate at these victims of Sandy Hook and denying that they were victims at all, I mean, that would be really bad. Can you explain yourself? And Alex Jones gives this whole spiel of like, I haven't talked about those people in 2 years, right? So that's most of this is kind of about Alex Jones. Now they got Jackson Hinkle here, Jack Prosopiak, is that right? They got Ed Krasenstein. I don't know if they got Brian Krasenstein. I don't know who's hosting. PBD is there. Wait, PBD? Where's PBD? I don't see PBD. PBD is supposedly there though. Maybe he's off screen. And other people I don't know. The Tate brothers are there. So anyway, it's a mega cringe conversation between all your favorite people and Ed Krasenstein too. Wow. Yeah, Paul Bet David is PBD, the host of Valuetainment that we've seen a bit of. So wait, you know who Tipster is? We got that covered. Vivek is.
Yeah, that's Vivek. That's your phone, Vivek.
Can't they mute him?
I'm not able to mute you.
You're not able to mute him? That's a big problem.
Hot mics are a menace. There is one thing political leaders and news anchors
Hot mics are a menace. Hot mics are a menace. I agree.
are told to remember at all times. That is to assume that the mic is on. But
Yeah,
in
good idea. Good idea.
busy moments, this is often forgotten.
In busy moments, like where you might have some business to take care of, you might have come to a certain room to take care of the business that you can only take care of in that room, and little do you realize that your phone is still on.
And the most recent hot mic scenario has left US presidential candidate Vivek Ramaswamy in a bit of an embarrassing situation.
I'd say so. Okay, well, without risking getting
Undefeated, okay? Like,
she is undefeated.
You're out of your mind. Like, she's just a farting scammer. What the fuck?
So just like Vivek Ramaswamy is a pissing scammer.
Dude, TikTok is so funny. They're like very contentious. Like, there's like a TikTok way of speaking where it's like, isn't it funny? Huh, actually you had said this, and it's like, bro, she shits herself on her stream.
And tarot reading are two very separate things.
You're coming up and being very,
I'm curious.
no, I'm just feeling this energy. Can I talk? Actually, it's the reason
I'm
I blocked you
listening.
before.
You blocked me? For what?
I did block you. I'm going to
Oh
go.
my god, this music
and
though.
have-
This music
She
though.
fart, she gets exposed.
Why should I show you my screen? Why are you asking? Why?
It's called music. What? Wait.
She's trying. Yeah, get the
You can
music out of
literally
here.
hear. Do people on TikTok think there are real psychics?
Oh, don't say that, Hassan. You're gonna get in huge trouble. Don't say that.
Psychics out there, and they're mad at her not because
That's-
she's a
yeah.
scammer, just like
But-
all psychics are, but because she's a fake one.
Want to see my screen? Sure. There you go. How's that? It's called music playing.
Oh my god,
Honestly,
don't play the
listen,
music
listen.
though.
The help of your intuition, and this card represents strength and development.
Damn, she's spitting, dude. Fucking gross freak, dude. The water and the porcelain, like I can.
Okay, so no.
Let me wash my hands. So,
Oh my god, no. Okay, I've had enough. I've had enough.
Oh no, that's not a fart. She's shitting in the toilet. That's a toilet fart.
No. She's worse than Vivek. Okay, all Vivek did was wash his hands, as far as we know, chat. As far as anybody knows. As far as anybody knows, right? That all Vivek did was wash his hands. We don't know that was it was definitely the sound of water hitting porcelain, right? It was definitely the sound of water hitting porcelain. Psychic Natalia, on the other hand, I mean, I don't know how long she can blame the dog for. I don't know how long she can blame. This is the thing, is though people are so used to having their phones that they don't, like, you know, they don't put them away. They don't mute them. Like, she's on stream. Like, chat, I don't think I've ever taken you to the bathroom. There's multiple things I need to check out on Twitter, apparently. I was gonna show you this shoe thing that somebody sent me. The problem is that it's that clip from the streamer who's very controversial. It's a very controversial streamer. You know, the really controversial one? The one that does, like, this stuff, right? That streamer? Apparently very controversial right now. And so I don't know if I can show, even though that's from, like, Twitch, I don't know if I can show you that on Twitch. Especially since Twitch is probably feeling very under fire for having that content. You know what I'm talking about, chat? You've seen the tweet? Like, the dudes are having one. They don't like the booba streamers. They don't like the booba streamers. They're mad at the booba streamers. They've taken clips of one of the booba streamers going like, and stuff, right? Doing that number, doing this, but with, imagine, like, I don't have anything on, right? That's what the hubbub is about. That's what the drama is about, right? So if I show you Booba Lady, then Twitch is gonna be pressed to put up or shut up. Yeah, meanwhile, Polly, yeah, for fucking, oh my god, I don't even want to get into that, but they do seem to have a double, triple, quadruple standard on Twitch. How did they not like? Yeah, right. Well, I don't know. And Keffals has tweeted about this too, right? Keffals said basically, this is a children's platform. This is a Christian Minecraft server we're on. How dare you? How dare you show your boobas? Even if it's just the top of your boobas or the middle of your boobas or some other non-areolar part of the boobas, right? No, we're not talking about body paint. We're talking about, like, you know, just like the image ends right here. So do you get what I'm saying? It's a streamer who the image basically ends like right here on her, and she's going like that, but with no shirt on, right? And so that's what the dudes are clipping and saying that this is like bad for the platform. And what if the children see it? It's an 18+ stream. I don't think the children's are gonna see it. It was in just chatting, really? Oh, is that the problem with it? Is that the problem that happened in just chatting? Anyway, Shu was quote retweeting it, you know, making you know, having a problem with it. Keffals also got some clout, some pick-me clout, right? The very best kind of clout that you can get. Keffals got that, was there for that pick-me clout, by saying, I agree with the dudes. I think this is completely inappropriate on a platform that's mostly children, which it's like literally not. It's literally not. Like, I want to get you the good statistics. I found statistics, but everything that I've seen has shown me that this platform is literally not mostly children. There are cis dudes who stream playing games with, yeah, just in just their boxers, right? There's a double standard, at least double standard, many standards, too many standards. More standards than farts that Psychic Natalia's dog does on her stream.
Hope that would turn out different, honestly.
This is why
had
I
hoped
didn't
it
want to
was
have
just
the
like,
conversation.
well, at the very least, we can't say.
So at the end of all this, I'm going to have you vote on which conversation, which drama conversation do you think was worse? The Xander Hall versus Keffals, you know, burning the bridge, or I mean, we got another bridge getting burned with Brianna Joy Gray and Robbie Soave about something that actually matters, not shoe on head.
We didn't try, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
Jeez. Well, I'm sorry that didn't turn out differently. What can you do, you know?
The thing that really weirded me out is that Xan seems to be under this impression that everyone has the same amount of knowledge that he does.
Yeah, I mean, it's a large community of creators where, you know, things are happening constantly. Conflicts between various different creators are happening constantly. And, you know, sometimes we catch bits and pieces of what's going on, but we don't have the full picture if we're not, like, personally involved. And I feel like, to some extent,
you know, like, so like I said, she stays cool during this conversation. She definitely won the exchange. She definitely looked you know, better. And I mean, obviously people that don't like shoe on head are going to go with Xander Hall here. People, not necessarily though. Actually, that's not necessarily true, right? Yeah, he did look really bad. Like, right, that was just a bad exchange, right? It seems like everybody in the chat here is siding with Keffals, and that's a little bit of a change from what he said about the previous conversation. The previous conversation ended when Keffals realized that she was losing subs in real time. I you know, I can't confirm that, but that was Xander Hall's you know, commentary on that, right? And so, you know, and like he said, she was in a bad place. She was in a dark place during that conversation. So it kind of makes sense. But yeah, this is kind of going the other way. And, you know, we're not going to have time to look at Xan's stream today, unfortunately, or maybe very fortunately. Maybe some people are very, very like looking forward to being done with this, right? But this is look, if we can hit the sub goal, we'll watch some of Xan's stream, okay?
that Xan is expecting you to have that full picture. And I just don't think that that's reasonable. There's no way we can keep track of everything that's going on in this space.
I mean, I hate that kind of ultimatum. People did that to me before. Mike from Peel did that to me about Vaush. A lot of Wanabe moderators did that to me about being friends with Vaush.
Oh no!
If you give me that ultimatum,
No,
I will
that's such
always
a
pick the
distinct.
I will
That's
never
such
make anyone
distinct
choose
audio.
who
You
they can and
cannot
can't
recreate it under any
God.
other circumstance. That's when you're sitting.
Yeah, I've never been a big fan
That's
of that
when you're
sort of
sitting
thing.
on
It's
the
like I
toilet.
was, trying to
And
explain
the
during the
porcelain
conversation
and your
that,
butthole
when you're in this space,
is like spread, okay? Your cheeks are open. And it's like there's not enough reverberation from your ass cheeks. Okay, but it's very obvious, like the echo itself is hitting the water and the porcelain. Like I can hear it, dude. Look.
No.
That's a poopy fart. She's on the toilet.
No, I don't want to see it again. I've had enough, Hassan. Can we?
What did she think other people were thinking? She was like, "Oh, gonna walk over there to the bathroom. I wasn't sitting on the pooper."
I mean, cause look, look, she's using one of these green screen things that like automatically cuts out what's behind you, right? So I mean, like it's hit or miss, right? If you do that, you know what I'm talking about, right? Sometimes you'll see a little pop of the background, but we didn't see that. We heard a little pop of the background, if you know what I'm saying. Oh my God. This is the case of the farting psychic.
You seem jealous.
It would take Columbo to get to the bottom of this case, a case like this.
I'm not gonna lie, I'm a little jealous. She's out here redefining the fucking game. Okay, another one while doing a reading.
No!
That would be your choice.
Wait, what? No! Stop it! No! Oh my God. This is
You
terrible.
have a dark energy about you that's trying to escape.
That's Vivek Ramaswamy today.
Torture, you guys.
That's
You said,
Vivek
"Why are you
Ramaswamy.
torturing me?"
Oh
What do
my
you
God.
mean? Is the torture knowing that a streamer that's infinitely better than me exists out there and you're paying me $5 to avoid the top of the hour ad breaks? Is that the real torture?
Vamps, thank you for the gifted membership.
Meanwhile, she could have been
To Michael
farting and
Sykes.
sharding, talking about your dead grandfather,
We're getting
dude.
there. We're getting there, chat. We're gonna hit that sub goal, maybe.
Oh man, remember yesterday when I talked about how I don't laugh anymore on stream?
We're also gonna hit that top of the hour ad break.
All we needed was this
At the top of
poopy
the
humor,
hour.
dude.
On the hour, right? It's about to happen. Actually, no. I'm like 10 minutes. No, wait, no, I'm on time. I'm on time. It's 4 minutes until that ad break, right? 5 minutes until that ad break. If you no longer want to see that ad break, if you've been experiencing that ad break, if you've been suffering through that ad break, know that getting out of that ad break is just a Twitch Prime sub away. If you have Prime, you already have a free sub to give to the streamer of your choice. If that's me, you will no longer see those ad breaks. You can also avoid those ad breaks by paying Twitch $5 to get yourself a sub. Or, if that doesn't work, there's this chance that somebody might be willing to help you out, right? With a gift sub, with a community sub, but that sort of thing, more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Just like our friend Xander Hall, it's more likely to happen if you're active in the chat. Oh my God. I almost want that cut out, but it's too mean. It's too mean, chat. It's too effective. It's like, it goes too hard. Just like Psychic Natalia goes too hard.
Just find me a fucking white trash.
Oh my God.
West Virginia ass.
Okay, wow. This took a turn. This took a turn. My dogs are goth. Thank you for the gift membership to Pinkerbell. Wow. Oh my God, I love that sound though. That's why I choose the sounds that I do for the alerts, right? Like if it's a Twitch sub, it's like bubbles and it's jellyfish, right? If it's a Twitch donations, it's this like stars and these like sparkly sounds, like psh, like chimes, right? You get chimes, and the chimes like last like longer than you'd think, right? I haven't had anybody trigger that one in a while, but they last longer than you think. If it's a raid, then it sounds like wanna be a spicy girl, right? And it's the JoJo's Bizarre Adventure scene from part 5. Yeah, like I like the one that's like, wow, oh no, oh no, oh no, chat. It exists. It exists, chat. Xander Gollum exists. Should I save this? I don't know. Wait, I think it was this one. Yeah, so the person that made me aware of Psychic Natalia was actually Curtis Connor.
It is to get takeout and delivery all the time, but there's truly nothing as good as a home cooked
HelloFresh, yeah.
Trauma, insulting people for not donating, and living in Manitoba. The worst offense of all is
She's not from West Virginia, she's from Manitoba, come on.
she straight up pisses and shits while she's live streaming on TikTok. Yeah, and I'm not joking. She literally streams while she streams. I'm gonna put the timestamp on screen right now. It's right there, okay? So if you don't want to hear a middle-aged woman absolutely wreak havoc on some porcelain, just jump forward to that time, save yourself. All right, you have been warned. The rest of you,
Psychic
you're fucking
Natalia.
nasty. Here's the clip.
No!
Yo, dude, that's so fucking gross, dude. Ew, man.
Guess what? I just bit myself. Now I know I'm sick.
It's not even a one-time thing either. Like, it's several times. You remember that original Facebook post where she like discovered she was a medium? Like, and she kept getting woken up by a name said in her ear, like over and over again? I feel like it was her own name. I feel like it was her roommate saying her own name in her ear, being like, Natalia, 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 stop fucking farting and shitting the bed. You're stinky, stinky. And then she woke up, she's like, oh my god, I'm psychic.
Psychic.
Good god, dude. I know she said she's a medium, but that one...
It was a large. Okay, that's very great. That's good. Good job. Thank you, Curtis Connor. Thank you for explaining psychic. You laugh, you lose bodily. What? Oh my god, that's not funny though. Wait, how does that tie into this? Oh my god. Okay. No, we got to get back on track. Chat, we're off the rails. Tipster, help us out here.
Me again.
Cheers, my dude. Love ya. No homo.
No homo. Yeah, clearly. It's well, wait. I thought Tipster was the Nicholas Diorio of the gays. Anyway, regardless, that is Vivek Ramaswamy. I feel like he needs a song about him. Like, right, Vivek Ramaswamy. Who else is on this? Who else is all over this? Tim Pool? No, Tim Pool's defending him. Oh my god.
Alex Jones has officially returned to X.
He's trying to make the story back about Alex Jones again, but he doesn't understand the attention economy. Look, Chud taught me well. Okay, the one good thing I learned from Chud was the attention economy, right? If somebody plays a beautiful bassoon solo and it's immaculate and ephemeral and just you feel transformed, your life is never the same. And then somebody else is a trombone player and they fall into the orchestra pit. Guess which one's getting the headline the next morning? The trombonist in the orchestra pit, right? It doesn't matter how good that bassoon solo that Alex Jones played was, right? But Tim Pool thinks he can change the subject back. But even he knows, look at this. Look at this. Look, scroll down and big accused of urinating live with ear. I like the way the person in chat said it, like on Elon. I think the person, like, they gave me the idea at first that like maybe Ramaswamy pulled a psychic Natalia on Elon. Let's take a look. Wait. Okay, Tim Pool, you're so boring. Oh, here we go.
Suspended from Twitter over this. He never was. And they claimed that he directly defamed the parents. My understanding, and I could be wrong, he never actually named Wait, I think he
So we're going to defend Alex Jones. Cool, cool. I'm expecting that, though.
named like one person, but I'm not entirely sure. And when it came to his civil trial where he owes all this money, there was never actually a trial over defamation. It was a summary judgment. I'm sorry, it was a default ruling.
Do you know why? Because his fucking lawyers refused to cooperate, right? Now, one of two things is true here. Either he was incompetently served and has grounds to ask for a new trial based on his inadequate legal representation, okay? Or they knew they didn't have a case. And I'm thinking it's much more likely the latter. It's much more likely the latter, right? There's no way a guy like Alex Jones does not have like decent legal representation, and any legal representation will tell you you need to cooperate or else there will be a summary judgment. Tim Pool is acting like the deep state like got to the judge and we're like, we're going to do a summary judgment this time. Alex Jones doesn't get a real trial because he's Alex Jones. Bull fucking shit. Alex Jones got the same thing that any of the rest of us would have gotten in that situation, right? This is what happens. The lawyers talk. If they don't cooperate, then there's a summary judgment that goes on, right? That's what happened with Alex Jones. And probably specifically for something like this, so that he could A, maybe try to get a new trial through blaming his lawyers, and B, try to win the PR war by saying that he didn't get a fair trial when he is the one who refused to cooperate with his fair trial.
Meaning they claimed that Alex Jones didn't even try to challenge the claims when he did. They just went straight to the trial for how much damages he would owe without actually going through whether or not he
Shakespeare, what's the MTO? British MTO?
actually defamed anybody. Interesting. Well, we had this massive Twitter space. And the big news out of that.
Wait, did I scare away that accidental phobic publisher you mentioned on the Vanguard? Oh, wait, which one? Oh my god, like look, I gotta respond to there's like super chats going on. That's an awesome emoji. I don't know why it doesn't show up as the awesome emoji itself, but oh, Disco Wolf. Yeah, my dogs are goth. Thank you for look, we got the dogs and the wolves sticking together on this, right? Disco Wolf was gifted a membership by My Dogs Are Goth. Is it gonna say awesome though? Oh no, it won't. It won't. But it will go. I knew what you meant, Soul Life. I knew what you meant. I know what awesome is. Unfortunately, I am aware of these internet traditions as well. But yeah, thank you. Houthis reportedly hit an Israeli ship with cruise missiles in the Bab al-Mandab area. Ship is ablaze at the Israeli port. Eilat is closed. Is that the one in Israel's southeast corner? Is that the port we're talking about? The one that goes into the Wait, it's not the Red Sea, right? It's like oh my god. Oh my god. One that goes into the Red Sea. It is the Red Sea. Okay, by the way of the Gulf of Aqaba. I thought the Houthis... Yeah, I kind of thought did too, Autumn Leaves. I thought the Houthis were busy fighting the Saudis. Okay, damn. So the world is falling apart, but here's Tim Pool.
That is... Vivek Ramaswamy appears to urinate with mic on during Twitter Space. Oh, heavens me.
We have to defend him.
I got to be honest. I don't think this is actually going to negatively impact Vivek Ramaswamy, and it's kind of fascinating.
I mean, it proves that he doesn't have prostate issues, right? It, like, in terms of like proving, you know, he's healthy and.
Because you had that Howard Dean yoo-hoo moment where it like destroyed his camp.
Can we get that again, Tim Pool? He makes the best sounds, chat. This is the guy that says whoopsie. Is that whoopsie? Did somebody clip that whoopsie? Can we get that whoopsie for the soundboard?
Be honest. I don't think this is actually going to negatively impact Vivek Ramaswamy, and it's kind of fascinating. Because you had that Howard Dean yoo-hoo moment where it like destroyed. I got to be honest.
He can
I
yodel.
don't think this is actually going to
This
negatively
man can
impact
yodel.
Vivek Ramaswamy, and it's kind of fascinating. Because you had that Howard Dean yoo-hoo moment where it like destroyed his campaign by yelling. I think, what did he yell, yoo-hoo or whatever?
He didn't yell you.
Vivek is on this stream, and
Zara says, just a side note, for civil cases involving private parties, ineffective assistance of counsel is not historically going to be enough to appeal or retry it. Interesting. Well, it hasn't happened yet, you know, so that makes more sense. In my personal opinion, it is not to be taken advice or counsel. None of this is legal advice. None of this is health advice. Consult your personal care physician for more information about whatever pharmaceutical. Anyway, yeah, good point, Zara. Good point. Thank you for highlighting that too. Yeah, it's a great way to get a hold of me through a super chat or a highlight. Get my attention really quick. Ramaswamy wants to get rid of birthright citizenship, even though he benefits. Wait, that is the most literal like demonstration of the climb up the ladder and then pull the ladder up, like, right? If he's like literally, wait, would his eligibility be birthright citizenship? Yeah. Wait, so yeah, that would like make, oh my God. So he wants to pass a law that would make it illegal for a future him. Like, I mean, obviously, like, you know, there's more to like not getting birthright citizenship than just you can't run for president, right? But like, among other things, it would basically make a future him illegal to run for president, even though he's running for president, wanting to change that law. Yemen said that it would not allow any ship flying any flag that is headed to Israel to pass through its waters. Okay, so if you don't know, let's see. Oh God, I want to find here. I'm gonna play more of this, and then I'm gonna find so we can't look at some of the war footage, like, right, is a little dicey to look at, but I'm gonna play this, and I'm gonna look for a map to kind of show you the area that we're talking about, because the geography comes into play here.
I gotta be honest too. I'm not even convinced he's actually urinating. Someone says that. I think Alex Jones like, yo, someone's peeing on stream, and then everyone repeated it. I'm not sure he actually did. But whatever.
We'll see.
We're
gonna
see.
He
know
wants to
whether or
listen
not someone's
anyway. He wants
urinating
to
when
listen.
you're hearing it on a camera or something. But he could have been like he could have been like making an espresso or something. I don't know.
He could have been making
like
an
apparently
espresso.
all you hear is like water trickling, but I gotta admit, it doesn't sound, at least the audio I heard, like a toilet. It sounds like water trickling. In which case, it's like, did he make an espresso or turn the faucet on or something like that? I don't know. I don't know how you respond to this, but you know, it's the big news. So here it is.
Big news.
With the media now coming after Elon Musk greatly, as they've been for some time.
Bigly.
Elon Musk seems to be doubling down more and more. Bringing back Alex Jones seems to be a big middle finger. And Elon's basically saying, you know what, man? Screw these people. Here's the fun and funny thing. They say that Twitter, X, it's going to crash and burn. You know what? Give us a year. That's all we need. Donald Trump is leading. And right now we are winning the culture war tremendously.
Bigly.
And so maybe at some point X crashes and burns. But it's not going to crash and burn in a year. And that means this platform will exist and the conversation will persist into 2024 and the election. And then at least Trump wins. But we'll see.
Wait. What? There's a linking here of Trump winning and Twitter existing. Okay, so here's the Red Sea. Right? This is Africa on the left. This is, you know, the Saudi Peninsula, the Arabian Peninsula on the right. Here's Yemen, right? And so a lot of traffic goes through here, right? This up here is the Suez Canal, right? On this side, you know, if you go all the way up this side, you get to Israel's, like the one little corner that it has on the southeast, right, where there's a port. And so apparently, you know, so right, Yemen is perfectly positioned, and I think especially like the Houthis, from what I understand, you know, like are occupying like the southwest portion of Yemen, right? So they're able to kind of exert some authority over who gets through here. Now, obviously, you know, like it's not a big navy or anything, and the United States has a big navy, and there's a lot of big navies out there, right? So, but that's what's going on in your world.
Now,
play the tape, my friend.
As per
we'll decide if it's P.
Constitutional speech and what that means. Josie, the red-headed libertarian who hosts Spaces with Josie. You can watch the live show on timcast.com, members only. But so here's how this works. Josie hosts periodic Twitter Spaces. You should follow TRHL Official on X/Twitter, where she interviews people over Twitter Spaces. If you want to watch the video version, because the Twitter Space is always free, there's a video version where you can see Josie live on camera, and we have that on timcast.com for members. It's just kind of the bonus where you get to watch the video component of it. We're trying to figure out some way to like make it more than just a Twitter space, but it is available on Twitter, on X. Josie is a revolutionary journalist, and I don't mean like she's engaging in revolution. No, she covers greatly the Constitution, independence, revolution, and she broke down constitutional speech. So I'd like to play this so we can understand what it really means. What it really means that we're going to have free speech.
So I just want to help kind of clarify that for some listeners.
Okay, boo. Is that really all we're gonna get? You clickbaited. Your title is partially about Vivek Ramaswamy being accused of urinating, and you haven't even played it to give us the people a chance to decide for yourself. You're like, I'm not even sure that was a pretty piss poor defense. That was kind of a piss poor defense. Imagine paying to listen to Tim Pool, right? Oh my god. Yeah, that was a piss poor defense. I gotta say. It could have been an espresso. That is actually kind of good. Shakespeare, thank you for helping me to look on the bright side. Like, right, we didn't get Tim analyzing the audio, which is what we all wanted. We all wanted to listen to Tim analyze the audio, and when he hears that it actually does sound like a P, he could say, whoopsie. He could say, whoopsie, the little whoopsie made there. We found Trump's PP tape, right? It's Vivek. It's Trump 2.0. It's Trump part 2. Join Tim's Patreon to get the P tape. That's what we did. That's what we got to do, Chad. It's paywalled. The PP is paywalled. The PP is paywalled away from me. Oh. Wait, it's a stream element thing? Should I change the name of that bot? I need to change the stream elements is what I really need to change. I'm actually thinking Lance does the best whoopsie. Is it like that? I can't quite get it. Tim does the best whoopsie. Oh my god. Okay, so let's the other thing that I promised you. Wait, let's check. Okay, good. We still got 15 minutes until the middle of the hour ad break. Brianna and Robbie discussing from 1 month ago. Okay. That's 1 month ago. They have been having more and more contentious interactions, let's just say. Brianna and Robbie on the Hill. Wait, I wonder if they cover the P gate. I don't see it doesn't look like oh no, it's just recommending me weird things. Tucker's gonna launch a streaming network for $9 a month. He needs to hire Ramaswamy. Vivek Ramaswamy is the king of streaming. The master of streams. Why am I having trouble finding this? It was like a few days ago. It was like a couple days ago. Was it more days ago than that? God, the hill is such cringe. We still have to cover the banned GTA thing. That stuff's really funny. Why am I having trouble finding this clip? Did they take it down? There it is.
Indoctrinated youth. Apparently, comedian Bill Maher thinks indoctrination of American youngins is the reason for the pro-Palestine protests that have taken place across the country.
This is what I see when I see kids demonstrating, these progressives demonstrating for Hamas, the most illiberal people in the world, that, oh good, we're going to give America its comeuppance, asshole America.
What is this theory? Like, we just like ruin the audio and then it's okay to play like somebody else's clip?
They kind of have been indoctrinated this way.
All right, and then this feeds in with another story we've been talking about where there has been this push to shut down TikTok on the basis that it's because TikTok is the vessel of indoctrination.
TikTok is woke, just like Grok. We have to get rid of Grok. We have to get rid of TikTok. We have to get rid and ban GTA 6.
Because there is so much pro-Palestine content on TikTok, people have drawn this connection. I would argue that because most young people use TikTok, the average age of TikTokers, 70% of them are between the ages of 18 and 34. Not so coincidentally, between the ages of 13 and 34 is the bracket of people who have more sympathy with Palestinians than Israelis. That number has actually flipped since October 7th. It used to be that even among young people there was more sympathy for Israel. But I would say it's not that TikTok is polluting people's minds. I think that you see on all social media accounts visions of horror coming out of the Gaza Strip that are radically changing people's position, not in favor of Hamas, as Bill Maher so dishonestly and disingenuously put it there, but in favor of simply stopping the carnage.
Sure, a couple things. First of all, I think the argument against TikTok that people are making is specifically that China, the Chinese, who can have influence over the app, are promoting pro-Palestinian narratives to make American society more bitterly divided and internally fighting.
Just like the Russians reminded us that racism existed, and that's why Donald Trump won.
All right, well, I can't naively shake up, given how pervasive the American government's efforts to manipulate the content on social media have been exposed to have been, I certainly can't discount the possibility that China, a government with far easier access to this social media app, was doing the same thing. So I think that's plausible. That said, I agree with you. It's clear that pro-Palestinian sentiment among young people is widespread among the left, among the activist community. Young people are more left-leaning anyway. This is obviously a very important issue. I see that from your enthusiasm for the subject, from Jessica Burbank, our Friday host, her enthusiasm for the subject. It's clear that it's genuine. So I think it's naive for people like Bill Maher or others to think that if only we got rid of TikTok or only we made their algorithm transparent or something, that would cause an evaporation that would cause more support for Israel among young people. I think that's very naive. I don't think it's indoctrination by TikTok. I don't think it's indoctrination at all. I mean, it's a sincerely and genuinely held belief. I am troubled by the leaf, and unlike you, I do think there are the activist groups on this issue, as I've pointed out many times, including National Students for Justice in Palestine, do seem they at least endorse Hamas's activities on October 7th. I don't know that they endorse the organization itself, and I think there's far too much sympathy for, covering for, and endorsement of terrorist activity among young pro-Palestinian.
You want to talk about endorsement of terrorists? You want to talk about endorsing violence against civilians? You want to talk about the proportion of violence that's gone on? Like, what kind of weird shit is this? The young people, they're siding with the terrorists. Say the people siding with the terrorists.
Activists in America, but that's
we could just ban Israel. Ban Israel. That doesn't make sense. We just ban TikTok. Then everyone would love Israel.
Right.
It's really incredible how so many folks like Bill Maher, like Josh Hawley, who have kind of positioned themselves as not being afraid of speech, of wanting a maximalist speech approach, saying that we need to be able to have debate, have been so quick to be among the most authoritarian people in our society as they give commentary, saying that the real problem is TikTok. Josh Hawley has called for a ban on TikTok specifically over what he describes as...
Okay, so when we're talking about the free speech discourse, the modern or like recent discourse on free speech, it kind of traces its way back to college campuses around we were talking about 2015 earlier, right? It's kind of the same place where this comes from, right? When right-wing extremists found a new tactic, they would go to college campuses where they were clearly not wanted. They would do things to provoke and attack minority groups on those campus. And then when they were disallowed access to the campuses, they would claim that there's no free speech. There's no free speech. They want free speech in college, right? It's college. People should be able to say what they want, including Nazi shit, including whatever kind of garbage they want to throw at us, including whatever kind of provocation they want to issue, to make minority groups scared on campus, right? And the same assholes, like Bill Maher, that we're talking about, these college kids are too fragile. They should just like sit there and let the Nazis give their speech or whatever, right? Kind of something that Vaush said when he attacked Innuendo Studios too, I might add, right? But that's where this, it's such a weird turn for them to now say that they don't want college students to have free speech. They want the Nazis to be able to, people from off campus, to be able to come on campus and say whatever the fuck they want to. But when the students on campus protest, well, we gotta Hamas jacket them. That's what's going on, chat. They're Hamas jacketing students, right? And saying like it's not, basically, they couldn't be bigger hypocrites. Do you want free speech or don't you?
Anti-Israel content. I mean, can you imagine a world where, because Elon Musk has articulated his own political values and has made censorship decisions on the app that are conservative in nature? Obviously, he just got back from his meeting with Netanyahu and said that he's going to ban the statement from the river to the sea as a terrorist statement. Can you imagine if the powers that be said, oh, we now have to ban TikTok because we don't like the ban Twitter because we don't like the ideological persuasion that Elon has taken?
Look, as bad as Chew on the Head is, as bad as Keffals is, as bad as Xander Hall is, none of these people are as craven as these assholes right here. That
of late, it's a pretty dramatic move.
This is important though.
Like Elon Musk literally like claiming that he is the savior of free speech, right? That is the guiding principle of how he's going to run Twitter. And then like, oh yeah, this phrase that I'm gonna ban a slogan.
Charlie is actually being entirely consistent. I disagree with him, but he has for a long period of time. He is not I would say like a free speech Republican. He has wanted to break up the tech companies since before he got to Congress. He is he's a not part of the libertarian. I mean, he's feuded with Rand Paul on this subject a number of times. He is part of the NatCon right, not the libertarian right. He explicitly wants to give the government more power over big companies and social media companies. He wants commissions to decide whether their speech policies are accurate. So this is nothing new from him. It's entirely consistent. He does not have the same values that I have on the right or whatever. We're not in the same tent here. So I'm not at all surprised to hear this. It's entirely consistent with his worldview, which is one that the government should break up all the social media
Well, I would still point out he is in favor of free speech as he's been.
So for the record, Robbie is wearing the shirt that says, "I'm not with Elon."
Defending Donald Trump, for instance, over 1/6. He talked about free speech when, in the context of investigating some of the Joe Biden corruption issues in defense of the whistleblowers, specifically calling out social media companies censoring free speech. So I think
sure, but
very
on tech
broadly,
issues, he has been the major Republican in favor of repealing Section 230, which is the most anti-free speech move we could possibly
that's fine.
make.
But if you're sitting around saying things like, quote, the Biden administration systematically, not accidentally, tried to shut down Americans' free speech on elections, COVID, Hunter Biden, and more, and you're turning around and saying ban an entire app, I'm going to characterize that as a fundamental inconsistency. But I do take your point. And it is just fascinating. And Glenn Greenwald, obviously, as we discussed before, has been on top of this because he is one of the few people that has really been consistent, regardless of the valence of the underlying politics in these issues. And it is remarkable to see how many people are now arguing that, well, it's college's problem for indoctrinating the youth. It's TikTok's problem for indoctrinating the youth, without engaging with the idea that we all once valued, that these social media companies give people an outlet to express ideas and to see journalistic content that, frankly, is not always shared honestly on mainstream channels, including, I mean, Robbie, we were sitting here the other day, yesterday, and I showed you an image out of Palestine on my computer, and you kind of grimaced and were like, I don't want to look at that. But like that is what the kind of imagery that people are looking at. They're looking at handfuls, armfuls, adults with armfuls of body parts of children, dumping them onto a mat as they've collected them.
I gotta agree with Brianna here, right? This is that Robbie seems to think that there's something inorganic about the support for Palestine that we're seeing, but I'm gonna say that there's something inevitable about that, right? When you're seeing what's actually going on, when we're in the world that we're in, at some point it becomes intolerable to continue to support the disproportionate attacks on civilians, the justifications used for those attacks. It becomes apparent that there's a systematic nature to this violence. It's violence with a goal. And that goal is the literal and very possible displacement of an entire group of people. And Brianna's like, Robbie, your problem isn't social media. Your problem is the facts. Your problem is what's actually going on. Your problem is what people can see right before their eyes. Don't blame TikTok.
For muffage.
You almost drank an evil ladybug?
Wait,
did it get into your drink?
Rather, they're listening to videos of a 12-year-old girl calling from inside a rubble, talking about, please save my family before you save me. I'm fine, get us out of here, while people stand around confused as to what to do.
Okay, we got to be a little bit careful about like the things that they're showing in the background, right? Because
I think very viscerally and honestly, just humanely, to saying we have to stop killing thousands and thousands and thousands of children and having a 20-to-1 ratio by Israel's own admission between actual Hamas targets killed and innocent civilians.
But the the concern being expressed here is that social media and the algorithms of TikTok specifically is feeding them those images, but not feeding them the images of people being gunned down in their cars, civilians shot in the head, the music festival at all those places, which is why...
So you're mad that they're not recycling images from October 7th, but instead also showing you the images from October 8th, October 9th, October 10th, October 11th, etc., etc., up until December 11th.
They're happy, which is why so many of them have taken the view that the actions on that day should be celebrated and were a good thing.
Yeah, I think the issue is that Israeli civilians have not been killed since October 7th.
The issue is that Robbie's unable to change the topic, change the subject. That's what he wants to do. Look at these college students that said something that I can twist into being like, I support acts of violence that happened on the 7th. Look at these people. Don't look at what's literally going on right now in Gaza. Avert your eyes. Pay no attention. God damn, this guy is...
And the reason that you don't see more and more footage of Israeli civilians being killed is because they haven't been killed, thank God, in more numbers since October 7th. What you are seeing is now going on 2 months of a relentless onslaught of not just killing of over 15,000 overwhelmingly innocent women and children and innocent men in Gaza. But you're also seeing destruction of 80% of residential housing. You're seeing people having to trek up and down as they're told to evacuate every other day to a new location, with people having nowhere to stay. You're seeing 5 dead babies in a NICU unit that not only were left to die because the hospital was evacuated by the IDF, but were left to decompose in their cribs so that at some point wild animals started to eat at their bodies. You cannot suppress that kind of imagery, and the idea that that wouldn't be circulating in a viral way because it's so grotesque and core to our sense of humanity, and that banning TikTok would prevent people from having a very human response to that kind of imagery, I think that's kind of naive.
Sure. I find it grotesque that so many of these people can't work up any sort of condemnation for the events of the initial terrorist attack, even as awful.
But again, I'd still like to change the subject, if at all possible, to something completely different. Let's talk about these college students, these goddamn college students, though.
As what is continuing to happen, and I wish it wouldn't continue to happen. I think, that is the concern.
I'll
and the fear
like, we're approaching 20,000 killed, and you are worried about some college students like potentially misdirecting their anger? Really? Is that the issue? People with no fucking power? People with no effect on the situation, rather than the people that are actually enacting this violence? That's your concern? That's what you want to talk about? You want to just like tear off the rest of the calendar and stick on October 7th forever? What is your deal, Robbie?
A violation of international
you're condemning
law
it. That's great.
To kill innocent people, but
these people are not condemning it.
And if Israel had not,
these people don't condemn it. These people are basically setting up terror cells in their dorm rooms right now. Shut the fuck up. Miss me with this garbage.
Had started killing infinitely more, exponentially more innocent people in the 7 weeks since October 7th, I think that we would all be in a space where we could really rightly focus on the tragedy of October 7th, and those images would be prevailing in the front of our mind.
But that's not.
But now we have 15,000 additional deaths to focus on.
They're not saying what happened on October 7th was bad, and then what has subsequently happened is worse than what is. They're saying what happened on October 7th was great.
They, though?
The Students for Justice in Palestine.
We're talking about a specific poll and statistics here, Robbie.
Okay, the largest pro-Palestinian activist group on college campuses endorses the terrorist attack.
What was it? What did I just read on that stat? 56% of people in the 18 to 34 group.
Yeah, Autumn Leaves, there has been a moment where like it got really contentious and she almost like teased the idea of walking off the set. She hasn't done that yet, but
have more sympathy for Palestine than Israel. That's the number. So
she is definitely showing a lot of restraint here.
Sit here and say they're radical pink-haired freaks. It's literally everybody's children 18 to 34, those aren't even young people anymore. Those are middle managers at companies and people with children of their own who are expressing these kind of views. And at a certain point, Bill Maher can keep doing his old man shouts at cloud routine from the front yard, but you have to reckon with the idea that people have sincerely held views, not just me and not just Jessica, but people all around the country because of what they're seeing, yes, on social media, but not.
So Life says she pauses at the end of this, like before going on break, like somebody was in her ear.
Because it's being pushed or altered or doctored.
Look, but from me as a content creator who has worked in spaces where I'm expected to play nice to a certain degree with right-wingers, right? I'm talking about the Hippy Dippy podcast. My experience on that, right, where I ran afoul of Mr. Dylan Burns was first and foremost through criticizing and ridiculing his chud friend, critically thinking veteran. Now, like, I think I understand what the reason was that there were only a few conservatives that Dylan could use that weren't super right-wing. Right-wing enough that it was going to get him in trouble, right? He'd had problems before. He'd brought people on who turned out to be Proud Boys, right? And so he wanted like a tame conservative. And he thought he had that in CTV. Now, eventually CTV did indeed become the guy that, you know, was one of the first to jump on the groomers narratives, that actually tweeted out like a swastika that he had made out of the diversity pride flag, right? He took that and he turned it into a swastika, right? So, you know, he's a bad dude. Everybody realizes it now, but, you know, I got in trouble for calling him out too hard. And I think that might be what Brianna's dealing with, right? Maybe they have a tough time finding a conservative who fits the spot. Maybe for whatever reason, like, you know, despite the fact that I think she's more well-known, I think she's got more of an independent audience. I mean, am I wrong, chat? I think she's got more of an independent audience on her own than Robbie does. Somehow Robbie maybe is more valuable to them. Take that as you may. But yeah, stuff like this definitely does happen. I can say from experience.
Because it's a real life tragedy that's being recorded, validated, and observed by international observers who are also characterizing it as an ongoing genocide and ethnic cleansing.
You don't think there could be, theoretically, there couldn't be manipulation by China?
Some sort of demiurge could have put the wool over our eyes, and maybe what we see as reality is not actually reality. It's just the demiurge trying to distract us from the ever-present truth of God? Because could that be what's going on, Robbie? Don't trust your lying eyes. Are we in the Matrix, Robbie? Do we need Andrew Tate to red pill us and get us out of the Matrix? What's going on? What do you mean? What do you mean, Robbie?
On TikTok
It's China. China's fooling us.
What we're seeing in terms of these images.
Just like we know that there's...
We know in the U.S. context there was manipulation for what we're seeing all the time.
I was going to say that there's an active manipulation done by the Israeli
press. That's his cope. That's his cope against the literal truth in the U.S. Well, yeah, we know that social media is super woke. We know that all the corporation... Well, actually, I don't even know how far... he's a libertarian, right? He loves corporations. So he's not quite where Shu and this Pedro guy were, but...
...arm to put out any number of fake stories that have since been...
Wait to find out if they're tiny little frogs.
And disproven. We saw there's that call of Benjamin Netanyahu to Joe Biden that is on camera and on tape, where he promulgates a number of lies about the nature of the carnage on October 7th that have since been disproven. We've talked about the various Israeli social media accounts that have targeted American Palestinians like Gigi.
There have been exaggerated claims on both sides of this conflict, for sure.
We've seen.
Wait a minute, Brianna. You're making too much sense. Let me muddy the waters. Let me muddy the waters for you. The waters are not nearly. Let's just muddy those waters a little bit and conflate a bunch of stuff.
The mainstream media pick up and run with claims of a command center under.
The hospital story did not pan out your way, dude. Are they still on the hospital story? The latest I have read is that it's looking a lot more likely that those munitions came from did not come from forces inside of Palestine.
underneath Al Shifa Hospital, which was abandoned, and now they've moved on to other claims that they can try to substantiate. But what ends up happening is the claim goes around the
Yeah,
world.
you really want to talk about hospitals when you've had nurses forced to abandon infants in the premature ward, and the result being that they died. And I don't even want to get into it again, but you heard what she said
Twice before the truth is refuted, and now there's still people walking around to this day, as we know, who repeatedly put forward this idea that there were 40 beheaded babies. And again, so yes, of course, there's media manipulation, but I'm not going to...
I keep seeing images on my social media feed of bodies.
You people were like... all these TikTok haters, right? We're talking, we're beating people over the head with 40 babies beheaded. How many babies beheaded? Oh, I guess it's less than 40. How many babies beheaded? Oh, I guess it was none. Well, I mean, technically, I don't know how they died. Maybe their heads were... Come on. That was bullshit. That was bullshit propaganda being spread everywhere. And meanwhile, you want to talk about babies now? Do you really want to talk about babies? Do you really want to talk about how many of the dead in Gaza are babies? Do you want to talk about that? Is that really your talking point that you're bringing to me? No, they've forgotten all about it, chat. They spread that garbage high and wide, and now they're running away from it like they never said it.
Of victims and then you check the community note, and it's not even an image from this conflict. It's from an earthquake in Syria or something from years ago.
Yeah, I did see that one
that happens
Israeli spokesperson using a rape from another crisis to justify. So that, of course, does happen.
Okay, I've seen the pro-Palestinian people, some of whom you've cited on the show, with those images that referring to them as Palestinian deaths from Israel that are not happening
let's
here.
just be clear, Robbie. Do you think that 15,000 people haven't died in Gaza?
I think 15,000 people have died.
So what is the contention here? That they're...
No, saying, you're making it seem, you're characterizing it as if the only inaccuracies are coming from one side of this conflict, which is not true.
I'm not saying that the only inaccuracies...
The way you talk about this gives the impression that that's what you say.
Let me tell you this. The only inaccuracies...
And then I say there are also inaccuracies on the other side, and then you start saying, so you don't think 15,000 people died?
No, because they're not equivalent. They're the scale and they're not equivalent because...
That's what we're discussing, is the scale of it being altered by social media.
No,
that is the...
No, because at the end of the day, no one's quibbling with the fact that approximately 1,000 Israelis were killed on October 7th. There can only be that quantity of imagery from those 1,000 people. And Haaretz and other Israeli papers have drilled down on that information, have done the hard work of reporting the exact scale and scope of that tragedy, and have found that despite there being claims repeated by the President of the United States and the Prime Minister of Israel that 40 babies were beheaded, that tragically, indeed, but one baby was killed.
That's not what that article said. You're wrong about that. That was corrected in USA Today. They said that Twitter accounts citing that Haaretz said, they tweeted, people making this claim based on this article are inaccurate. Jackson Hinkle, that's what he got in trouble for.
I don't know anything about Jackson Hinkle or any of that. All I know...
You're defending Jackson Hinkle? No, that's not what he was saying, was it? No, he wouldn't be defending Jackson Hinkle. That's right. On this issue, yeah. Jackson Hinkle does not agree with him. Wait, Jackson Hinkle got in trouble. What does he mean?
Today,
Jackson Hinkle was in that group chat, right? The Twitter space we saw with Elon and Alex Jones earlier.
Debunked the idea, and Haaretz put out a tweet saying people are mischaracterizing this article.
The article, there are no...
Yeah, you're right, Shaxby. Before this conflict, Robbie would have most likely agreed with Jackson Hinkle on most things.
Number of children who died tragically on October 7th.
Yes,
but in terms of
some of them are
infants,
missing their heads.
You are so full of shit. You said beheaded. You said that specifically to invoke ISIS, right? That's what that was. They wanted to find a precedent where, like, a terrorist group has been eliminated. They founded an ISIS. What did ISIS do that got everybody up in arms? They beheaded people. What's worse than beheading just people? Doing it to babies. There you go. There you go. That's what we'll go with. It turns out it's not true. It turns out, well, I'm sure like a baby was, like, well, at least like, right. But like, was died. So therefore it's like the same thing as 40 babies being beheaded, right?
I think what is particularly gruesome is that, as we've spoken in this conversation, who knows how many more Palestinians have died, but they have died. And it seems like there's
one thing that I know is we're really close to hitting the sub goal today, and it could happen. And there is more stuff I want to know about. I also know that at the top of every hour, there's a 1 minute and 30-second ad break, and that if you no longer want to see that ad break, you can avoid doing so with a Twitch Prime sub. It's free to you, and it puts money in my pocket, and it gets us closer to our sub goal. You can also get out of it by buying a sub on Twitch. It is $5 as always. Or if you're lucky, you might be gifted a sub. If somebody's feeling generous, right? It can happen. It does happen. It might happen. Although it's not been happening very much lately. Twitch do better. But you're more likely to get that if you're active in the chat.
No amount of acknowledgement of the tragedy of October 7th that can get some people to recognize that we might be sincerely invested.
Wait, Jackson Hinkle flirted with Bree on a panel?
And doing anything possible to stop child death happening as we speak in Gaza with 200-pound American bombs that we are sending to a country who gets more national security welfare money from the United States of America than any other country in the world, despite being one of the wealthiest countries in the world with the highest standard of living. That's the issue. I have no interest in
you forgot only Twitch subs count?
Diminishing the horror of October 7th for the innocent people who were attacked in a contradiction of a violation of international law. But I'm not going to.
I mean, YouTube's only like 5 subs away from hitting the goal outright. No, actually less. I think that's like 3 subs because they count twice.
As a genocide is
3 memberships
unfolding, continue to focus disproportionately on those lives when there's an opportunity and a news value in covering the
or 2 if you count the Twitch sub.
Ongoing carnage.
If I start doing the math.
That's the issue. And that's what's happening on Twitter and TikTok and every other website is new images of an unfolding horror. And that is not at all a detraction from the innocent lives that were lost on October 7th. It just isn't. What is a detraction from the contemporary lives that are being lost is having to both sides 50-50 every conversation about the loss of life. Because it is not 50-50. And
not even close.
It hasn't been 50-50 since about one day after October 7th.
There was celebration of it. You're right. There wasn't both siding of it.
Wait, yeah, that's what I said, right? I said that we're 3. We got like 7. Yeah, it's 7. They count twice, right? So it says 5 points, but I think that 3 subs count as 5. I don't know. For whatever reason, those points are double.
There was endorsement of it, and that's what I find so appalling about the state of the activist left on college campuses.
Some of the emojis don't work on YouTube. Are you talking about YouTube's emojis, or are you talking about my emojis?
A conversation about
what was a conversation about what young people think on this issue?
Young people. I hate to break it to you, but most 34-year-olds are not in college.
The most active group on this issue takes that position. Black Lives Matter took this position. The Democratic Socialists took this position.
Do you think the people who are
all that Robbie wants to do is smear. All that Robbie wants to do is conflate and smear. That's literally all they've got. What about Black Lives Matter? What about the DSA? What about this like college protest group?
That politically active young people endorse Hamas.
Do you think the people who are leading Jewish Voice for Peace are 18-year-olds on college campuses?
I called out specific groups.
Do you think
and
that
I said
the
what
people who organized Not in Our Name and JVP doing these enormous events in Grand Central Station were were
Well, I haven't
college
said any-
kids. Well, look, I've talked to those groups. I've interviewed them on my show. I've talked to them about their strategy. I've talked to them about their beliefs and their faith and what leads them to want to do this kind of activism. And I implore everyone else to do the same and listen to them from their horse's mouth. Because right now, as we talk also, our own Congress is trying to say that their Jewish activism is anti-Semitism because anti-Zionism is anti-Semitism. That's the most...
No, wait, seven memberships on YouTube equate to 14 points. Of which there's like 20 in a member goal since the memberships count for 2 points. I don't know. It's weird math. It's stream elements math.
Resolution they're trying to pass,
and it's really frustrating that it's not more clear cut.
And they're trying to people like Josh Hawley are trying to ban TikTok, and they're trying to they've banned SJP from these Florida schools. Ron DeSantis did that, and there's an authoritarian program against people who have different.
But yeah, if you add 7 to 1, then you get 8. 8 out of 10 means that there would be 2 like Twitch subs, which is the same as 2 YouTube memberships, which is like 4 points on YouTube. I think that's how it works.
Kinds of beliefs across the world. So,
regardless, it's Twitch that's not carrying their weight. I don't know what happened with my Twitch. It's like almost like that when I don't know. Did people just come over to YouTube when that started to take off?
Your focus is that
are the Twitch people like intimidated by the massive amount of discourse that's going on YouTube?
Somewhere in the
they feel left out and they go to YouTube. I don't know what happened. Either that or everybody hates my guts on Twitch now for some reason.
October 7th said something that you think unfairly and wrongly endorses the murder of civilians. You have that right. But I'm sorry, I cannot stay in that space while so much else is going on. I just cannot.
We can't. I don't want to just call out, but I do. I feel like I do call.
Do I have a tip jar on Patreon? Like selling useless picture emojis? I don't know what is a tip jar on Patreon is. I do have a Patreon.
Call out statements that are made by Israeli officials that I don't support. I don't support a lot of what they're doing. I don't support giving them money regardless. But we have to also acknowledge mischaracterizations that occur. I see them on my feed all the time. The mischaracterizations from the pro-Palestinian
I'll be honest
side.
with you about this, Robbie. The reason why it kind of, like, if I'm being really honest, it rings hollow if it only tends to come up. Your articulate.
I don't know, Twitch people, let me know if somebody's talking shit about me, okay?
Frustration. I'm not talking about what's in your heart and soul, but your articulated frustration with these things.
Because if that's happening, we need to fight back. I don't know what's gone on with my Twitch numbers, though.
Tends to come up as a response to me bringing up that there's been some miscarriage of media or censorship or something like that. And if I only speak out against a mass murder, an ethnic cleansing,
maybe I'm shadow banned.
These
sell a random image so that Patreon members can give you, like on top of a Patreon donation, so they can like post like it's like a sticker.
Kinds of tragedies. When someone else
there's that tips jar. That's true. That one's a 70. Yeah. So somebody was asking about the cut on Twitch. The cut on Twitch is like 50-50 or 40. It's close to 50-50. The cut on YouTube is 70-30. But it's close to the same amount of like that means that it's close to the same amount of like money that I receive on my end. I think I probably receive slightly more on Twitch, but it's pretty close. Like slightly more money per sub. This is the math. This is the wild math that I'm trying to do here, right? To try to decide, did we hit the sub goal or not?
In front of my face, and I was like, well, do you? It's like. It feels
like the tip jar is a way. But which tip jar? You mean the tip jar on the tip jar on? That's right. We got to defend ourselves, right? I don't know if that's true though. I don't know what's going on Twitch. It could be anything.
Empty. I don't know. It feels like
the tip jar, as in like stream elements, takes a bigger cut, or you mean like the tip jar on Patreon?
Something that you're really focused on, motivated by prioritizing? Because I know that you'll on your own bring up something that happened on a college campus. On your own, you obviously have an urge to want to talk about how offensive that is to your sensibility. And the impression is that one cannot help but take away the impression that your sensibility is more affected by the idea.
I don't know. I just want people to know that, like, you know, whatever's most convenient for you, that's what you should use, right? If memberships make more sense for you, if you're on YouTube more, then get the membership. If Twitch is, if you want the Twitch emojis and stuff like that, you want to encourage me to keep streaming on Twitch, then, use the Twitch stuff. If Patreon's easier for you, it's all there for your convenience, right? And I appreciate I appreciate everything anybody throws at me. I would never be like mad of like, oh my God, I don't get as much of a cut from that. Like whatever's convenient.
Yeah, of an 18-year-old on a college campus saying, I think Hamas are freedom fighters, then the images of 15,000 people and the confirmed reporting from international organizations.
Yeah, it doesn't make sense that Twitch takes 50. Tell me about it.
And the death tolls of 15,000 people, the overwhelming majority of whom are innocent, having their lives lost with the complicity of our government.
I don't think it would be fair for anyone to take away from.
But regardless, we're like the equivalent of 2 subs away from, away from hitting the sub goal. That's the point, is that we're very, very close.
To say that there's like a lack of sympathy for the deaths of the Palestinians, given how many times do I have to say that I don't want to fund what they're doing? I wish they would not do what they're doing. I don't think there's any hope for this situation to stop, given that Israel has total support for doing this. Their government wants to do it, and Hamas wants a fight and has no intention of surrendering or ending this conflict. And the people of Palestine, to the extent they have any political will, essentially support violence against Israel. So there's going to be this battle, and it's going to happen, and it's terrible to watch, and I wish it wouldn't. I wish they would accept some kind of Western liberal democracy, multi-state, whatever solution. I hope everyone can get their own state. I'm for individual freedom and not being...
Don James, thank you for the follow. And welcome to the stream.
...over or oppressed. That's just totally naive, given what the two sides in the conflict actually want.
Yeah, well, there's an absence of... Even if you think that something is unlikely or even futile.
Also, thank you for the 300 bits.
Because of the state of the world and public opinion in various parts of the world.
I need to figure out, there is like a thing, maybe it's on Streamlabs or something, and it's like a tip jar, and it just like, it adds up, it computes like the amount of donations and it puts them together into one jar. So it's like you can do a really easy goal that is like, if we hit it on this, if we hit it on that, it doesn't matter what we hit it on. Instead, I'm left with stream elements, which is very, very confusing math. Very, very confusing math indeed.
World. I'm just explaining to you what I think the observation is. Statement.
Yeah, I just call them even, right? As far as the memberships on YouTube and the, because like the YouTube memberships are cheaper, but I get like a bigger cut, and the Twitch subs are more expensive, but I get less, more of the money goes to Twitch. So I just I try to call it even, because otherwise it's it's streamer calculus.
Of what you think would be morally correct is what's missing.
Okay, I think morally correct
that is you. Okay, that is you on Twitch. Thank you.
Wait a minute, I gotta say that I do sometimes think that the libertarian perspective, which focuses so specifically.
Wow. Wait, that's also you becoming a member on, Oh, it's the anti-corporatist giving you a membership. Thank you for becoming a sponsor. Cash App or Patreon, since there's no cut. Is that true? Yeah, we probably should do that then instead of the... I don't know, chat, I'm a mess, right? I barely get to stream on time, and then I go to sleep and I wake up and I stream again.
On what is getting funded, does a really neat in round of...
These are the numbers. Oh, this is a Z Squirrel tweet.
In run around ever having to take a position on what kind of justice requires. And when we're talking about an international law framework, it's not just about, well, America's not funding it anymore, so who cares? We're members of an international community. Whether or not you think those organizations do a good job or not, the International Court of Justice, the UN, whatever it is, have a responsibility to make those kind of determinations about the ethics and morals of the world we want to live in, not just should everybody stop funding something. And I do think that's part of why there's this dissonance.
Well, it's very easy to affirm that ideally, what should happen is the Israelis should stop bothering the Palestinians, and the Palestinians should stop bothering the Israelis. But they want to bother each other.
But deeper, Robbie, is it not the case that the people of Gaza have been living under an occupation for 75 years since the Nakba in 1948, and that the people in the West Bank have also been living under apartheid conditions, hundreds of whom have been killed or captured by Israel since October 7th started, even though they have nothing to do with Hamas and are ruled by a completely different political authority.
Well,
is that
a part of the picture for sure,
right,
and
so
it's
it's
a
not
bad
just
conditions.
stop bothering.
But it's not okay. But yes, but
it's
also
released from prison.
But the group they put in charge of their area is a terrorist group that has engaged in violence against the people in Israel, which then justifies, or in the minds of Israel and the Israeli government, what they're doing. So it's a blood feud that will go. Well, it's not right on either side. They should just stop fighting with each other.
So Israel should release Palestinians from apartheid. They should,
for sure, and the Palestinians should
and
not,
they should be allowed,
and Hamas should surrender, and there should be no more violence.
And Arab and Palestinians should have equal rights within Israel, and not be subject to checkpoints. And they should have freedom to egress and to vote and to all of the things that people in these occupied territories don't
on
have
condition
access
that they
to.
stop engaging in violence against the Israelis. This is like
the
if I hit you and then you hit me and then I hit you and then you hit me and we went on like this for 1,000 years.
It would be a New Order video from 1988, Robbie. That's what it would be. That would be the Truth Faith video. Is that even New Order?
Eventually would say we should just stop doing this.
Right, but what's missing from that?
It wouldn't matter who did it first. It wouldn't matter who did it more bloodily.
It does matter.
Well, then we disagree.
He's clenching. He's clenching. He knows he's wrong, and it's like when a boxer is getting their ass beat in the ring, right? And they grab around the other person's elbows to stop him from hitting.
It does matter because in your scenario, what if I locked you in a cage in my basement and then you hit me and I'm like, oh my God, I get to bomb Robbie in his cage. That's the scenario we're talking about here.
But what if you locked me in a cage because you feared for your life because I threw a rocket at you?
What are you talking about? There were Palestinians living in the area in 1948, living their mind in a pluralistic society.
You want to adjudicate this conflict forever? I just want it to end, but I know it's not going to because the people there want to fight it as militantly as you and the left do. So we'll watch.
Yo, this is great how his mind works, right? Like it's equal. You hit me, I hit you. They're both bad. I don't. The people over there, like the left, will have to fight, right? So left bad, but also like also leftist bad. So actually, no, not calling it liberal. He is so slick, looks rad in a suit, intellectual glasses. Is this his real opinion, or is it pretending this stance for the Hill? I don't know. He's like talking like a 15-year-old libertarian. He kind of looks like a 15-year-old libertarian. Israel put Netanyahu in charge, so that makes them deserve what. Oh my God! Be careful what you say, folks. I feel like Robbie's gonna drop an F-bomb again. Wait, did he? Did he drop an F-bomb before?
People just don't want to live in an occupation.
Well,
they
can want what they want. What they're getting is death by the thousands, and I find it so disgusting. I wish Hamas had not done this, and that would not have caused the deaths of thousands of people. I am horrified by the.
So they keep living in apartheid.
This will just celebrate feudal violent resistance that gets.
That's what you like. You like the violence is a thing that you like because you're trying to say that it's not both sides, even though I want to point out that the first and foremost thing you got to do is disavow Hamas, or else you are literally their best friend.
Thousands of children and women killed is not something I can celebrate, even if I thought the cause was a great one. I wouldn't advise that.
Robbie, do you know that hundreds of Palestinians were killed every year? Hundreds of Palestinians had been killed in Gaza prior to October 7th this year by the IDF.
Well, now we'll bring up the dozens that just died since we started having this conversation that did not have to die if this escalation of hostilities did not take place.
I'm talking about before October 7th. You're saying that it's also Palestinians' fault for just living their lives up until October 7th, for getting sniped off by the IDF? The Great March of Return in 2018. Was it they tried to peacefully
This is just not an argument that you can win. People are starting to look ridiculous in this argument in some cases, because they run up against people like Norman Finkelstein, who literally study the subject. In other cases, just because there is no argument to make, all they can do is throw sand. All they can do is obfuscate, right? This is just like Like Robbie's just ducking and weaving and not very successfully.
Palestinians' fault.
But they tried to peacefully protest by just walking next to the wall and saying, we want to end the liberation. And for weeks, Palestinians sniped and shot and killed those peaceful protesters.
Norman Finkelstein has entered the chat.
Sniped and shot and
Probably the Twitch chat, and he'd be like, what? You don't have anybody here? There's nobody watching you?
Killed those protesters.
Why am I even here with this person with zero audience?
So much so that there's a whole class of people.
He's just gonna dunk on me. Norman Finkelstein's gonna dunk on me.
Below the waist amputations because of the behavior of the IDF when they tried these other ways.
I'm not in a position to adjudicate every dispute between these two peoples and these two regions, and I don't care. I wish the violence would end. I would be happy to reach any reasonable or even unreasonable solution for political rights so there's not further violence. That's what I want and that's what I care about. And unfortunately, I don't think that's going to be the case for the reasons I've discussed. But I share the same goals you do. We seem to be revolted by somewhat different things.
Yes, I'm revolted by the fact that 214
Finkelstein writing me from his electronic typewriter.
Palestinians, including 46 children, were killed in the Great March of Return, and 36,000, including nearly 8,800 children, were injured by Israel.
You bet his stance was pushed by the Hill, though, for real. It might be his opinion, but amplified.
Tried to peacefully.
I mean, they do want an argument, right? They do have different people other than Robbie and Brianna working there, so you'd think they would be able to get an argument.
Agitate for their liberation.
And then I can say all of the people that were injured by Palestine, and then you can say, oh, but there were more injured by Israel. Israel did this, and then the conversation goes nowhere. But we share the same goal. So what can we do?
But it's okay.
Right.
We'll leave it there. Stick around. We'll have more Rising for you right after this.
Okay, so look, it's been 6 hours. This is the natural end to a stream. This is when I should end a stream. Even if we hit the sub goal, we've had a lot to talk about today, though, and we definitely got waylaid by Xan and Keffals earlier on. If I do the math right, if I convert the 1 sub on Twitch to a 1 sub Twitch, thank you. I'm so glad I'm appreciated over there. Anyway, if I convert that into YouTube points, that makes it like 2 YouTube points, right? You add that to the 826 and you get to 828. We're trying to reach 829, but here's where it gets interesting. All right, if I count the bits on YouTube as well, I add 300 to 100 to 100. That's 500. That's the equivalent of another sub, right? Which does, I think, push us past the limit. Plus the $2 in super chats. I think my math is sound. What do you think, chat? Anybody want to check my math? No, Miki was on that. A lot of people have been on the Hill, like as a guest. Like Olimey's been on the Hill as a guest. I think we hit it. I think the streamer calculus is solid, as Shakespeare is saying. So the question is, what do you want me to try to cover? Like, President Sunday is on stream currently, so I don't know if I can get... Okay, so the Lancet says there is no inflation of the mortality reporting from Gaza, as we suspected, right? When those numbers came in at first, what would you hear from people on the other side? Those numbers are inflated. Those are Hamas numbers. How can you trust Hamas numbers? Everything in Gaza is Hamas, so we can't trust it. It must be inflated. Don't you know about Hollywood, right? All this garbage. But the Lancet did a study. And no, they're not inflated. In fact, actually, my understanding is that sources in Israel have corroborated those numbers essentially. And there's been some weirdness too, right? So they claim that they claim that 1 out of 3 of the casualties were a Hamas member, right? And 2 out of 3 were women or children. So where are the men of fighting age, right, that are civilians, not represented, which kind of tells you where they're making this determination of who is with Hamas. It seems like they're counting all of the casualties that are men of fighting age as being Hamas. And that they're, furthermore, their AI, in choosing targets, right? What justifies the targeting of a building is the presence of one fighting age male. I mean, this is just what it seems like, right? That's condemning a whole building of people to a lay video about the Palestinian coverage, the gospel. Yeah, exactly. That's what I'm talking about. They call it the gospel. Locrian scale. You had the Locrian scale. Like, I'm giving you more than this. Like, that's the one that you need practice in. Yo, it's hard to make anything sound good in Locrian. That's difficult. It's really difficult to write a song in Locrian. Mr. Mercury, if you're nasty. I've been fascinated recently by modes because I thought I understood modes. So like the easy way to look at modes is to just put yourself in the key of C major, right? Just your basic bitch key, starting with C, going to the next C, right? And that's like that major scale is what you start with, right? And then, you start on D, right? And you've got another, I think the Dorian scale, you go to E and play E to E, and you got the Phrygian scale, you go to F, and it's the, oh my God, I can't remember if this is Lydian or Mixolydian. I think it's like Mixolydian, right? And then G is anyway. So that's like that's how I learned scales, right? Is like to conceive of them on a C, like on a with the white notes only, right? But there's a different way to think about them, right? As on a spectrum, and the spectrum goes from brighter to darker. So and what you do when you get darker is you're essentially taking one note on the scale and you're lowering it. And that kind of blew my mind. That you start with like if you start on, I think it's Mixolydian, if you start on F, right, that's as bright as it gets, right? You play that chord, it's an F. Oh my God, chat, I just realized I'm talking about music theory with a bunch of people that may not know music theory. I'm sorry. I just that's what. So what do we want to do? Do we want to dig? There's a Xander Hall stream where he talks about the drama with Keffals. I don't know if he made a video about it. Keffals definitely made a video about it. And I'm guessing her video is basically what we watched. It's up to you, chat. The Phrygian, yeah, it's the Phrygian mode is the... But yeah, you start off with, oh, never mind. I'm sorry, I would have to show you on a piano. And I don't have a piano, I don't have a synthesizer. Didn't that dude call Bria terrorist sympathizer? Who, Robbie Soave? What are the choices again? Okay, we're gonna do music theory, or no, just kidding. But yeah, it's like first you take the fourth, and you move it down one to get to like the major scale, and then from there you pull down the 4, the 7, the 3, the 6, and then the second, and the 5th. That's what. Yeah, that's it. Yeah, yeah. Because when you get fully dark, you got the Locrian scale, right? You got your 5th is. Oh my God, Chad! I gotta stop. I gotta stop. I gotta stop. This is not necessarily interesting to people who are not as interested in music theory, which is like, you know, the nerdy stuff. The nerdy stuff. We could look, yeah, Xanderhall, or what is the other choice? What I feel like we talked about a bunch of other stuff that. Bad Empanada reacting to Vaush and Loner Box. Yeah, a lot of people have been reacting to there's the Vaush and Loner Box. Okay, I guess we could do Vaush and Loner Box. That's a possibility. If you want that, if you want to subject me to more of that, that's entirely possible. Wait, what is this?
Me and Hassan are still friends, and this has nothing to do
Is this the best of leftovers, or just like
with Hassan. It's just that
Why are
I'm
you playing music?
deciding for myself to not do that show anymore. As you might have seen, it looks like we've witnessed the last episode of Leftovers. Personally, this show really grew on me since it started. That's why I wanted to go back through the 61 episodes of this show to reminisce the good old times we've had over the last 2 years. So whether you were fans of Leftovers or you didn't tune in much because politics isn't really your thing.
So if you want to know, like I don't know exactly why the Leftovers ended. The obvious reason would be that, you know, the conflict, the disagreements kept on escalating. You know, Hassan's community didn't look on Ethan fondly for his takes on Israel Palestine, right? But there's also the fact that apparently Leftovers does less well than the average H3 podcast. And so maybe they were trying to talk about stuff that they would disagree about more. They were trying to cause some conflict. They were trying to bring some drama of like, will they, won't they, right? Ethan says that he's still going to bring Hassan on. They'll probably cover the election together. He's even like left the door open to bringing the Leftovers back, but we don't know for sure. At least for now, it's over. And, you know, like, it kind of makes sense to me that, you know, Ethan just was not able to exactly make a, they did get some good numbers towards the end, but it's still not the, 35-45K that he gets on his normal show. So, you know, it seems to be like a business decision. Vaush posted a takedown of Anna's fear-mongering about retail crime this morning. Nice. It's 27 minutes long. What are people thinking? What are people wanting, right? Like, I feel like we kind of hit the, you know, like the I think we kind of hit the stream goal, so I feel like I like Robot Ethan better. The last 2 eps are down in views. That's wild. I'm gonna look through stream suggestions too. Oh my god, chat, I gotta make an executive decision here. Is there a hunger to know more about the Xanderhall shit? That's the question I should ask, right? One in chat if you want to go down deeper down the Xan Shu. Yeah, there's a video by Shu. There's a video by there's Xan's side of the story where he talks about the conversation that he had on Keffals, right? It's pretty funny considering that we just watched the conversation. One is more Xan. Okay, so we got one vote for more Xan. Anyone else? Anyone else? Shu. Wait, no, that's not a vote for Shu. Is Danny still here? We know what Danny wants to watch. Danny wants to watch that Shu video. Grandsum says 1. There are apparently a lot of people here for the Xanderhall thing. You're voting for Danny. And by 1, so you want me to watch... Okay, let's just start this off and just see if this is at all good. At all to your liking.
Because it was so
oh my
peaceful
God.
up here, but now there are freaking communists invading radicals.
Thank you, Grandsum. Thank you for subscribing. Yeah, it sounds like the people. So Xan's live right now, but that's not what we want to watch. We want to watch yesterday's. Oh, the other thing that's bad about Xanderhall is he plays music and like. I don't trust him to have it like.
I started getting into YouTube.
This sounds like copyright free.
To be fair, pretty young. And even before I got into YouTube pretty young, I was watching a lot of YouTube. And one of the YouTubers that I would watch was Shuonhead. For most of my teen years, not really
this
most
has
of my
got to
teen
be
years, but for a
copyright
good amount of my
free.
teen years, Shuonhead, I was just a teenager who watched YouTube, and Shuonhead was a YouTuber that I watched, whose political views I took seriously, right? And when I became a YouTuber in this space, and I started doing political content. This happened to coincide with a time in which Shoeonhead went from having political views publicly that I viewed as pretty disgusting and awful, to seeming to open up to a lot of the criticism that at one point she was completely unwilling to hear. Notably, I saw her conversation with Vaush, and it really felt like she had taken a turn at that point. Like, something clicked for her at that point that made her realize that many of the behaviors that she had
So
before,
here's the
many of the things she would dismiss as far as arguments go before, like something had clicked and she had kind of moved in a more positive direction. And because of this, I was more willing to be accepting towards Shu, especially—
So this is a narrative, right? Vaush is the great de-radicalizer. Something like just talking to Vaush can make somebody say, gosh, I didn't realize how bad I was back when I was on the anti-SJW right. Gosh, Vaush, you make so much sense. No one should be edgier than you. Thank you, Vaush, for using the N-word so that I wouldn't feel intimidated about participating in your stream. If you hadn't used any slurs, then you never would have de-radicalized me. This is like what we're getting.
Because around that time, her takes started to get way more agreeable. It seemed like she dropped a lot of the cringe stuff that she used to say back during the Gamergate era. And so I didn't really have much of a hang-up of like, associating with her.
This guy is absolutely the little dog that, like, Vaush is the big dog and Xan's the little dog. You know what I'm talking about? Like the big dog that's like, dum, 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 down the street. And then there's this little yappy dog that's like, all like, jumping over it this way and jumping over it that way and be like, hey, what are we going to do today? Hey, what are we going to do today? Right? Like, it's just like, Xan's the little dog.
Problem was, she had a pretty spotty past. Shoeonhead has said some pretty heinous stuff. If you guys want it, you can literally just look up Shoeonhead being racist compilation or Shoeonhead being transphobic compilation. In the past, Shu has said and done some pretty awful stuff, right? I was willing to look past that stuff, though, because it was in the past, right? Like, people change. People can improve and get better. Their politics change. They just do. It's not even that they can change, it's just that people do change. That, like, whether you like it or not, whether they're trying to or not, people change. And I thought that was the case for Shoeonhead. Despite this fact, my public association with her garnered me a lot of criticism. Just a lot of criticism I ended up getting for my association with Shu. Notably, I think one of my worst ever debates. Like, I think I completely lost this debate. I think it was back in 2020, maybe? Like, late 2020? I completely lost this debate. It was against Dusty Smith, aka Cult of Dusty. He had gone to debate me on my association with Shoeonhead and my normalization of her in lefty space. And I did not do a good job defending my association with Shoeonhead, because I think deep down I knew at that point
it was a bad argument, and you should have never gotten put in the position where you had to make it. Look, Xander Hall is not like the you know, he's not like the good takes guy, right? He's not the deep political analysis guy, but he was like an okay guy, I swear to God, before Vaush leapfrogged him and he became Vaush's little dog. A lot of this stuff that Xan's, you know, like gone into and just agreed to, like Shu, is by virtue of looking at Vaush like his older brother or something like that, right? And I know Xan's been streaming longer than Vaush. He hates the younger brother comparison, but it's like Vaush that's like dragging you into this stuff. Like, he, you know, he's got some ignorance, but like overall he seemed like an okay guy back in the day. I don't know, chat, but he's I just know that being somebody's orbiter is not good for you. Having to espouse a viewpoint that you know is wrong, because it sounds like deep down Xan knew that that Shu was not better, Shu was not reformed, Shu had not changed, right? Like, this whole system of, like, I hate to say it, but like serfs and lords, right? Not to plagiarize Elon or anything, right? But this whole system of serfs and lords is not good for anybody. Hating the big bro, little bro comparisons is such a little bro energy.
that even associating with her at that point
Xan smeared Dusty? What did Xan say about Dusty?
was wrong. And I was just too stubborn to accept it. But he was right. He was right. Dusty was just absolutely correct. Over time, Xan had started to do things that bothered me. Notably, it happened every...
Is Xanderhall bigger than Vaush? No, Xanderhall's been streaming for slightly longer than Vaush, but Vaush is much bigger. Vaush is like 5 times the size of Xanderhall.
June, which is funny because that's her name, but June is Pride Month, and Xan Head is bi, which means that she kind of, from what I can tell, feels some like pull or need to comment on like the state of what's perceived to be happening in the LGBT community. And for the last couple Pride...
He lied about Dusty's pre-streaming ties with... Yeah, so there was like a website that Dusty owned or something?
Months, it had become quite popular to discuss the topic of like drag, kink, leather, bondage, these types of more like not necessarily sexual. Some of these things are absolutely sexual, but like in the case of drag, people were basically trying to attach that to like kink at Pride. And there basically ended up being this like really weird amalgam of people every single Pride Month that would...
What do you think about his background, chat? Do you like the background?
Like, it's like Northern Light. It's some kind of projector. He's got like some kind of like a star thing and a Aurora Borealis. It's the Aurora Borealis, chat! It's the fulfillment of the prophecy. Steamed hams is true. Steamed hams is true. Xanderhall's proven it. This discourse that was between people who were more understanding of like why kink at Pride might be something that belongs there, because to be fair, a lot of those kinks have been demonized in the same way that being LGBT has. But at the same time, there are people who are more accepting of the argument that maybe we don't want to super sexualize an event that should be for everyone, right? Like, everyone should want to come to a Pride parade and celebrate it. We want everybody to be super pro, Pride parades and stuff.
Like, why does Xanderhall feel the necessity to have a take on how the Pride parades should operate, right? It just, like, it's kind of like, isn't that kind of...
And so you can see both sides of the argument, but on the outside of it, you have these evil motherfuckers who are trying to weaponize the discussion into pedo-jacketing all LGBT people. And every June, this drama would happen. And Xan Head would almost always be the instigator of it. Now, normally, I would defend her. Like, in many of these cases, I defended her, because to be fair, some of the things she was criticizing were objectively pretty weird. Like,
oh my god! See what I mean, chat? See what I mean? Like, yeah, there was some really weird stuff about some of those Pride events. Some of those pictures, right? Some of the photoshopped pictures that were coming from 4chan, that were literally photoshops to make it look like a child was very close to an activity that they were in the actual picture nowhere near, right? You're talking about photoshopped pictures, right? Very clearly easy to tell photoshopped pictures. You're talking about lies. You're talking about smears, right? You're talking about an attempt to make it look like that somehow Pride parades are out there like bringing children in. And you know what? You know what child is at a Pride parade? A child whose parents take them there, okay? And the parents are there too, right? And so, but like, that's not the image that they're trying to portray. They're always trying to make it sound like these seedy drag queens are like, you know, come on into the ice cream shop, children. It's not going to lick itself, or like, you know, have some creepy preoccupation with kids or something like that. It's just literally the same fucking smear, right? This is old. This is old. If you ask your parents, if you ask your uncles, if you ask maybe your grandparents, right, they have heard of a term called recruiting. This was what gay people were accused of back in the day. This is why we can't be, gay rights are not okay, because those gays, they are going to try to recruit. That's what Anita Bryant was about, right? The whole Discord, recruiters, they're recruiting. They're like, oh, hey, does anybody want to be gay? Because the gays can't reproduce. The gays can't reproduce, so they must recruit. And that idea that nobody's actually gay, that it's somehow gay people making your kids gay. It's the same shit. It's the same shit that's going on, right? And it appears in so many different forms, right, over the years. And like literally what Shu was promoting is like some 4chan shit.
Could have
some ShuAnon shit,
like images of a toddler like holding a leash of like a dude who's in like assless chaps.
Yeah, he's I know the picture that he's talking about, and it's photoshopped. Also, no one's holding a leash, right? He's talking about a picture, and maybe you've seen it, of some people, some people in like puppy masks, right? And there's a child just like standing right next to them, being like, huh, just like looking at them, right? That's what it looks like. It's a Photoshop, right? They took the image of the little girl, they superimposed it next to the guys in the puppy mask, right? And he's literally reporting this like, oh, well, you know, Shu did have a point, you know. There were some issues, right, with the pride. You know, some of these gays just don't seem to understand the boundaries that should exist between children and like sexuality or what are displays of sexuality. Like, as if they don't, as if gay people are just like, oh yeah, no, fine, like let's, you know, like gay people don't know. Xander Hall, thank you for the patronizing bullshit. Like, gay people at sexual pride events do not want kids around, right? That's the last thing that you want to, like, I don't know. I'm not like a big like pride person myself, but I can imagine that somebody indulging in any kind of like, you know, quasi-sexual display, the last thing that they want to do is look up and see like somebody like underage. Like that's gross, right? But if you're oh my God. So here he is. Like, what can you say, Xander Hall? You agreed with Shu on some of this shit. You believed Shu when she showed images, right? And it's only now that it starts to threaten to damage your brand, which is for some reason a very trans-friendly brand. For some reason, a lot of trans people, you know, in your community, a lot of trans people that are okay with you. When that becomes dangerous, that's when you start to say, I better call Shu out. And when you call Shu out the wrong way with just ridiculous videos, you and Demon Mama, like, right, just accusing Shu of stuff for no reason, and that comes back to bite you, because guess what? You just said, made a weird allegation against a much larger creator. That's gonna happen. Then Xander cries, and he goes to Keffals and he goes to Vaush, and like,
and a leather dog mask, and that's it. You know, like, I don't know if that's like ideal, although to be fair, a lot of those images are just straight up fake, by the way.
Yeah, the onus is on the kid's parents, 100%.
Like, to be fair, like, check, if you see one of those images, check if it's fake. A lot of them are fake. It happens, but also a lot of them are fake, because like I said, a lot of these people,
I feel like he already mentioned some fakes,
are trying to weaponize a real discourse into something bad, right?
But here's the thing, right? The narrative that they're trying to sell is that here is a child in an inappropriate situation and a bunch of gay people that are totally fine with it, right? That's not reality. That's slander. That's bullshit, okay? With a large, yeah, like, could somebody have like a lack of awareness about something like that? Yeah, could one person do that? Sure, right? But a group of gay people, and you want to play into people's weird fantasies that 100% of a gay person's life is sexual, and they can't control themselves. So therefore, it makes sense to the homophobic mind that maybe a bunch of gay people would let, you know, something like that go on. But if you know gay people, if you're friends with gay people, if you are a gay person, you know that that's bullshit. And ShuAnon had fed into that bullshit, and it seems like Xander was fine with some of that bullshit. Like, he's vaguely aware that there are fakes out there. But I feel, didn't Shu promote one or more of those fakes? Oh yeah, he's recovering from COVID, I guess. Yeah, I hope he's okay with that. That's not easy.
Now, a couple years ago, by this point, Shoe on Head ended up popularizing a gay groomer discourse clip. It was a clip of I think it was the "It's Not Gonna Lick Itself" sign at that ice cream parlor where they did drag shows, and there was a kid there. She put out this video, and a Republican politician ended up pushing a bill to criminalize the display of drag in front of children, and cited Shoe on Head as having been the one who got the video in front of him and inspired the bill.
Okay, so now he said he had receipts before. He actually wanted to show some stuff on Keffals' stream. Like, you're on your stream. Right now, you're on your stream. Show us, right? Like, please, like, you know, you kind of, like, if you want to make that argument, you got to show people what you're talking about. I don't doubt what you're saying necessarily, but, you know, it's like citation needed, and not in a, you know, snippy way of like, I don't think you have the citation, but in a way of like, yeah, let's see that shit.
This caused a fucking massive tornado on Twitter. It was the closest I'd ever come to burning the bridge with Shoe without doing it, because to be like, you guys, my audience, were
again, like, why not?
Very.
What was holding you back?
Very not.
You're watching my stream on Fortive. I don't know if that's I can't ask for that for sure. Thank you.
Okay with what Shoe had done at this point and what Shoe had inspired. I had a lot of pressure on me to burn the bridge with Shoe.
I appreciate you, chat.
I still did not.
I appreciate you, AC.
Until the Balenciaga thing happened.
Why the Balenciaga thing? Why was the "It's Not Gonna Lick Itself" thing okay, and the Balenciaga? Why was the lying about like images that are photoshopped okay, and the Balenciaga thing is not, right? See, like the weird question that she asks of people like Xan is like, why do you all care so much about defending a big company? Aren't you leftists, right? And there is a little bit of a question of like, really with Shoe, Xan, why was it like, and not that I'm saying that there's some like, you know, you're bought by Balenciaga, you're sponsored by Balenciaga, or there's some conflict of interest or anything. It's just really weird that was the moment that he chose to start to speak up about her more vocally. Did Danny get banned?
Conversation with Keffals about this today, and I really, something I've had to do to protect my own mental health is literally purge memories of like negative events I have online, like put it in the vault, and I literally just like lock it up. So recalling a lot of the details can be different.
Zara says because it's when it involves him, he cares so much. When she endangers LGBTQ people everywhere, well, I almost feel like it's something to do with Vaush, right? I almost feel like he feels like he cannot strongly come out against somebody that Vaush is still quasi okay with.
Difficult for me. I think I got the gist of the point across in my conversation with Keffals today. If you want to, you can go watch that, by the way. I'm going to bring Tipster in a minute, who was actually the mediator of that discussion, because I want to have a more
useful person in that conversation. Yes, Tipster.
Biased voice here to talk about what happened and the situation, so it doesn't seem like I'm just trying to poison the well, right? Anyway.
Sarah says it's because he stuck up for Demon Mama and got wrecked by Shoe. Yeah, it seems like a lot of, Shoe's ire was directed at Demon Mama. And, like, I want to say that that's, fucked up, but I don't know why Demon Mama made that accusation at Shoe on Head. Like, it blew up in her face, and there's no reason to say that. Just say that she's wrong. She's endangering LGBTQ people. She's, right, there's a lot that you can say on Shoe on Head that's not like a weird out of nowhere accusation of Shoe being an Adobe file extension.
Okay. What ends up happening was well, actually, let's have old me explain the drama. This video is called Destroying Shoe on Head's Lie-Filled Response to Me. This is from 11 months ago, and it has almost 100,000 views. Many of you guys are here because of that video. Like, a fair amount of you have to be here, like viewers and subs of my channel, because of this video. So it's interesting how much this stuff has kind of been forgotten, but I'll see how much of this I can play. I don't know how concise I was with the story in this video, and I don't want to, like, bloat everything up.
Ouch!
All right, well, everybody, it seems that I have pissed off a whole lot of people once again. What else is new? Just always upsetting the worst people out there, aren't I? With that said, I recently,
my dude.
just last night,
Love
got
ya.
unbanned
No homo.
from Twitter. I was on a 1-week suspension due to mass reporting. Now, granted, I did actually break TOS. I told a transphobe to Roblox themselves in fairly great detail. I'm surprised that I got suspended temporarily and not permanently for that. Regardless, though, I do not regret it. It was Giga Chat
I
as fuck.
love seeing Xan be like Xan laughing at Xan's jokes. Like, right?
That's so me, dude. I didn't even remember.
That's so me. It literally is. Yes, true, Xan.
I did that, but that's so me.
That is so you.
I got a week-long suspension, and now I'm back. Regardless, though, in the meantime, our old friend Shoe on Heads, who I recently called out for some problematic behavior, made her response video on the whole Balenciaga drama, a drama that I guess ostensibly you could argue, at least between me and Shoe on Head, the drama that came out from it, and her getting backlash for it, really arguably started with me calling her out, which was a pretty big deal in the lefty sphere, considering that me and Shoe on Head have been friends for a fair amount of time now. The reason why I called Shoe on Head out, and what I called her out for, was a repeated behavior that just, at this point, was not showing any...
I told a lolicon transphobe to kill themselves most recently, and that's what I got banned for.
Signs of slowing down, and certainly not of ever stopping, despite the fact that she'd already, kind of realized... She should have already realized, what consequences her behavior was having, and she should have already adapted her behavior by that point. And that is her constant, signaling to the far right. What I mean by that is, Shoe on Head has a massive Nazi audience. I'm not just talking about normal conservatives and, centrist right-leaning people, but, Nazis, full-on neo-Nazis. Shoe on Head has a lot of them in her audience. And it's not just in her audience, because obviously you can't control that, but it's all...
And look, if you do anti-SJW content, you're gonna have that. You're gonna
her
appeal
personal
to
friend
those
spaces
people.
as well, both professional relationships and private ones. Shoe on Head...
That's where that pipeline leads.
Loves hanging out with Nazis. She really, really does. This is not something that...
She's now married to a Nazi. I don't know if this was the case at the time, but she is now married to a Catholic trad-cath Nazi.
A revelation to me that came to me or anything. It was something I had to reconcile with the entire time I was friends with her, okay? Shoe on Head loves the company of neo-Nazis, okay? She loves their aesthetics, lots of their beliefs, and probably doesn't disagree with a lot of their worldviews, just generally, right? There's a reason she likes to hang out with them so much. And because of that, she has a lot of far-right people in her audience, following her on Twitter. She follows them back, of course. And what ended up happening this time around is, she kind of started a whole new conspiracy on Twitter. Well, not started, but popularized among the massive amount of right-wingers on Twitter that follow her and basically use her feed as a source of propaganda info, popularized a new conspiracy theory. Conspiracy theory that Balenciaga is a pedophilic corporation that is sneaking pro-pedo imagery in their media to signal some message to other pedos or something. It's literally the New World Order, the Illuminati put the thing on the top.
This is the whole thing. If your theory is that there's a corporate interest in, doing weird stuff with children in photo shoots on Balenciaga, to what end? What does that accomplish? Why would they want to do that? Why would they think that it wouldn't look weird, right? To me, it's just what the fuck went on with that photo shoot? Right? That's why is it that she is political, but they love her and are in her audience? She was friends with Lauren Southern. She dated Armored Skeptic. This was while you were friends. This was while Xan was friends with her.
Bill, so we all so the super sleuths online know about it, but the normies don't know because they want it. It's literally not it's just conspiracy shit. The creepiest thing about it really is just the fact that child modeling in most cases is just rife with abuse, that entire industry. You don't even need to do a conspiracy brain thing on it. You can just say, man, why do we let kids do, kids are abused all the fucking time in the modeling and acting industry. You don't need a conspiracy bait anything here. Regardless though, I end up calling out Shoe on Head, and this all started specifically because of but I quote tweeted one person initially that started all of this. One person who had quote tweeted Shoe's post about Balenciaga, and that is what ended up beginning the entire saga. Now, Shoe on Head has since made her response video, and we're going to watch it in a little bit. However, her response and a lot of her fans' response involve a lot of, rewriting history, a lot of fan fiction, a lot of, poisoning the well and spreading, I almost said leftist misinfo, but I should say right-wing misinfo, and, mixing up the story, everything from saying that I blocked Shoe on Head, not true, Shoe on Head blocked me, I just unfollowed her, to things such as, I betrayed her and weird, super parasocial things, I don't know. Regardless, I end up calling out Shoe on Head. Because a particular person quote tweeted her. Now, this particular person wasn't just some nobody, and they weren't the only one either. In fact, they were one of many people on board with this. Here, I'm trying to find the particular. The person I quote tweeted that started all of this was a guy named Pedro L. Gonzalez, who, as you
Okay,
can
so
see,
this is Pedro Gonzalez. Okay, so it's the useful idiots section of the video. The absolute state of the left. Pedro, please look away. Is Shu's response? See, I can't.
This post made by Hey It's Vadim. Shu on Head and this Pedro Gonzalez guy are like actual friends. Oh, here's an interesting one. Why are you as a father so obsessed with the concerning growing normalization of pedophilia? Do you guys really think there's actually a growing normalization of pedophilia? In like Western society, outside of conservative spaces that want to lower the age of consent so that like old men can marry 13-year-old girls, do you think outside of conservative spaces there is a growing normalization of pedophilia? There is not. This is conspiracy brain, that alone. Here's her shitting on a lefty and a Nazi agreeing. And then it goes even further as well. Here's him saying transgender ideology is quite literally a crime against... Shu and this guy are like actual real-life friends, by the way. So much so to the point, I show a tweet in a moment where he says that he went on live TV on Fox News to repeat Shu on Head's Twitter talking points. Humanity. They're good friends. Like, they're actually, they have combos and stuff. These are not just strangers or like, we're Twitter mates or whatever. There's another screenshot where she thanks him for talking about a particular topic on Tucker Carlson. He went on Tucker... Oh, yeah, here we go. Important note, the exchanges I posted are far from the only convos. Are they besties? I don't fucking know, lol. However, I definitely think it should be noted that Shu totally influenced his talking points on Tucker Carlson one time. So yeah, he went on Tucker Carlson. Now, you're probably asking, what is this guy's relevance? Well, the tweet that I quote tweeted that started this was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think Shu on Head fucking knows this person means when they say groomer?
Wait, I gotta look at that. Oh,
so yes, I'm not fucking stupid, or at least not as stupid as Shu on Head fans, or at least as stupid as Shu on Head wants her fans to be. I'm not dumb. I can read, or I can think, I can put two and two together. All right, there's a very clear pattern happening here. It is very convenient for Shu on Head. Stupid as Shu on Head wants this person means when they say groomer, and what do you think Shu on Head was him quote tweeting her tweet, her Balenciaga tweet, and saying it's time to roll out the wood chippers for the groomers. What do you think this person means when they say groomer? And what do you think Shu on Head fucking knows this person means when they say groomer? So yes, I'm not fucking...
So if you watched the Tim Pool's Culture War, where he brought on Emma Vigeland, when he was calling, actually even before he started calling Emma a groomer or whatever the hell he was saying about Emma, like, right? Like, he kind of made a similar accusation about Emma to what, Demon Mama said about Shu, right? But there were people in the chat saying wood chippers. That's a meme. That's a right-wing meme. It goes with the, calling LGBT people groomers thing. And it's the idea is that, I mean, it's just, I don't know. I mean, do the math, right? They're using this trope as a justification to advocate for, I don't know what they want to do with the wood chipper, but it's not. Yeah, so like, right, that the fact that this guy said it shows that he's one of these fuckers. And I'm sure that it wouldn't be hard to find more shit to see exactly what he's talking about. He's not saying, people who, he's not saying, the wood chipper for like it's the, I don't know. I'm trying to dance around like what YouTube it does and does not want me to say. You see what I'm saying? Without me saying it. You see what I'm saying? Okay, I think so. I hope I don't have to be. Oh my god, wanna be Spice Girl, Peachfire
stupid,
now.
Or at least
Thank
not
you
as
for the
stupid as
raid.
Shu on Head fans,
Welcome.
or at least as stupid as Shu on Head wants her fans to be. I'm not dumb. I know.
Welcome. Peachfire now.
I can read, or I can think, I can put two and two together, all right? There's a very clear pattern happening here. It is very convenient for Shu on Head to put herself forward as this moderate-ish kind of centrist, but anyway, that basically goes over the situation, but it goes a little further. I'll give a little more background.
Welcome Raiders. Welcome Raiders. Welcome streamer. I hope you had a good stream. Welcome to my chat. We are in the midst of talking about this guy, Xander Hall. This weird controversy between Xander Hall and Keffals over Shoe on Head, somebody that nobody should have ever mistaken for a leftist. And it's this circle of content creators that we have to thank for that, for the normalization of Shoe on the left. Now that their faces have gotten eaten, some of them are finally advocating against the face-eating leopard party, that being Shoe on Head, right? Shoe on Head is very much a fox that's been let into the hen house, right? And like time and time again is eating hens, right? And like, who do we have to thank for this, right? It's literally Vaush. It's literally Vaush that rehabilitated Shoe's image from being like an anti-SJW shitlord content creator to being considered like a serious lefty and welcomed into the fold. Also, thank you for the follow, Peacefire Now.
Shoe on Head, after I made my video...
Your PC is glitching?
...on her, that video blew up. It did really well. People responded very well to it, and they thought my arguments were very good. Now...
That's right, Soul Life. Being left of the far right means leftist tanky.
Shoe on Head's response, to me calling her out, was to pedo jacket me. She ended up calling me and Demon Mama like weirdo creep enablers. She made a video, and that's the one that I ended up responding to there. And the funny part is, there is one trans person in Shoe on Head's entire video that she responded to, as far as I remember. And every other person in
to Peacefire Now
that video has their identity censored, including me. Granted, very poorly, like half-assedly. People still hunted us down and hate raided us. But the one person Shoe didn't even attempt to censor was Demon Mama. So I don't want to pretend like I got the most harassment. Demon Mama got way more, okay?
Okay, so...
she got way more shit than I did.
This is the part where it's permanent. I'm going to bring in the Shoe on Head video. I apologize in advance for forcing more Shoe... We haven't actually watched any Shoe on Head today, have we? So it's not going to be like more Shoe on Head, but it's still... Like any Shoe on Head is kind of too much, right? This is, I think, where the Demon Mama thing comes in. Oh, there we go. All right, so I can finally show you the clip that we're talking about. Whoa, if I can...
.com! Oh no! No, they're selling pedophile wear!
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe on Head sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up. Maybe it's a little bit of projection on Shoe on Head's part.
Oh, you think this looks weird? Well, you...
Okay, so yeah, so Shoe on Head, Demon Mama's name was left like unredacted, unblurred out, on anything. Obviously a much smaller content creator than Shoe on Head. It's pretty clear that there's, some hate being directed her way. But you saw what she's showing, right, is Demon Mama, strangely enough, right? And, right, there needed to be pushback about the Balenciaga stuff. I'm glad that they did, right? It sucks that they waited that long to say something about Shoe on Head. It sucks that they normalized her presence as a supposed leftist for so damn long. But I'm glad that they spoke up about the Balenciaga thing, if nothing else, right? It's just the way that she did it, right? Like, there's no reason to... You gave Shoe a W that you didn't need to give.
On Shoe on Head's part.
Oh, you think this...
Wait.
A leather strap on it. Petco.com! Oh no! They're selling pedophile wear!
I'm sorry, you can't fool a degenerate. That is a BDSM harness.
Maybe Shoe on Head sees a piece of leather next to a child and starts getting a little, riled up.
I don't know what to say. Right? Because there would be no justification. It would just be a larger streamer absolutely sending hate after a smaller streamer. But for the fact that there was this unnecessary, unforced era here on Demon Mama's part, and like, look, I don't get it. But I mean, that's her end. So like when Xander Hall says, you know, that we didn't do nothing, we didn't do like we didn't do anything to deserve what Shuan had exposed us to, especially exposed Demon Mama to. It's a little bit harder to believe, right? It's just, see what Xander Hall says here.
So I don't want to pretend like I got the most harassment. Demon Mama got way more, okay? She got way more shit than I did because of this. And she probably still does. If I'm getting shit for it still...
And she's gotten shit, right? Demon Mama has absolutely, gotten unfair, transphobic harassment ever since her debate with Destiny. And I'm sure that she got more of it because of the Shuan Head thing. I'm sure that Shuan Head's, audience is there's enough people that hate Demon Mama just because of who she is and don't really need a reason to go after her. But, there's, Shu's reason, right? There's Shu's presentation of how, like, right? So they're complaining that Shuan had insinuated that they were, groomers or whatever, or PDF files or whatever, right? But there's not really, like, the Demon Mama literally fired first. I don't know what to say.
She definitely is. And she's got like
so do we need people to push back against Shuan Head's toxic, transphobic, horrible narratives? Yes. Do we need Xander Hall and Demon Mama to do it? Probably not. These are probably not the people for the job, okay?
Million other things that she's getting shit for as well from insane people on the internet. So I'm not trying to like make a point of comparison here. My point overall is that like I completely accept that other people in this space got it worse than I did in this respect, right? I completely accept that. There are tons of people, even, that Shuan Head has pedo-jacketed outside of me and Demon Mama simply for disagreeing with her. However, when Shuan Head...
And I also, sources needed on this, right? Shuan Head is definitely, like, a bad faith actor. Shuan Head is definitely, like, somebody with what I would call, like, objectionable political views on a lot of things, right? And some okay ones too, but like a lot of like I said, socially conservative kind of views, even bordering on like not bordering on, they're somewhat traditionalist views, right?
Tweeted me saying that I was enabling pedos and creeps and made that video where she continued to say the same. I was inundated with a wave of queerphobic harassment and death threats. It may sound weird for me to say that they were queerphobic harassment when I am a straight cis guy, but these people are so deranged that were coming from Shu. They were commenting on my videos thinking I was a trans woman. They were so lost in the sauce of transphobia and the gay groomer panic. They were commenting so derangedly. They had created a reality for themselves in which I'm a trans woman. A bunch of the comments were like, what's the acronym? YWAW. YWAW. You will never be a woman or whatever. YN. Yeah. Like that fucking acronym. Like people they were spamming that in the comments of the tweets and in the replies. Now, yeah, it's YWNBAW. Thank you. I'm very bad with acronyms, okay? Yeah, like they're not even misgendering me right. I don't even like, are they misgendering me or are they not misgendering me? I don't even know, because they seem to think I'm trans, but they think trans women are men, so, and I'm a man, so like I don't even anyway. So, Shuan Head, I'm gonna fast forward a little bit before I move on to this point actually. Something you might have noticed is that there's this tendency on the right to clip lefty content creators out of context and to spread dirt about them to make them look bad and essentially try to stymie their ability to grow because their reputation precedes them in a negative way. This has happened to Vaush, Keffals, Demon Mama, Shark, me.
So has this happened to lefty content creators? Yeah, but more likely to intersectional leftists. But what this is an attempt to do is say that everything bad that you've heard about Vaush, everything bad that you've heard about Xander Hall, everything bad that you've heard about Keffals is not a real thing. It is a campaign hate by Nazis because we are just so damn effective and they're afraid of us, right? They're not. They half agree with you. You half agree with them. That's what distinguishes you as edgelord lefties. That's what distinguishes you as Vaush's orbiters, right? Is that you kind of got a lot to unpack and you have unpacked very little of it and you have no interest in doing so, right? Like when Vaush says the strategic N-word, why does he do that? When he's arguing with Nazis on the kill stream and he throws out an N-word, why does he do that? What is he, because he's not like him, he's definitely, like, I mean, this is, a huge controversy for him. It made people on the left way more skeptical of him, but what does it achieve for him with the right-wing audience? It's making them think that he's not soy. He is not like the other lefties. He, much like them, will indulge in a casual N-word, right? In a conversation between friends. That's what he's doing. So who's going to get the sharp end of the stick of the right-wingers? Is it content creators that are like sort of halfway there themselves, like Vaush and Xander Hall, or is it intersectional lefties? And in my experience, it is literally us that get targeted for these things, right? By right-wingers trying to convince left-wingers to cut ties, right? And the real goal is to just make sure that everybody within the left does not trust each other, and that we can't work together, and that we're not able to build community together. They would like to keep us, in sections. They would like to keep us dispersed. They would like to keep us from linking arms. And I have seen that happen. I have seen that happen on Twitch, right? I have seen some people that know better in the Twitter threads of one of the trans meds in Brianna Woo's group chat talking shit about me, right? And just like they hate my guts for whatever reason, and here's a chance to smear me. So, but they don't even look at like whose thread that they're going into. They don't even look into the reputation of the person that they're jumping into bed with, and it's another issue. It's another instance of the face-eating leopard party being embraced at first until it's your face that's on the line. So this does happen, but I don't believe that it's happening at scale to Xander Hall, right? If there is ever a right-wing account that comes onto like a thread about Vaush or Xander Hall or whoever, and says shit about them, like people click on that. People click on their name, they look who they are, and they look who they've retweeted, and it's really easy to see. I don't think that stuff is hurting them as much when it's coming from literal Nazis, right?
Fucking everybody in this space has it happen to them, okay? I've noticed this this tendency for, sorry, I got lost for a second. I ADHD brain, okay? I've noticed
it happens to the best of us, Xan, especially on super long streams.
This tendency for the right to clip people out of context and spread these like out of context clips around.
So yeah, that's true if it's a clip that's out of context, right? That's true if it's a clip that's like a shorter clip of somebody saying something, and then there's something before and there's something after, like that puts it into context, and that's not actually what the person's saying at all. The kind of clips that Xan's talking about, though, are the kind of clips of Vaush saying, telling his audience that they to uncuck their lib brains, their lib SJW brains, and admit that there could be a situation in which child exploitation has good consequences, right? Basically the Milo Yiannopoulos take. But then he says, but that doesn't mean that the age of consent should change. So, you know, by itself, that clip, you know, I guess, you know, you could think that that's the point of what he's saying, right? The point is actually, you know, like, even though thing is true, it doesn't justify, you know, changing the age of consent, right? That, which Milo probably literally believes in the age of consent. But Vaush is buying into the premise that Milo puts forward, and to me, that in and of itself is objectionable, right? Just that part. And he's not saying that. Which is to say, he is saying that, right? He is saying that that child exploitation can have like not bad consequences or positive consequences or something like that. Basically, the Milo Yiannopoulos thing, the only caveat in there is that he doesn't want the age of consent, Lord. I still think it's a yikes take, right? So, you know, how much of this is real, that of Xander Hall implying that literally every single negative clip that's taken of him, that's taken of Vaush, that's taken of Keffals is an out of context attempt of Nazis to cancel our strongest warriors. Is that really what's happening?
Make them look bad. The most common one is clips cut out of context and used to pedo jacket lefty content creators. Most notably, this has been done to Vaush a lot. Like, literally, there are clips of him arguing against child porn that people clipped and spread around to make it sound like he's advocating for child porn, right? And so I've noticed this tendency, and it's something that's always really worried me. I've always been super fucking careful about what I say, even when covering the topics of lolicon and pedophilia, to never say anything that, even clipped out of context entirely, could ever be framed in a way that makes me look bad. I've been so careful, and I was so successful at doing so. But then Shoe on Head accused me of being a pedophile enabler. A YouTuber with millions more subscribers than me decided that she was going to try to pedo jacket me. And
Xan's like, I'm walking this tightrope. It's really hard as a leftist content creator to not get clipped out of context, to make it look like you are doing, you know, you have weird ideas about like children, right? Based on what? Based on Vaush? Based on Vaush? Like having really objectionable takes about that stuff that are still objectionable, even if they're not, you know, going as far of a way as some people would imply? Is Xander Hall's own chat against him? Okay, so good question, right? Good question here. Because, you know, he's talking about Shoe right now, but what he's getting to is the engagement with Keffals, right? And it's hard to tell. People are saying gray names. Yeah, so the gray names, the white names, the orange names, they all symbolize different things. I think one of them is like somebody's a subscriber. One of them might be they're a mod. And so it's hard to tell if you are seeing chat turn against him, right? How much of that chat are his people that normally watch him, and how many of that chat are people that are mad at Xan for the, or, you know, or think that Xan performed badly in the Keffals conversation. So yeah, I can't tell you exactly, but if we could figure out which of the what colors represent what levels of support, that might help us, right? We would assume that most of Xan's supporters are, you know, people that regularly watch him. So therefore, if those people start to turn against him, then that's really bad. But we would definitely expect to see some people critical of Xander Hall just based on him having a disagreement with. There could also be Shoe fans, right? So the TLDR is, I can't tell you for sure.
And my friends to try and make herself look better and to please an audience of Nazis. At this point, I pretty much decided Shoe on Head was like an irredeemably bad person. Like, I at that point, it was like, okay, fuck her. I made my response videos to her. They did really well. And apparently, Shuonhead was quite upset about this. Because what Shu ended up doing was tweeting on her private account a tweet that I was sent a screenshot of by somebody who was a mutual friend of ours, who is close enough to Shu that they had access to seeing her private tweets. And she tweeted, I did a whole video on this, that she was planning on making a quote-unquote slander haul video. Now, for those that don't know, the term slander haul actually originates from Twitter lolicons. These were the people that like first started calling me it, like the very first people. And the reason they called me this was because they thought that me saying lolicon was pedophilia was slanderous.
And while that is a very cool story, bro, that is not something that you can put on anybody that uses that, because like I said, it's the most obvious dig in the world at your name. I know, as somebody who's been called no content chick or no concept chick or many other iterations of my name to paint me in a bad light, I know a thing or two about how this works.
And so they start.
So you are not beating the allegations by being like, oh, you called me the same thing that Rev says Desu called me. Therefore, you must agree with Rev says Desu on the
calling me slander hall. Now, every time someone tries to go for that like insult, I'm always reminded of that fact, and it just makes me laugh quite a bit. But regardless,
I don't know why I said it with that voice. What is that voice?
Calling me slander
This is
hall
my Xander
in
Hall.
that tweet.
Oh.
I think she was implying
Xander
she was
Hall
going
here. Why does my Xander Hall sound like my demon mama?
To make a video slandering me, because she called it the Slander Hall video, not the video on Slander Hall. I mean, it could be interpreted either way, but it came off to me like the reason the person had leaked it to me was because at least they interpreted it as this Shuonhead wants to make a video slandering me, and I should know about it so I can prepare to respond. At that point, it was like, okay, so Shu legitimately just wants to see me burn. She has like an actual vendetta against me, but she wants to pretend she doesn't, and that's why she tweeted on her private account. Okay, cool.
So more haters want me dead?
Now,
yeah.
Back in April, I was also suffering from COVID. Isn't it funny that both times this happened, I have COVID? Anyway, I was suffering from
It's not, and you should really take precautions to make sure that doesn't happen again. If you can, that would be a good idea.
First bout of COVID back in April, and I became aware while I wasn't streaming. I think I was live. No, it was
like, how the hell is I sure get COVID a joke, right? That's not
same situation. I was live.
It's not funny.
I became aware while I was live streaming that Keffals, good friend of the channel at that point, was going to be having Shuonhead on her stream for like a friendly convo.
I have no idea, Michael Seitz. I have no idea.
I
think so.
Wasn't exactly happy to hear
about
this
that.
for reasons that I feel like shouldn't be in need of explaining.
So there it is.
No. Not you mean Merrick. The Merrick thing, no. Not Merrick. That was a completely different thing. I jumped the gun and tried to burn the bridge with Merrick one time, and Keffals helped us to mend the bridge, but that was a completely different situation from this. What happened here, and these happen around the same time, but regardless, what happened here was I was live streaming, and I became aware from a chatter that Keffals was having Shuonhead on. And they were going to have a friendly convo. No debate, just a friendly convo. Now, like, the convo happens, and at this point I'm just like, okay, hold on. She might bring up the whole, like, thing that Shu did to me, and they might debate about it. You know, let's not jump the gun thinking that, like, Keffals and Shu are super friendly after what Shu just did to me. And at this
It's wild that anybody thinks Keffals is their friend, right? Do you not know who we're talking about? Have you not been paying attention? Will the Shuonhead conversation have, like, positive ramifications on Keffals' career? If yes, then Keffals will have that conversation. That it should be obvious, right? And, you know, you don't have to like that. In fact, I think you shouldn't like that. But you also don't have to be friends with somebody like Keffals, or friends like with somebody like Vaush, or you know, rubber stamp everything that Vaush does, like bringing Shu onto the left, like giving Shu like a clean bill of health as far as she's reformed, she's de-radicalized, she's better now.
Point, Shu had done it to me like just a couple months prior, like maybe a month prior. It was like fresh out of the oven at this point.
Fresh out of the oven. Okay.
And so what ended up happening next was, here, let me actually resume the music. I stopped playing it because I need to think for a second. So I ended up feeling like pretty betrayed, but I decided to stay and watch to see, like, you know, I trusted her. I hoped that she would bring it up. And so I stayed in Keffals' chat and I like spammed basically like, hey, Keffals, are you going to bring up the yada 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 that Shu did to me? Keffals, are you going to bring yada yada? And she basically ignored all the messages. At this point,
you were annoying in chat.
I was kind of upset because I don't think she ignored them. I don't think she saw them. But at this point, I was kind of upset. It felt like she was trying to disregard what I was saying. And like,
yeah,
I feel like what Shu did was bad enough that like not being willing to even engage with it when someone did that to your friend is like kind of insulting to a degree, right? Because you spammed? Oh, Axo Extreme. Good, I can ban you from this chat too. Very good.
Wait, what's the other chat? Is the other chat YouTube chat? So that's a white name chat. Are white names like non-subscribers?
Very good. Perma IP ban. Yeah, Axolotls with Cream was saying some of the most heinous shit about me in Keffals' chat. I'll get into that in a moment. So basically, I decided that I was going to go onto Keffals' stream after Sean had got off. I asked Keffals to bring me on so that I could, like, explain to Keffals the story, because I didn't know if she knew or not, and, like, just see how that ends up going. Like, just see how, like, how she responds, if she's open to my side of the story. And it was a really, really disappointing conversation. I very nearly burnt the bridge during that convo. Because upon explaining she was playing Raft while I explained it. Upon explaining the situation to her, she was very hand-wavy. I believe she's taken this VOD down now because throughout the conversation, her sub count was actively dropping. People in the chat were really upset, and people were not. It was basically the reverse of the conversation I had with Keffals today in terms of chat.
Okay, so he at least recognizes that. He recognizes that he was getting cooked by her chat.
And, like, very quickly we deemed that this was not a productive conversation.
So that's funny, right? Because that means that there's, like, a lot of sympathy, or at least there was a lot of sympathy for Xanderhall in Keffals' chat during the first conversation. And through this, you know, display, I don't know what else to call it, Xanderhall has reversed that trend, right? People that were actually very you know, sympathetic to you know, what he was saying about Shu, or have changed their mind based on, you know, the tweets that Xanderhall made, and, you know, the way that Xanderhall presented his argument, the lack of arguments, the lack of you know, any sort of you know, I mean, he did offer some receipts, right, that Keffals didn't take up, so you can say that maybe you know, he could, but you can't go on to somebody's stream that is hostile to you and expect that you're going to get to show your images. That's their stream, right? So regardless, it's been a bad day for Xanderhall. I told you that I linked that vid in suggestions.
And that we should just wrap it up and just talk about it later. And that's what we did. I later ended up finding out, and I swear to God, if I see any of you say anything inappropriate about this topic in chat, you are getting banned faster than you can fucking blink. And I am not, by the way, using this as an insult. I saw people on Twitter desperately trying to interpret this that way. Fuck them, they're all banned and blocked. I know what they're trying to do. I was informed...
I don't know if we can watch Adam Conover, right? He's got a TV show, and I don't know if other people on YouTube are able to.
After the fact.
Oh yeah, definitely. I'll take a look at it. Thank you for yeah, thank you everybody who contributes to stream suggestions. I read them all. We don't have time to cover them all, but I do take a look. That is like one of my favorite channels on my Discord.
That Keffals was high
hang out in.
On benzos and cocaine when we had that conversation. And at that point I was like, oh, okay. I was like filled in on the drug addiction thing. And at that point I was like, oh, that's okay. She may not exactly be 100% there right now. Let's just let her do her thing. And I dropped it. But I kind of assumed... Wait, who told you? This isn't like a serious accusation. This is public knowledge, guys. You guys know this is public, right? I'm not accusing anything. This is back before she went to rehab, guys. This is public knowledge. This isn't like some scandalous thing. This isn't like an insult. This is public knowledge, and this is from back before she went to rehab. This is one of the worst... She's gone on record to say that that was not a good day for her. That's the most I'll say. She ended up going to rehab, and at that point, her life got a lot better, I assume. I would hope. She got clean. She has been clean.
Did you see the chatter, like, ask a question, and then, like, the chat jumps on them, and they're like, hey, leave me alone, I'm stoned. Like, no.
Proud of her for that. But...
V-necks are not his thing.
It seems as though that conversation we had, even though I dropped it, didn't really stick. Or I thought it didn't really stick. Because the other day, I was live streaming, just chilling, and I got a message in chat. And I was told that Keffals had said that people who thought what Xuanhead did to me and Demon Mama were, like, the people who thought that was bad were parasocially online scumfucks or something along those lines. I don't remember the exact terms, but a very rude insult, right? I think I can actually bring the clip up here, and I can show you the clip that kind of spurred all of this. I imagine it's kind of proper practice to do so. I'm gonna bring in Tipster in a moment too, if he's available. By the way,
you gotta bring in the Tipster. Tipster was the the best part of this conversation this afternoon.
Of everything up until.
If everybody involved in the conversation had been as silent as Tipster, it would have been much more peaceful.
Point of the conversation I had with Keffals today.
It is a V-neck. V-neck confirmed. V-neck confirmed.
Oh, also at the end of today's stream, we're gonna be
sort of. I don't know. They take me down for like if it's something on television, if it's like certain big channels, like what was the Sci Show? The Sci Show, the channel, the Sci Show. We tried to watch something from them. I got taken down for that. It's weird. It's weird how it works, but in general, like I always watch out for people that are on TV, especially if the content is also like on television. I can't tell with the Adam Conover YouTube channel.
Doing a little bit of a raid on a charity. So if you want to donate, you can, like to me today, but save up your money if you don't have a lot of it, because I want to try to do a big dono bomb on my friend's charity stream today. Every year, this time of year, the Hightail community, which you guys know how I am about Hightail, they do a Hightail themed charity stream to contribute to Jacksepticeye's Thankmas charity thing. And I wasn't able to attend today because of the stuff that's going on, but I was able to donate, and I would like to be able to basically like have you guys dono bomb the charity for me, since I'm a little bit broke right now after moving. I can't really afford to drop the big boy donos like I would if I could. Here, let me see if I can find the video. Here it is.
Circumstance where a man...
I believe it is at the roughly 10-minute mark, if I recall correctly. Here's the clip that I was sent in chat the other day that basically spurned all of this.
Words have been deeply offensive to men and people within the larger male fandom. I will now give the traditional male apology for any offense my thoughtless words may have caused. I'm sorry, bro. I love you, bro. Be good, bro. Now to back up and explain myself a little bit, in a video about the deeply...
Starting a video called An Apology to Men, where in the first 40 seconds you say that men...
It's a very misguided question, in my opinion. Broadly speaking, the goal of the left should be to spread power to the most people possible. And so it should always be kind of harder to get people who already have unfair amounts of power on board. That's inconvenient, but it's...
I've never played Animal Crossing, but Lego Fortnite is literally Animal Crossing, but like a 3D Lego survival game. And it's a hardcore survival game. The combat is Souls combat. The fucking big monsters that, like, you have to fight have the Miyazaki, like, stomp delay. Like, the little, like, staggered stomp, like, oh, boom. Like, it is literally Souls combat. I'm not joking. It's so good. Like, it's Dark Souls, Lego games, Valheim, Minecraft, Animal Crossing. I don't know if I already said that. Like it's a combination of a lot of games. How much does it cost? It's Fortnite, motherfucker. It's free. It costs as much as it costs how much space you have on your drives is how much it costs.
All right, chat.
It's free, motherfucker. It's Fortnite. You literally play it through the Fortnite. Like you launch it like you would Fortnite Battle Royale, and you just select Fortnite Lego.
I cannot.
It's like
I
another
have no
game
more
mode, like
energy.
Fortnite Save the World. It's completely free.
I have no more energy to give.
You can play with up to 16 players in
Wait,
a
I
world, and it's a
unrated?
persistent
No.
world, so your friends can log on when you're not on. So your world, if you like play it with your friends, is a server just by default for free. So like you can like get off, and then your friends can play while you're offline. Then you can hop on, and yeah, it's super fucking fun. Is it worth getting on console? Yes. I have it on PC, and I have all the settings maxed.
Oh, yes,
and it is
absolutely.
possibly one of
Give
the most
that like
beautiful games I've ever
button
seen.
some
Nanite
love.
and Lumen are doing work,
I'll see you
bro.
again on Wednesday.
Anyway, sorry. Let's get back on topic.
Okay, hold on. I need to address a YouTube chatter right now. Genuinely sad to see another leftist community defend Shu. She's going to call Keffals a pedo the second she just...
So.
Oh, wait, it rated
That
now.
is,
Oh
and
my god, I
Keffals
rated
in our
already.
conversation today denies it being
Okay,
so. That is a reference to what Shuon Head did to me and Demon Mama.
Much love, everybody. We did 7 hours and 33 minutes. People are getting mad that I'm doing long streams. I feel like I got some like unfollows based on like putting a 8-hour stream down the pipeline the other night. So we're gonna have to go we're gonna have to like do less, but I have been streaming so much. Yes, you're right, BCatK. It's time I get you out some videos. It's time I actually work on that. I just make myself so tired, and then I have no energy like tonight. Like it would be great to get some videos done, but I am you know, I stand on a trampoline, right? And even though I'm not always bouncing, it is kind of tiring on your muscles, but that's a me problem. Anyway, chat, we'll be back again on Wednesday to hopefully do some stuff that's not, I mean, this feels like empty drama, but if people enjoy it, people enjoy it. I get the feeling that a lot of people were very happy customers today, and I'm glad to be able to cover stuff that people are interested in and some stuff that's important. Like I really loved Brianna Joy Gray's side of that debate. I was really happy to see that. So much love to you, and I will see you on Wednesday. Why do I do that to myself? Because I need to be exercise headed. That's the word. Oh my god, chat, you can see I'm just out of it. Anyway, much love.